which they were supposed to evacuate until Saturday evening, early Sunday morning. And so yesterday morning, yesterday morning.
Yeah,
it's like
time's running together right now.
Like 11 o'clock and they're banging like everybody's evacuating, everybody has to go. And I'm like, so what about my money? And they're like, well, it'll go back on your card in 3 to 5 business days. And not only that, I go around to other hotels and I couldn't get in nowhere. And one place that I did get in at, once I had the money together to pay them, then they wanted a $250 deposit.
So at this point, are you planning to ride the storm at the airport?
If need be, this is where I'll be, because I don't want to be in the middle of it. I want to go home, but there's nothing else I can do right now.
There's no flights?
Not right now, not for me, and a few other people.
Kim, be safe. We know you've been here for several hours. She and others, she said she showed up at the airport after being evacuated from her Miami Beach hotel, just here on vacation, wanting to go home. That is the situation so many people are in here at Miami International Airport. Erica Rayco, Local 10 News.
And an important distinction to make, we have not seen the same kind of problems at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport at all. So if you are headed there, if you need to go there, we do not see the same kind of trouble that we have seen consistently today at MIA.
We sent a crew there specifically to check, and we checked with the authorities, and they say it's business as usual. So thank goodness for that. Just a reminder, though, both airports closing Saturday and Sunday.
And we've talked a lot about shelters as well. One of the really important things that really has developed in the last hour or so is that the pet shelters filled up today, and so both Miami-Dade and Broward County considering opening additional shelters to make those arrangements and to accommodate you who want to evacuate, don't want to leave your pet behind. They're trying to help you out. They really want to make sure any animals that you have, and certainly any animals that are still out there that are up for adoption, are out of harm's way as well.
But let's talk about the other shelter, the adoptable pet shelter at the Humane Society of Broward County, because they had to send more than 500 animals to California yesterday, and they all safely arrived in California overnight.
Don't worry about my suitcase.
Oh, you look great. Look at that. Kind of unreal, huh? Just like we evacuate for a storm, all the animals at the Humane Society of Broward County had to evacuate as well in those cages and on the plane. All of the animals will be kept at an animal rescue foundation in Walnut Creek, that's in California. And with so many cats and dogs on that one flight, volunteers say they weathered the flight just fine. You know how sometimes it's hard for animals to travel.
We are amazingly surprised that these animals weathered the plane flight very well. Certainly a little frightened, but very eager, and some of them very vocal, to land here in California from Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, poor little guys. Well, the animals are temporarily staying in California in order to make more room at our shelters here locally for any incoming evacuated pets. They will eventually be brought back to Florida and put back up for adoption. In case you're wondering, they're evacuated for the storm, of course. We have a major storm headed our way, but also the Humane Society of Broward County had to make room. We brought in animals from the Bahamas.
Oh,
so it's kind of like everybody's shuffling everybody around to keep these animals as safe as possible.
Packed them in so tight.
I know, but they're okay. They're okay. It's just like in you. If you got to pack all your little munchkins in the car, you got to do what you got to do.
Do what you got to do to get them to safety, and we know that's what you are thinking here today, South Florida. You're going to do what you got to do to keep your home safe, to keep your family safe, to keep yourself safe. You want to make sure that you are ready to go as we continue to cover what is the threat of Hurricane Irma, obviously causing evacuations out of communities. This is interesting. Surrounding Lake Okeechobee, there are some concerns about the wind pushing the water over the edge there.
Our Governor Rick Scott spoke about this. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers thinks the storm's winds will be so strong they'll push water over that dike. So the governor ordered voluntary evacuations in the cities surrounding the southern half of the Big Lake in Hendry, Glades, and Palm Beach counties.
Mandatory evacuations of these cities beginning sometime today. That's where South Bay, Lake Harbor, Pahokee, Moorhaven, Clewiston, Belglade, and Canal Point. Any information about transportation and shelters for those folks there will be released by the governor's office sometime today, and as soon as we get it, we'll bring it to you.
Okay, we are coming up on 11:30 a.m. here at Local 10, and we are tracking Hurricane Irma for you, making history as the most powerful storm ever recorded in the Atlantic. It's already made landfall twice. It is now headed in our direction, and we are keeping you up to date on everything this storm is doing. Local 10 is not going off the air. You are not going to miss a second of any of our advisories, of anything happening with not only your necessities and your provisions, your gasoline, your evacuations, your shelters. we have you covered.
Alongside JC Birch, I am Eric Yutz. We've been on all night. We will be on throughout as we get you set for Hurricane Irma. And if we go off the air, we won't go off the air, but if you lose power, you can turn on the radio. Our radio partner is ready to service you with our updates as we expect things to really start to pick up tomorrow. Look here. This is our list of radio partners. Sports Talk 790, The Ticket, 104.3 The Shark, 101.5 Light FM, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio out of the Keys, 96.7 and 101.7.
Please get those batteries ready to go. Florida Power and Light said, be prepared to lose power for weeks. Now, you can watch us on the go while we have power, while you have all your laptops and your smartphones and tablets charged up. We have our app running. We're streaming our newscasts live for you all night, all day long. That is on our app, and it is on local10.com. And for all of our social media gurus, our Facebook page, you can follow us, WPLG Local 10. On Twitter, it's also WPLG Local 10. On Instagram, just a little bit different. It's Local 10 News, and you'll get all your updates from your weather authority team, from your reporters, from your officials, from the governor, from FEMA. Anyone you need to hear about, you will get it straight on our social media.
Right now, you need to hear from our Weather Authority team as Irma is a Category 4. The governor canceling all classes from kindergarten all the way through college level. That's through Monday. We are going to continue to track what the governor is doing. He gave us an update just a little while ago from West Palm Beach, where he stressed the urgency of evacuating if you are inside one of those evacuation zones, like the ones in Broward County, those residents who live east of US 1 under a mandatory evacuation order.
The governor made it very clear this is a life or death situation. Miami-Dade County, you have ordered evacuations for zones A, B, and parts of C. If you're wondering what zone you're in, go to local10.com. We'll link you there. Also, all tourists, all residents, everybody in the Keys has to evacuate. Staying there is putting your life in your own hands. You will not be able to get help until who knows when. An estimated 1.2 million Floridians have already been told to evacuate. We want to remind everybody that doesn't necessarily mean you have to leave and go far. You can evacuate just a few miles to your local shelter.
We have trusted Luke and Julie all throughout the night. Advisory by advisory, the 11 a.m. was the most recent one we have seen. And Julie, I know you've been poring over the numbers there. What are you seeing?
Well, let me tell you, the system itself has basically sustained major Category Force winds of right now 150 miles per hour. Yeah, we did see a drop in it earlier this morning, but it's still a major hurricane. That's the one thing I really want the message to get down to you, is that you have to understand, regardless of these numbers you see on the screen, all that matters is this system is located 405 miles southeast of Miami, Florida, and it is coming our way and will be making a direct hit somewhere in South Florida, whether it's the Florida Keys, the middle, the upper, or the lower Keys, and will be affecting all of South Florida. As early as tonight, believe it or not, the outer bands of this system are really bringing tropical storm force winds, and they're very strong, extending out from the center. 185 miles are tropical storm force winds, and 70 miles rather, out of the center is hurricane force winds. Therefore, this system is so large, the wind field is so wide. That's why we're anticipating not just one day of rain and wind, but the whole weekend is going to be all about Irma. You can see the outer bands already showing up on our local radar. Here's the actual satellite, visible satellite, and the radar showing the showers and storms right now moving over portions of the upper Keys, Nassau, and Andros Island. That's located about 106 miles just to the east of us. We're starting to see some of this moisture that is associated with Irma. Right now, isolated showers just by Bimini, and some showers moving on shore by Fort Lauderdale, basically by the upper Keys and middle Keys as well. The new forecast cone has this system on that west-northwest path, possibly interacting the outer bands, at least, with the northern half of Cuba before making that north turn. And we've been waiting because a lot of the models are not in agreement if it'll be more towards the west of South Florida, over South Florida, or to the east of South Florida. That has been the game we've been playing left and right. But as we spoke to Dr. Mike Brennan, he had said systems at this type of strength and a Category 4 hurricane coming our way normally does that, wobbles just a little bit. So we don't want to focus on this line, but most of the models were pushing it a bit more towards the west. Regardless, we're all going to be dealing with hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds as this system possibly makes landfall early Sunday morning with winds of 145 miles per hour. Now remember, like you heard me mention, hurricane wind flow extend out from the center up to 70 miles. So that's all of South Florida, if that would be the landfall we could see on Sunday. Regardless of that, we are expecting hurricane hurricane force winds starting as early as the 36-hour mark. Therefore, this hurricane warning is in effect. Hurricane conditions will be expected within the area. First, we'll deal with tropical storm force winds, which are 39 miles and stronger, and then hurricane force winds 74 miles per hour and stronger. And some of the models we've been looking at have showed us some winds sustained of 120 miles per hour at times come Sunday. So here's the wind field I was talking about. So about 70 miles extended from the center of where, if this was what is going to happen on Sunday morning, all of South Florida will be dealing with hurricane force winds, and then extending out all the way up to Tampa, they'd be dealing with tropical storm force winds. Not only are we dealing with the winds, but we're dealing with it for quite a bit of time. 14 hours we'll be dealing with hurricane force winds, 21 hours of strong tropical storm force winds, and tropical storm force winds starting tonight will let us allow to have 39 hours. This system is not going away anytime soon. As we break down our rain chances, we are seeing that chance of showers throughout the afternoon, but it looks as though the main first band that'll move in will be by tomorrow morning, and then those outer bands will just continue to wrap around and continue to keep us unsettled going into Saturday. And that's why we're reminding you, get all the things you need to get done by tonight around 7 o'clock. Tropical storm force winds are expected to move in by 8 o'clock, and then you can see nothing but rainfall. Heavy rain precipitation with this system will bring us soaking showers and storms for the rest of the weekend and dangerous conditions to be outdoors. So again, get everything you need to get done by tonight. We are expecting that hurricane warning to continue until the storm does pass through. We also have a storm surge warning in effect, and the last day to finalize your preparations is today until about 8 p.m. Then we are expecting the first chance of tropical storm force winds to move in the Keys, and those rain bands will start this evening as well. I'm going to have a lot more in the forecast coming up, but we have to get to meteorologist Luke, because we are talking about that storm surge warning. Luke Doris, what were we expecting? I mean, the elevation of the sea level rising is pretty impressive here in South Florida.
Yeah, in some spots, 5 to 10 feet. Not everybody's necessarily going to see that. But what we have here, what I'm going to show you, is a map that is issued by the National Hurricane Center, and it runs a bunch of simulations, and it gives an idea of what could happen. This is kind of prepare for this. This is what is possible. And there are some of us that are not under mandatory evacuation, and you have potential to see some inland flooding, to see some inundation, to see some storm surge. And I'm going to highlight those areas for you right now. So Zone C extends back near Homestead and up toward Kendall, and it doesn't really go much further inland than that. Now, what you'll see if you zoom in here is some of these areas are under, especially toward Homestead, the potential anyway, according to this map, of 6 to 9 or even 9+ feet of storm surge. So again, kind of running right along Highway 1, plus maybe just a little bit inland is where a lot of the evacuation zone goes. But the inland flooding can go much further than that. So heads up to some of these communities that we have to the north and west. So we'll get toward the Redlands and Homestead General Airport, and moving north west of Deering Estate, and even Kendall. You know, Kendall is right on that edge, the hammocks as well. So keep this in mind. You may not be under the mandatory evacuation zone, but we do have the canals, we have the cuts. We could well have some storm surge flooding in some of these locations. I'm going to work our way up a little bit further north as well. There's another spot up toward Broward County west of a federal highway that could see a bit of this as well. We're going to go to the Miami-Dade County leaders press briefing. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Okay, I think we're going to go there in just a second, Luke. We are actually going to go to Christy Kruger. She's in Broward County. She's been working with the EOC and our leaders there. Christy, you've been getting updates every single time we talk to you. You've got something new and important to tell us. What are you learning here?
All right, well, we just had a news conference here a short time ago, and the message really here is what Julie just said as well. Wrap up your preparations by tonight. You need to be where you are going to wait out this storm by this evening. The time to act is actually right now. There are already over 3,400 people in Broward County shelters. One shelter is completely full, as well as the other pet-friendly shelter. But here's a bit of good news. They're going to open up a second pet-friendly shelter. We just don't have the name of that shelter just yet. They're working to get people in place place there before they announce that name, because they know it will be inundated just as soon as we tell you where you and your pets can go if you are worried about being in a vulnerable area or you're in the evacuation zone. But there will be a second pet-friendly shelter opening. We'll get that to you just as soon as we can. The other important note out of this is that we are expecting some major power outages. I mean, these really strong winds may not just damage our power lines, but they could destroy some of the infrastructure. And you need to be prepared for prolonged power outages, not just maybe 1 or 2 days, but maybe weeks. And here is what they had to say about that.
FPL has a restoration workforce of more than 11,000 employees and contractors, and we are pre-positioning this army of primarily line and vegetation workers across the state in areas anticipated to be hardest hit, so that they're ready to respond safely as soon as the storm has subsided.
We will endure this storm and we will recover. But let's get together as a community, practice sound judgment, make wise decisions, and let's set a goal of no deaths.
And that indeed is a very good goal for us all to be thinking about. Help out your neighbors. If you have already put up your shutters, look around and see who else needs help preparing for this incredible storm. Just a few minutes ago, Senator Marco Rubio was here. He was talking to some of the folks here who have been working round the clock to keep everyone in Broward County safe. And he had an interesting perspective. Think about this. So many people evacuated to the north, right? They went to Tallahassee, to Tampa, to Orlando, to Georgia. Well, when the storm passes us down here, all those people are going to be coming back south, as well as FP&L trucks, as well as the American Red Cross, other people who are going to be coming here to help in the recovery. And that is going to be a big problem. We are going to have to really have some patience, because it may take some time for the cavalry to arrive down here to help us out in South Florida. And that is the message from here. Be prepared. This could be a long haul. Back to you guys.
Oh, that's for sure. We know we're losing power. We know our streets are going to be impassable. Yes. We know there is so much ahead. Whatever we've seen, this is going to be worse. Christy, we seem to be able to throw every question at you that we possibly have, so here goes.
Try again.
Pregnant women. I've actually gotten texts from personal friends worried about the pressure drop. We all know this with hurricanes.
It happens.
And also worried about the hospitals which they should go to.
Well, I know for a fact that that the trauma centers like Jackson, Broward Health, Memorial Hospital, they all have ramped up their services. They realize this could be an issue, and so they are ready to handle women who are in those final stages of their pregnancy and may be concerned and or already maybe going into labor a little bit early. So yes, the hospitals are very well aware, and they have a full staff on hand to help out women who may need it.
It's a very good thing. Christy Kruger live at the Broward EOC. Thank you, Christy. Let's go back to...
I knew our health reporter would have those answers. She is all over that. Okay, and we're going back to Miami-Dade now, right?
That's right. Madeline Wright has been standing by at Robert Morgan. That is where there were several hundred people who were gathering outside there waiting for that center to open up. Madeline, you have some more information for us?
Yes, to answer JC's question from the last hit, I asked why are people standing at this particular shelter as opposed to all the other ones, and the two answers I got were, first of all, this one's just closer than the other ones, which makes sense. But the other thing hits on a big problem, which is that the other shelters are turning away people because they're full. And so this one, they heard that this one was open, and so they made sure to get in line to secure their spot. Now, let me show you some video of what the line looks like. There were just so many people. An estimated 600 to 700 people were standing in line to get into the Robert Morgan Educational Center. And a police officer told me that this shelter is being run jointly by the Florida National Guard and the Red Cross. It's expected to open sometime between 12 and 12:30 this morning. The only thing that they're waiting for is for a truck to come by the Florida National Guard with supplies. Now, back here live, there are so many people across the street. The line continues to move, but people, they're just getting anxious. They're antsy. It's hot. They have their umbrellas to try to protect against the sun. They're also worried about their homes. They're worried about the hurricane. And the county is doing everything it can to try to accommodate these people and get them a safe place to stay during this time. JC and Eric?
Madeline.
The streets are packed there with people just parking by the side of the road. Any idea what they're going to do with all those vehicles? I mean, presumably all those people are going inside the shelter to stay.
They've got to move those cars.
The vehicles, that presents another issue that we're having here, which is that from what people in the shelter or standing in line have told me if they go out to go to their car to get some of their items, their name, what I heard is that it's being taken off the list, because once you leave the shelter, they try to take that space and give it to somebody else who needs to stay here. And so there's an issue right there of whether people can go outside to their car or not. I'm working to find out more information about that, and as soon as I get that, I'll pass it along to you.
Is there a parking lot? Like, being that the shelter isn't open yet, do they have those gates closed in the parking lot, perhaps?
I haven't seen any parking lot for people to put their cars. People are just parking their cars everywhere. It's a madhouse. The street is partially closed because of all the vehicles that are in the street. They're on the sidewalk. They're parked on the grass. They're parked in every direction around this area. So the parking is another thing that I'm going to try to find out more information about.
Okay, just to get a sense exactly where Madeline is, this is the Robert Morgan Educational Center, 18180 Southwest 122nd Avenue. This is right near Zoo Miami, right near Larry and Penny Thompson Park, and so that is the location where Madeline is, and still a lot of questions to be answered before that that shelter opens. I think you said between 12 and 12:30, so we still have to get some information out.
A nice location to be when you see it backs up right to that huge park. So while we have Madeline there, it'll be interesting. We're still waiting to hear about the capacity, because I don't know that Robert Morgan Educational Center can handle 600 or 700 people. The cars will definitely be a concern, because in this situation we have all day to prepare, so we need everything to happen in an orderly manner. And that's why we're also, just so you know, Madeline, we're waiting to hear from the Miami-Dade EOC. The Emergency Operations Center in Doral is going to give us an update, and that should answer some questions, because as we told you before, as of now, 11 shelters are open. From what we can tell, 5 of them are full. And then this one where you're at has not officially been opened by the county. So there are some details here that we'll be able to tell you exactly how many you can still go to, how many people they can handle, because we're telling people to evacuate. So we want them to be aware of where they can go and not waste their gas, not waste their time, and certainly not have them sitting out in the hot sun.
Well, the county very much has a publicly released list of shelters that will open at some point, and that is available for you to see, but they have been staggering the openings of some of these shelters. So we're waiting on official word that shelter is open. Madeline, we know you'll get those answers for us. Thanks for being out there. Give us the details as soon as you get it. We'll put you back on the air.
Okay, we're going to leave that area and head north, go up to Miami Shores. Sanella is at the Publix there. Just keep in mind, folks, that Publix is closing 1 hour earlier than all the rest in Miami-Dade and Broward County. She's going to give us the details and let you know what they still have in stock.
At the moment, it is a mad dash for customers to get their last-minute hurricane essentials. We are here at Publix along Biscayne Boulevard in Miami Shores. You can see people packing the store. It is their last day to do so. The manager at the door directing people in and out to kind of facilitate the process. But the manager does tell me that they received about 2,100 gallons of water. And at the moment, they're only giving 4 gallons per person. And I can tell you they're being handed out at a record pace. There is more in the back, but there's no telling when the store will replenish and when they will sell out, because there is a high volume of customers here. And also, managers say that frozen food products, they've stopped those shipments, and they're requesting more dry goods, more hurricane essential items, and of course water. There is a police presence here because there were some unruly customers in the last few days, but people do appear to be in good spirits here, kind of just getting their last minute items. And again, as I mentioned, this is the last day to do so, because all Publix stores in Miami-Dade County and Broward County will be closing tonight at 8 p.m. The pharmacy here at the Miami Shores location will also close at 8 p.m. That's the latest from Publix in Miami Shores. I'll send it back to you.
Okay. We have breaking news for all of our animal lovers out there. Christy Kruger has just sent this in. A second pet shelter has been opened up in Broward County. So that's not just pets. That means you bring your pets. This is at Everglades High School. That's in Miramar. Write down this address, please. 17100 Southwest 48th Court. Once again, Miramar, Everglades High School. They're opening at 1 p.m. You have an hour to get yourself and your pet ready. I mean, you have more than that, but they will be open in an hour. Here's what you're supposed to bring. All the things you need, all of your personal items, plus pet food, a pet crate. Make sure there's a collar, make sure there's a leash, if you have pee pads, if you have treats, if you have toys, anything so that you can properly care for your animal. At some point, you may be separated from that animal, and the animal will be in the crate, and you may be in another area. But it is official. We now have another shelter for you and your pets.
We're going to run through the entire list of shelters that are in Broward County. So let's begin right here with Coconut Creek. We're talking about Lyons Middle School and Monarch High School. Lyons Creek Middle School, that is just south of Hillsborough Boulevard, right near the Florida Turnpike, where it meets up with 869 with the Palmetto. And so that is where Lyons Creek Middle School is. And then Monarch High School, we're going to give you some more detailed information on exactly where these places are, because we know you want to write this down. You may be in a rush later on. You may not have time to type it into your phone. So Monarch High School, hold on one second. The address at Monarch High School is... Okay, I'll get you back to that in a second.
Yeah, it's going to take us a minute to get all those addresses, but we do have them for you. Let's kind of run down just the name of the schools, and then we'll get to the addresses later. Coral Springs, we have Coral Glades High School. In Davie, we have Fox Trail Elementary School. We're going to continue in Broward right now because in Pompano Beach, you've got the Pompano Beach High School. Is that one? That one's the full one, right?
Pompano Beach is one of the Broward shelters that
it's at capacity.
Is at capacity.
Okay.
So Pompano Beach High School is not a currently available shelter. In Weston, Falcon Cove Middle School, we understand, is still available.
Okay, Fort Lauderdale, you've got Rock Island Elementary, and in Lauderdale Lakes, Park Lakes Elementary. In Miramar, New Renaissance Middle School and Everglades High School. Is the New Renaissance the one that's filled?
We had Laren Livingston at New Renaissance earlier today, and we do understand now New Renaissance Middle School is filled as well. So why don't we come back out here and make sure that we give you updated shelters in just a minute. We want to make sure that you have the most accurate and right information because you may be making your emergency plans now. So we're going to get you that in just a second. But no matter where you go, the bottom line is you need an ID to get in, to register, to make sure that you are set, and you need to bring everything that you need with you. Clothes, bedding, food, water, medicine, toys if you have the kids, and certainly anything you need, as Jason was mentioning, for that new pet center that is opening at Everglades.
I want to make it very clear. If you get provisions, if you get a cot, great, wonderful, we're happy. But we've gotten quite a few emails where people got a space on the floor. So that's what you need to prepare for since we're in this emergency situation.
We've been looking for new video and images into our newsroom on what Irma has done. This is from Puerto Rico. U.S. Coast Guard, based out of Clearwater, did fly over Puerto Rico to survey the port damage after Irma swept through, releasing these aerial images. You see some boats smashed, tossed all across, some up onto the land there. It's hard to spot one that is tied or anchored down to where it was intended to be over there by those piers.
Okay, new aerial video right now from the U.S. Virgin Islands. I have to tell you, this is hard to look at. You're going to see widespread damage. Look at those buildings, gone. Roofs gone, destruction everywhere. This, we get closer to the port area, the harbor, the marina, and you can see, I know it's a little jumpy, but look at that. You can still see all the destruction as that powerful, when it hit this area, it was still a Category 5 hurricane, and they're dealing with storm surge, they're dealing with those deadly winds, and it's very, very typical video that we're seeing coming in from the Caribbean islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, those territories. And look at this right here.
This is jarring.
This is St. Martin. Look at the streets. You can see the devastation.
Parts of buildings scattered there in the middle. You see wind there blowing off, some water as well. Trees, massive trees, uprooted and laying right down in the middle of what are some pretty major roads there. And so not only do they have to clean up, but they have to figure out a way around it. We do know at least 8 people were killed, 21 were injured. The main airport there, Princess Juliana International Airport, it's not functional right now. So they're going to have to find another way to get relief there. We're hearing right now it's going to have to come by helicopter. And this is also very telling on what they're experiencing there and have experienced. The largest resorts, some of them, have already gone ahead and canceled the reservations they have for the rest of this year. 2 Marine ships from the Netherlands are set to go to other areas in the Caribbean not impacted to try and deliver military and relief supplies.
And you know what that means for all of our cruisers out there? That will affect your cruise itineraries as well. This is devastating. I know you mentioned 21 people injured in that area, but overall in the islands it was 50 injured. So we're keeping track of that tally. But we also know that we can tell you when we get back here, when we're talking about Florida Power and Light, we already know we're going to lose power. Florida Power and Light is already telling you to be prepared to not have power for weeks. They held a news conference. Let's go over some of the details that they were just making us aware of.
I want to reassure our customers that we're prepared for Hurricane Irma. We are, frankly, more prepared, I think, for this hurricane than we have been for any storm in the history of our company. As those of you who are here know, we've activated this command center. We've actually been open now for a week and working to prepare for this storm. Beginning 2 days ago, We used our automatic phone system and calls, text messages to reach out to nearly all of the 5 million customers or 10 million people that we serve across Florida, trying to get them to make sure they were prepared, that they followed their own storm plans and knew that we were also being prepared. We have currently an army, frankly, of nearly 13,500 restoration workers. These are both FPL crews as well as outside resources that are ready to respond as soon as it's safe to do so. Many of the linemen, the vegetation crews that you'll see out there, they're coming from across the country, including as far away as California. We have actually crews that will be flying in this afternoon and then riding the storm out with us so they can get out as soon as the storm passes. They're all ready to respond. We have pre-positioned equipment. We're pre-positioning people, getting ready to be able to fight the aftermath of Irma as soon as the storm clears our area. We have to wait until the winds subside below 40 miles an hour to make sure that it's safe to be on the roads, 35 miles an hour before we can actually put buckets in the air. So it's going to be a full day probably before we see those winds actually, even when the hurricane passes, subside. So there's going to be, unfortunately, a period of time where we're having to hunker down and wait. Now, we have put a lot of smart grid equipment into our system over the last 10 years. And so throughout the storm, we'll be in operations from this command center and other centers that we have in the state that are hardened. And we'll be doing everything we can to keep the power on even during the storm and being able to do what we can remotely using the technology that's there. We're going to continue to work also, frankly, with utilities from across the country to try to get other resources in. The ones that we have, we're here, are terrific, but this is likely to be a multi-type of week restoration, and so we're going to continue to look for resources that we can get from other areas of the country. The path of this storm and the size of this storm is such that many utilities, as you would expect, particularly on the eastern seaboard, have all kept their resources at home because they're worried about the impacts to their own customers. Once we have a better idea of where the storm goes after it leaves Florida, that will open up the opportunity to get other resources as well.
This is the first time we've heard numbers,
Yes.
which kind of gives you a little reassurance when you know you're going to lose power and you've got a storm not going over just the Keys in South Florida. It is going up over the state of Florida. And that's the first time I heard Florida Power and Light officials say 13,500 restoration crews from all across the country, including all the way from California. They will be here ready to get right to work. And he said another interesting thing, we talked about those tropical storm force winds.
Yes.
They can go up in the buckets as soon as the winds go below 34 miles an hour. So it still could be windy outside. It still could be raining. They're going to be working to get your power back.
And the size of the storm certainly going to complicate the timeline in which they'll be able to get out there. But you will lose power. You need to prepare for that as a part of your emergency plan. They also had told us that Turkey Point is going to be shut down, that they're going to make sure that they are that plant ready and safe. And so we are following everything we need to know here, South Florida. A lot of updates coming on all throughout the day. We're still waiting for some more details from Miami-Dade EOC.
Yes.
We're getting some updates from Broward County all throughout the day. New shelters are opening up in Broward. This is a shelter in Coconut Creek. We've got some addresses here. Lions Creek Middle School, 4333 Soul Press Boulevard. And also in Coconut Creek, we have Monarch High School, 5050 Wiles Road. That is a shelter that is ready to go right now.
Okay, we promised you we would get you addresses. We don't want to just give you the names of the schools without knowing exactly where you're going. Coral Glades High School is in Coral Springs. It's at 2700 Sportsplex Drive. Also, Fox Trail Elementary School, 1250 Nob Hill Road in Davie.
Rock Island Elementary School in Fort Lauderdale, 2350 Northwest 19th Street. And Atlantic Technical, also known as the Arthur Ashe Jr. Campus, that is 1701 Northwest 23rd Avenue in Fort Lauderdale.
For our Pembroke Park folks, we've got Watkins Elementary School at 3520 Southwest 52nd Avenue. And we also have in Lauderdale Lakes, we have the Park Lakes Elementary School, that's 3925 State Road 7.
Everglades High School, 17100 Southwest 48th Court, that is in Miramar. And this one is full. New Renaissance Middle School, we understanding,
Yes,
is full. So you don't want to head to 10701 Miramar Boulevard. They are at capacity.
Okay, West Broward High School, 500 Northwest 209th Avenue in Pembroke Pines. And also, let's go ahead and tell you about Implantation. We've got the elementary school there, 651 Northwest 42nd Avenue. So just keep that in mind. And then let's not forget the new one that we just added.
Everglades.
It is Everglades High School. You can bring yourself, you can bring your pets, but make sure you have all the necessities for both you and your furry family members.
We have been tracking Hurricane Irma all throughout the night. We are going to be with you here on air 24/7 South Florida, the most powerful storm ever recorded in the Atlantic. Very dangerous. It is a Category 4. We've seen a lot of new updates here throughout this morning.
We sure have. Eric Yetzi here. I'm JC Birch. This storm has already made landfall twice, and we're waiting for that third landfall. We have all of our crews working for you. Our Weather Authority meteorologists are here as well. Just a quick reminder that once we lose power, this is where you go to hear from Local 10. 790 the Sports Ticket. You've got 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach. Pirate Radio in Key West would be 96.7 and 101.7. What that tells you is once you got your batteries in your radios, you'll pretty much hear us all across the dial.
Of course, you can watch us on the go. We will be live streaming local10.com through our app as well. So your tablet, your phones, whatever you have to be able to connect with us, we will make sure we will be getting you the very latest. And of course, stay with us through our outlets here on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Here are all of our handles. Add them to your list because we'll push as much information across as many different platforms as we can as Hurricane Irma remains a major threat for us.
Yeah, from our reporters, our officials, our meteorologists, you got it right there. Irma. Let's go with the details. It is now a Category 4 major hurricane. The governor has canceled all classes, kindergarten all the way through college. That is across the entire state through Monday, and he's already given us an update. He is definitely telling everybody who is in an evacuation zone, he wants you to leave. If you have any problem, contact your authorities. They'll help you out.
All Broward residents living east of US 1, you are under a mandatory evacuation order in Miami-Dade County. A mandatory evacuation in effect for people who live in zones A, B, and parts of zone C.
Yeah, all those zones are on local10.com if you're curious about your address. Also, tourists and residents, doesn't matter who you are, the Keys is asked to evacuate. That is mandatory. An estimated 1.2 million Floridians have been told to evacuate. And as you can see, we are changing the guard here. The shift has changed. We have our Weather Authority meteorologist, hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield. We have our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis. And you guys, I know, have been just kind of delving into and poring over that 11 a.m. advisory. Everybody who's been sitting here with us, Betty and Max, they know there's been this tick to the west, but they really want to know what that means.
And we will jump right into that, JC. You should still prepare the same. This system is going to have significant impacts over South Florida. For those of you just checking in, let's get you the very latest on the intensity of Hurricane Irma, which is now the center of it, about 405 miles southeast of Miami. So here we are with the numbers. Maximum sustained winds are at 150 miles per hour. That's the projected path. And noting, still around Sunday morning, we are planning to prepare for a landfall somewhere over South Florida. Let's head over to Graphics 42 to give you those stats on this hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 150 miles per hour, and we're talking movement toward the west-northwest at 14 miles per hour. Now we're revisiting that projected path, and Max, we really want to focus on what this means for South Florida.
We do, and I know there's been a lot of people talking about that little slight shift to the left of the track. Don't read anything into that at all. Look at this. When you have a hurricane coming in at this angle, just a slight change to the right, just a very slight change could take it right over the southeast coast. A slight change to the left could take it over the Florida Keys. So that's almost in the noise level. The Hurricane Center doesn't want you to focus on that little skinny line there. And I mean, landfall is going to be important, but right now it could be anywhere from the Keys to anywhere in the southern portion of the Florida Peninsula. So just please don't make too much out of that. They just can't guarantee that, and the truth is it just doesn't matter that much anyway.
In the meantime, this is how Hurricane Irma looks on the infrared satellite imagery. Obviously, a very large system. We're talking the outer periphery, some of those outer bands spreading over the northwest Bahamas. It'll be interesting to see if we start to get some of those outer bands a little bit later today, Max.
And I think we will get some of those outer bands, later this afternoon and certainly this evening. And I know when those first bands start coming over, the stress level is going to go up even more. But don't worry about those. Those outer bands are going to come through. They're going to pass on by. They're going to dissipate. New bands will form and keep coming. Those are not the sustained winds. The winds may gust up a little bit in those outer bands, but don't worry about that. That's not the real thing. The storm force winds, sustained storm force winds, could get to the Keys later tonight and then very early tomorrow morning on the southern peninsula. And again, that's another reason not to focus on that landfall point. This is a large hurricane, and the winds are going to extend out well beyond that.
Now we have a chance to talk to Dr. Mike Brennan with the National Hurricane Center. Good afternoon. No doubt, busy time for you as Irma is starting to get closer and closer to South Florida.
Yeah, right now it's only about 405 miles to the southeast of Miami, moving off to the west-northwest at 14 miles per hour. And over the next couple of days, it's going to gradually approach the Florida Keys and South Florida as it makes this northward turn, and should be making its moving onshore in the Keys and then over the Florida Peninsula Sunday morning.
Mike, I know the answer to this, but let everybody hear from you. It may interact a little bit with Cuba there. That could weaken. What does that mean?
Well, it's going through one of these eye wall replacement cycles now. So the peak winds have come down a little bit since what we saw yesterday. But I'm trying to keep everybody from focusing on that. The hazards are going to still be there. Irma's going to have hurricane force winds over a large area. And yeah, our track does take the storm very close to the north coast of Cuba. My hope is that if it does go that far south, that it would at least prevent it from re-strengthening maybe as this eye wall cycle tries to wrap itself up, because otherwise the waters here between the Bahamas and Cuba and then the Florida Straits are really, really warm. So there'd be a lot of fuel for Irma to try and potentially re-intensify if it can't get through that eye wall cycle before it reaches the Florida Peninsula on Sunday.
And that may not be all good news, even if it does weaken that inner core. The strong winds, explain that a little bit, how the strong winds can extend out.
Yeah, so all that energy, instead of being sort of tightly packed right in the core with very strong winds, the winds overall decrease a little bit, but they spread out over a much larger area. So that could be bad, because you could see, as the storm were to, say, move up the peninsula, you could still have hurricane force winds on both coasts at the same time. Right now, the hurricane force winds extend out about 70 miles or so from the center. If that got bigger or if the eye got larger, remember how large the eye became with something like Wilma. You had hurricane force winds over a very large area. The difference with Wilma is that it was moving very fast. Irma is going to be moving very slow, so we're going to have a very protracted period of dangerous conditions in terms of wind and storm surge and rainfall, because it's going to take a good 36 to 48 hours for the entire event to run its course down here.
I know in the current forecast you have those tropical storm force winds extending out 185 miles, but the forecast has it to expand a little bit to around 200 and 215 miles by the time it gets near us. Can you talk a little bit about, I mean, I know how hard this is, but talk a little bit about the confidence in that.
Yeah, I mean, generally, with this eye wall cycle underway, we would expect the storm to get larger. Typically, the hurricanes get bigger as they start to move out of the tropics and turn northward. It's going to grow more on the east side and be a little smaller on the west side. So if this track of the center stays to the west of the South Florida metro areas, we're going to get the sort of the stronger, bigger side of the storm in terms of the wind. And that wind's going to act to just pile up the water onto the southeast coast of Florida, and that's going to lead to the piling up of this storm surge here, where we have the storm surge warning in effect, where we can see those 5 to 10 feet of surge. And it's not just with the southeasterly winds. As the storm goes by, you're going to get strong northwesterly winds blowing water from the Gulf onto the Gulf side of the Florida Keys, so they could see their strongest storm surge maybe in the lower Keys after the center goes by. So there's going to be a lot of different moving pieces to this that everybody's going to have to keep track of as the event unfolds.
Can we talk about the timing for the tropical storm force winds? What time you expect those to start arriving for the Keys and then Miami-Dade, Broward?
Right. It looks like the most likely time for the winds to begin in the Keys, these are sustained tropical storm force winds, would be during the day, probably the afternoon on Saturday, and then by the evening time here in mainland South Florida. Now, you could certainly see tropical storm force wind gusts as we get into some of these first outer bands, but this would be the onset of those sustained tropical storm force winds, which really marks the end of the preparation phase for Irma, because you can't really evacuate anymore. You can't put shutters up on your house or do much once the wind's blowing 40 miles an hour outside. So today is the day for everybody in South Florida to finish their preparations, get where you're going to be to ride the storm out in a safe place by tonight or certainly by tomorrow morning.
Dr. Mike Brennan with the National Hurricane Center, thank you so very much. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day. And as he said, now is the time for you to tie up those loose ends and get ready.
Yeah, take advantage of today. Don't wait till tomorrow. Please go ahead and do what you need to do as soon as you can. Rush those preparations to completion. Talking about, Mike was talking about how the, if the core actually interacts with Cuba, it may weaken a little bit. Hurricane Dawn in 1960 came, part of that circulation definitely interacted with Cuba. The eye itself remained off the north coast, and it actually came into the Keys near Marathon as a Category 3, and it actually strengthened to a Category 4 as it was moving through the Keys there. It was a Category 4 over Naples and Marco Island. So that's, this is really warm water out ahead of it there in the Gulf Stream, and deep warm water. The numerical models, the global models in particular, are showing just a remarkably strong hurricane in spite of the interaction with land.
Right. So we need to be prepared for a major hurricane, bottom line, on that one. All right, we can talk a little bit more, I think, about some of the threats. I'm sure you've been watching a lot of us over the past couple days, so you know what those threats are. But we just want to revisit a few things here for a minute to let you know what we are most concerned about, and on the threat level chart here, Max.
Right. This comes from the local Miami forecast office, and they have all the hazards here. The wind and the surge threat is extreme. That means life-threatening. So the winds and surge are the ones that we really need to take seriously. The rainfall flooding, that's moderate now, or actually most of the area. On a track going northward at the end there, that you often have some isolated tornadoes, but that's a low threat.
Okay. We can head over to graphics 41 right now and take a look at Hurricane Irma. I just want to zoom in and show you the center of this storm so we can get a better feel for who's being impacted right now as it passes now between parts of the Bahamas and just off that north shore of Cuba. So I'm just zooming in here. Obviously, parts of the Bahamas being impacted down toward Cuba. Haiti even still getting some rainfall too, because it's such a sprawling system, and it's still that core is offshore of most of the islands of the Bahamas, although there are a few areas that are in the path of this storm, like Ragged Island, getting caught up in the eye wall right now.
Right, but you don't have to be, right in that eye wall either. Those winds going to be powerful enough to do some damage.
Indeed.
Max and Betty, we finally have an update from the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. So many people have been waiting on the latest word on shelters. Let's listen in now to Mayor Carlos
Sure, many of
Jimenez.
you received an emergency alert via your phone last night issuing an official hurricane warning, and that means that hurricane conditions are expected usually within 36 hours. That forecast continues to put us on track to start seeing and feeling unsafe weather conditions by tomorrow morning and through Sunday. As of 11 a.m., the advisory, Irma, has been downgraded to a Category 4 hurricane, but it's still a very, very powerful storm. And I was told yesterday by the National Weather Service that Irma is officially one of the strongest hurricanes in Atlantic history. The time to prepare for the storm is now. By now, you should have had, at the very least, supplies and food for at least 3 days. And I will repeat this over and over again. Miami-Dade County water is safe to drink. Open your tap, fill up your bottles, fill your pots, pans, fill any and all containers that you have with water. After the storm, we expect our water system to also be working, but just in case, fill as much as you can, and you don't have to buy bottled water. The evacuation order issued yesterday still stands. Residents living in mobile homes and in zones A and B and parts of C should have already been evacuating. We've asked approximately 660,000 residents to leave their homes. That is the largest evacuation order that I can remember in Miami-Dade County history. So right now our focus is shelter. We want to make sure that you have somewhere safe to go. So far this morning, we've opened up 3 additional shelters. The 3 are Hialeah Gardens Senior High, Barbara Goldman Senior High, and Hialeah Middle School. Of the 11 shelters currently open, 5 are currently at capacity and cannot accept any more residents. Those are Felix Varela Senior High, South Miami Senior High, Terra Environmental, North Miami Senior High, and the pet-friendly Fuchs Pavilion. I repeat, do not seek shelter at Felix Varela, South Miami, Terra Environmental, North Miami, or Fuchs Pavilion. Those shelters are at capacity. The list of open shelters with availability is as follows: Hialeah Gardens Senior High, Barbara Goldman Senior High, Hialeah Middle School, North Miami Beach Senior High, Carroll City Senior, and Miami Central Senior. Remember, Miami-Dade Transit is providing free Metro bus service for those heading to a shelter. Routes will run until 10 tonight. For the complete list of shelters and to find your nearest hurricane bus pickup site, call 311, or better yet, visit www.miamidade.gov/emergency. We will continue to prep and open additional shelters throughout the afternoon, and by the end of the day, we plan to have a total of 43 shelters open with a total capacity of over 100,000 people. Now, I know that this list has somehow made its way out, and some people are now finding themselves in front of some shelters that are not open. Please do not go to a shelter until we say that it's open. And again, we do this in a deliberate fashion. We want to withhold the names of those shelters until they're open because we don't want to have lines waiting outside. We've already had one such instance. So please wait for us to tell you when your particular shelter in your area will open before you go there. Again, we do have shelters open right now, and we have plenty of capacity of the shelters that are open, but we will be opening an additional number that will take our shelter count to 43, and plan to have that done by today, and 100,000 capacity. For those heading to one of our shelters, please bring supplies with you. We have cots, but the elderly will be given priority for those, so please take bedding, whether it's sleeping bag or an air mattress or a blanket. Any personal items, also bring them with you, and some food and water. Remember, shelters should be a refuge of last resort for people who truly have no other place to go. We encourage everyone to provide assistance to family, to co-workers, and friends who are in the evacuation zones. Call up a family, friends, co-workers, anyone you know who does not live in an evacuation zone, and ask them for shelter. And now for a county services update. Metrobus, Metro Rail, and Metro Mover services are operating on a Sunday schedule today. Transit services, including special transportation service, will begin to cease operations and evacuations 3 hours prior to the estimated arrival of sustained winds of 39 miles per hour. Wednesday night, we opened 8 of our Metro Rail parking garages for residents to leave their personal vehicles. They are Dadeland South, Dadeland North. That is not Dadeland, the shopping center. These are the parking garages at our Metro Rail stations. I know that some folks think that it was Dadeland. No, it's not. It's the Dadeland Metro Rail stations. South Miami, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Arlington Heights, Okeechobee, Brownsville, and Santa Clara Metro Rail stations. Availability of spaces will be on a first-come, first-served basis, and please note that Miami-Dade County is not responsible for any damages to your vehicle. Curbside garbage collection will be provided today. County bulky waste collection crews continue to work diligently collecting previously scheduled piles. They will continue to collect previously scheduled piles today until weather conditions don't permit safe operation. Residents can continue to dispose of household trash at the 13 neighborhood trash and recycling centers. These centers will close at 7 p.m. tonight and will remain closed tomorrow. So if you have in the unincorporated areas or areas that are served by Miami-Dade solid waste, please, if you don't have a schedule and you have some trash in front, either put it inside or take it to one of these recycling centers. Port of Miami, as of noon today, all commercial vessels, including cruise and cargo, will depart our port. We will close the seaport beginning at 8 o'clock tonight. Our international airport remains open and operational until wind speed reaches a sustained 35 miles per hour. I want to reiterate that our airport is not a shelter. Some flights have been canceled, so passengers need to call their airline directly. And I have no doubt that our great community will come together and neighbor will help neighbor during these times. We are in this together, and even though the storm has yet to pass, there will be a long road ahead after Sunday. It's not premature to start thinking about recovery efforts. I want to tell the residents of Miami-Dade County that we are working on that plan already. I urge residents to remain calm, not only now and during the storm, but after the storm. I will be also asking for your patience. I was working as the fire chief for the city of Miami when Hurricane Andrew hit about 25 years ago. And one of the things I learned was the importance of preparing for after the storm. FEMA has agents in place in Georgia and Alabama, so help will be coming. It may take them a little while because the path of the storm is actually heading toward Georgia and Alabama. Once again, I'd like to remind everybody that 911 is for emergencies only. Please call 311 for questions related to the storm or visit www.miamidade.gov. You can get the information you require probably faster, a lot faster, on our website. Our 311 call centers are now operating 24 hours a day, and you may experience wait times if you call 311, so please be patient and stay on the line. As you can obviously imagine, we are deluged with calls. I want to thank Senator Marco Rubio for being with us earlier today. I'd also like to thank our county commissioners for leading their districts during this very challenging time. These are all the updates that I have at this time. Thank you for your attention, and now I'll provide some of the remarks in Spanish.
Miami-Dade County Mayor announcing that there will be a total of 43 shelters open by the end of today. So be patient, get all your personal belongings ready, your house secured if you are in an evacuation zone. A record number, 660,000 people in Miami-Dade County have been asked to evacuate. Not to go far, just get a few miles away to someplace safe with friends and family. But if you need a shelter, 5 of them are at capacity already. The 3 new ones have just opened at Hialeah Gardens Senior High, Barbara Goldman Senior High, and Hialeah Middle. So those are 3 new places you can head. And by the end of today, instead of just 11 that are open now, there will be 43 shelters open with priority on the cots and the bedding for seniors. So gather your blankets, gather all the things you need if you need to go to a shelter, and we'll get you that list of new shelters as soon as they open. One note from Broward County, they are announcing that schools are closed indefinitely until further notice. So in Broward County, they are getting ahead of the game, saying don't plan on school next week at all until we see how things recover. But the governor has closed schools statewide for Monday. From kindergarten all the way through the university level, he wants people to plan not to attend school on Monday. Let's check in at one of those shelters. Our Madeline Wright has been there live for us at Robert Morgan shelter. And tell us, Madeline, at this point, what have you figured out? It's gotten really chaotic there.
It's gotten very chaotic. There are a lot of people in line. They're anxious. They were waiting in the hot sun. They're also worried about this hurricane that's coming. But the National Guard just showed up a few minutes ago. They're one of the organizers of, I should say, they're one of the agencies that is in charge of this shelter, along with the Red Cross in Miami-Dade County. So now that they're finally here, this shelter can open up. And just to give you a sense of how many people came, just take a look at all these cars in the road. There are cars on the grass, on the sidewalk, parked in the street. Parking is a nightmare here, and now that the National Guard has showed up, one of the things they're looking into is trying to get these cars off the road and get them possibly onto the school grounds, away from the traffic. Now take a look at this video that we shot this morning. There were approximately 600 to 700 people who came with their bags, their pillows, blankets, their loved ones to try to take shelter from Hurricane Irma. As mentioned, the Red Cross and the Florida National Guard are jointly running this shelter. And people are very anxious about the storm. There are more people that are continuing to show up. One of the biggest questions that we've been getting is how many people can fit in this shelter? A lot of shelters, as you mentioned, are filling up to capacity. And the police officers here told me that they have no idea. They don't know how many people can fit in this shelter, but already there's been a huge demand. And so it's a very wise decision that officials are opening more shelters to help meet this huge demand.
But
Back to
Madeline,
you.
where you are there, down by the zoo at Robert Morgan Educational, that is not even listed as an official shelter yet. So as the mayor pointed out, some word is kind of leaking out about these dozens of other shelters that are going to open. So people are really just trying to get in early.
Right. I'm not sure how these people found out about this shelter, but what they did tell me is they came here for two reasons. One is because it's just closer to their home and it's more convenient, but also because so many of these other shelters are filling up and they're turning people away. And people really just want a safe place to stay. These are the final moments right before the hurricane. It's really a critical period for people to finish their preparations and to find a safe place to stay.
And at this point, Madeline, are you seeing people with huge families? Have you been able to talk to any of them yet? Why are they going to the last resort place?
Well, one of the people I talked to, he has approximately 8 family members that he is bringing here. They're neighbors. They have 2 houses. He has his cousins and aunt and her children in one house, and he and his children and his grandma in the other house. He didn't live through Hurricane Andrew, but his parents did, and he mentioned that the roof had been ripped off in the storm. They had to hold down the roof with rope to try to keep it from flying away, and he doesn't want to experience anything like that. He figured it would be a much safer spot to be here for the hurricane than his house in Homestead. And already it's getting very windy. These are the tropical, it's possible this is the precursor of those tropical storm force winds that Betty Davis was talking about that are going to arrive here today. So we can already start to feel the effects of the impending hurricane that's coming our way.
Madeline Wright, live for us. Thank you so much. And as you know, being there, some of these shelters, word is already getting out. We want to run down the list for you again if we can, and we'll let Madeline go speak with some of those folks there. A lot of people lining up. Robert Morgan Educational down by Metro Zoo. That is not an official shelter yet, but obviously word has gotten out. We want to bring you up to Broward now because Lions Creek Middle School, we have these exact addresses for you out on Soul Press Boulevard. That is open and ready for people who have no other place to go. We also, let's just kind of continue through the list here. Monarch High School on Wiles Road, 5050 Wiles and Coconut Creek. If you're in the Coral Springs area, make note that Coral Glades High School is available if you really need it. And Fox Trail Elementary is right there on Nob Hill Road at 1250, right where State Road 84 meets Nob Hill. Fox Trail Elementary. We want to emphasize, though, these are last resort places because they are going to be very full very fast. So if you have friends or family to get with that are a couple miles away from where you need to evacuate, please choose to do that. Rock Island Elementary is also open there. Atlantic Technical College in Fort Lauderdale. It's the Arthur Ashe campus on 23rd Avenue. And Watkins Elementary in Pembroke Park on 52nd Avenue. That is also available. In Lauderdale Lakes, or here we have, yes, Lauderdale Lakes Park Lakes Elementary. That's on State Road 7 and 39th. That is available to you. Broward has several shelters open already. Everglades High School is pet friendly, and that is one of the other spots you can head to right there in Miramar. That is a new spot that opened just a short time ago. So that is really want to pass that on to you. 17100 Southwest 48th Court in Miramar. That opened just a short time ago. It's the second pet-friendly shelter in Broward County. So even though you're supposed to register ahead of time, if you can get there soon, you should be able to get in. That's opening at 1 p.m., so you have a little time to gather everything you need for your pets. In Miramar, there's also the new Renaissance Middle School. That is not pet-friendly. That's a basic shelter on Miramar Boulevard for you. And also in Broward County, let's run down the list here a little bit. West Broward High School. No doubt if you're in that area in Pembroke Pines, you're familiar with West Broward High. That is open as a shelter. And also in Broward, we have Plantation Elementary on 42nd Avenue, 651 Northwest 42nd Avenue in Plantation. Broward has all of these shelters open for you, but again, we can't emphasize enough, really a last resort. They are hoping that you have friends and family to go be with because these shelters are going to get packed, and there really are no cots. There are very, very few cots available or any type of bedding, and elderly have a priority on that. We are making a list of the Dade County shelters for you because now they have increased to 11 open in all, but 5 of them are not. Let me tell you, you need to know what's open, right? Not what's closed. So the new ones are Hialeah Gardens Senior High, Barbara Goldman Senior High, and Hialeah Middle School. Those are 3 new places you might have a really good shot at getting into, but do bring bedding, because any few cots they have, those are going to go to seniors first. So bring a blanket at least, bring a sleeping bag, bring a yoga mat, bring whatever you can so that you have something to be comfortable on. 11 open in all, but do not head to Felix Varela, South Miami Senior, Terra Environmental, North Miami Senior, or Fuchs Pavilion, the pet-friendly shelter. Those are all full capacity. But amazingly, 43 shelters are going to be open by the end of today. So stay with us here on Local 10. We will bring you that updated list as they come out. And do know also that the Port Miami is open until 8 o'clock tonight. The airport is still open. MIA is up and running for you on this Friday. I know a lot of people who were flying out this morning. They were lucky to get flights earlier in the week. And we'll be checking in on the situation at the airport as well. But they are going to stay open until tropical storm force winds might begin by late tonight. We have our weather team right here for you, and they are the ones you always want to hear from. Right here at the top of the, or I should say the bottom of the hour, it is 12:30, and Hurricane Irma is a strong Category 4 storm, one of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the Atlantic. It is a dangerous Category 4 storm with life-threatening capability, so that is why we are staying on the air for you 24/7. I'm Lori Jennings, and thank you for choosing Local 10 to stay with throughout the day. You can also listen to us on our radio partners. We have a lot of them. And do know that as the strong winds begin to reach us Saturday afternoon, if you do lose power, these radio partners will be key. You see them all here: Sports Talk 790 The Ticket, Pirate Radio down in Key West, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, and 102.7 The Beach. Those are all our radio partners. So get those radios ready, because it's really right now about being ready for after the storm and some very likely serious power outages. And you can always watch us on the go on your laptop or on our app. If you're running around doing errands, we will be streaming our newscast all day and all night long. And follow us too, like our Facebook page for the latest information. You can't get enough alerts, and our Facebook live streams. And you can follow us on Twitter. We are tweeting out updates from our reporters and public officials constantly for you. It really helps as you are running around to get those alerts on your phone. And do know that our Instagram is right there at Local 10 News. Let's just run down a few bits of business here. The latest on Irma, still a Category 4 hurricane, very powerful. The governor has canceled all classes from kindergarten through the college level through Monday. He's expected to give an update from West Palm Beach in just moments. We will get that to you. Broward County has already closed schools until further notice. Also in Broward, anyone who lives east of US 1, hopefully you have evacuated by now. You're under a mandatory evacuation order. Those bridges were set to shut down at noontime today. And Miami-Dade County has ordered mandatory evacuation for anyone living in zones A, B, and parts of C. That has not changed. All tourists and residents in the Keys, they have all been told to evacuate. Hopefully it is very empty down there. An estimated 1.2 million Floridians have been told to evacuate, but not to get to shelters, just to get a few miles away to someplace safe with friends and family. Now let's get back to Irma right now. We have complete coverage with crews spread out all across South Florida. And these two folks are who you really want to hear from. Meteorologist Betty Davis and our hurricane specialist Max Mayfield. Betty, start us off.
Hi, everyone. Let's show you the projected path. And we are still in that cone anticipating a landfall from Hurricane Irma as a Category 4 come Sunday morning. So there you see it, and eventually the system works its way on up the peninsula, sticking very close to the peninsula, and other areas of the southeast will get what's left of Irma. Now let's talk about Irma as we're looking at it on the infrared satellite imagery and also plotting the coordinates. Maximum sustained winds, as mentioned, 150 miles per hour, pressure 927 millibars as it's moving toward the west-northwest at 14 miles per hour. And note that center of circulation 405 miles southeast of Miami. But what we're seeing is that outer edge, some of those outer bands, certainly a lot closer than that. So later today, we may get the occasional outer band whipping across parts of South Florida. Now with that, there could come some gusts of wind, but we'll take a look at one of the models in a second. But I want to give you the timing of those winds first for when they should start to arrive, at least the tropical storm force winds of 39 miles miles per hour or greater. Expecting that to start to happen Saturday afternoon to early Monday morning. Hurricane force winds early Sunday morning to Sunday evening. This is when we're thinking the timing of when these winds are going to be sustained across the area. Miami-Dade, Saturday morning to early Monday morning, sustained tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds Saturday evening into Sunday evening. And then for the Keys, those tropical storm force winds starting to arrive Friday night to early Monday, and then the hurricane force winds Saturday to Sunday evening. And this particular forecast model I'm about to show you, maybe I didn't put it in there, so we'll just go over some of the damage you could see with the hurricane winds. Category 3, removal of roof decking, snapped or uprooted trees, power outages. A Category 4, most of the roof destroyed, exterior walls damaged as well. So there is plenty reason why we want to make sure you tie up those loose ends and get ready for Hurricane Irma. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield, for a lot more on Irma and some of the threats. Max?
Okay, thanks, Betty. I really am doing everything I can to reinforce what our local officials were saying, and I want to focus just on storm surge right now. You know, the wind's going counterclockwise around that eye of the hurricane. It's going to really have the onshore flow. It's going to push that water up onto the coast. So there's a storm surge warning in place, you know, over portions of Miami-Dade, Broward, and all the Florida Keys. So this is what I want you to see here. This is the potential storm surge flooding map that was just issued from the Hurricane Center. It shows the inundation above ground level. It's what they call a reasonable worst case scenario. And that, to me, that means this is what they want you to prepare for. So I haven't even seen this yet completely, but let's take a look at this and see if we can walk through it together here. In the lower Keys, if you remember last night, we had most of yellow down here. The yellow represents greater than 3 feet. Orange is greater than 6 feet. Here's Key West right there. Here's No Name Key up here. So we're talking about the lower Keys here. And there's there's a lot of yellow and a lot of orange now. That's even more than we had yesterday. That's greater than 6 feet of storm surge. As we move up, there's storm surge flooding from Marathon, Layton, Alamorada, Plantation, Tavernier. Here's the Key Largo area. That's all orange now. Last night, that was a lot of that was yellow. The Ocean Reef area, you know, take a look at this. This is this is pretty populated down there. That's more than 6 feet of storm surge above ground level. That's the potential from the Hurricane Center, and this is what the emergency management look at. Okay, now take a close look at this. That red represents more than 9 feet, the potential of storm surge more than 9 feet. And I think you can see here's US 1 right there. There's Cutler Bay. And the reason that can penetrate inland that far, it's very low there. There's no, you don't have the ridge line like you have farther north, and that it's really shallow off the coast. And once it tops the islands here, like Elliott Key, if the water goes over that, the ocean just thinks that's part of the ocean bottom. It just keeps piling up. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But this is why they're calling for those evacuations. And then as we go northward, you can see still that area east of US 1 in particular on the mainland. And then you can see Key Biscayne, Miami Beach, North Bay Village. The yellow is greater than 3 feet of storm surge. Aventura, Hallandale, Hollywood, east of US 1, greater than 3 feet. And then it goes down, it tapers down 1 to 3 feet beyond that. So this is potentially life-threatening. And again, everything I'm saying here, I'm trying to reinforce what the local officials are saying.
And Max, when we see those maps, I mean, how does the water, let's say even that last little bit you showed us in Fort Lauderdale, I mean, that went west quite a ways with 1 to 3 feet storm surge.
That's correct, and that's why they're calling for evacuations east of US 1.
But how does that water, can you explain to us how it gets that far west?
As the flow goes counterclockwise around it, as the eye is approaching us, by the way, we did have graphics 42 on there, I hope, a while ago, right? Okay. that water will push in. It'll go in through the cuts, Hollover Cut, Port Everglades. That water can push in those cuts and go up the intracoastal, and then it can go up the rivers. Actually, I just glanced at my house there. I'm 7 miles inland, and it has water, nearby, but it goes up the canals. That's how it gets inland that far. It can in some of those areas anyway, it can push up. Once it gets, if it tops the islands, it just keeps. Can just keep coming.
And Max, part of your point too is that there really is just no protection against storm surge. The reason for the evacuation.
Right. Yeah. People, especially down here, where our building code is one of the best in the nation. We like to say, run from the water and hide from the wind, and that we don't want, everybody to. You can't evacuate, millions of people down here, but you can evacuate them for the storm surge. So. At this stage here, I always tell people, if you can, go tens of miles rather than hundreds of miles. You're going to want to come back and see what happened to your home as soon as you can anyway. So if you can, find an area. You know your zone by now. The mayor of Miami-Dade has been putting out the graphic showing exactly what areas there are. Zone A, Zone B, and a portion of Zone C. I don't have that in front of me here, but
only parts
mainly
of Zone
east
C,
of
yes.
US 1.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that has the potential of spreading that far inland.
And Max, give us the timing in your mind for tonight, because you've already told us everyone's preparations should really be done tonight. Yeah. All those shutters should be up the last minute tomorrow morning. Yeah. But what is your timing? I
would just go ahead and get everything done that you could possibly get done. And if you're told to evacuate, you need to do that today and this evening. Don't wait till tomorrow morning. We can't be exactly sure. Those tropical storm force winds extend outward 185 miles to the northwest of the eye in our direction right now. I looked at the forecast. They expand that out to about 215 miles. Now that's, they're not. There's no confidence in that. But the idea is they think it will expand a little bit, and that means they're going to get here a little bit sooner. If it moves faster, it'll be even sooner. So. Don't gamble on waiting until tomorrow. Go ahead and rush your plan into place here and make all preparations to protect life and property.
Okay, our Max Mayfield, our hurricane expert. Max, we're going to be talking with you, of course, for the rest of the night. Thank you so much, Max.
Let's take you to live pictures now down in Key West. Duval Street is a ghost town, and that's how officials want to see it. You see that one lone red car sitting there, maybe a business owner checking on his spot. We knew maybe one bar was open down there, barely last night. I mean, people were really finishing up, and everything has been evacuated from the Keys, and we hope for your sake that you are out of Key West.
Yeah, Key West in the line of fire for Hurricane Irma. Let's check in now with our Janice Fernandez, live now in Florida City with the latest on what is happening there. Janice.
Janice Fernandez here in Florida City. And of course, for those of you who know this area, you know that Florida City was one of those cities that really was damaged because of Hurricane Andrew. And part of the problem is people here are worried about the storm surge. That was a big issue. Now, right now, I'm outside of City Hall. So I want you to sort of take a look, because for those of you who lived through Andrew, who remember Andrew, you may remember that City Hall was severely damaged because of the storm. It took the city about 2 years to rebuild City Hall, and it's been standing here ever since. They feel very confident that this building will make it through Hurricane Irma. This also includes the police department, by the way. I want you to go ahead and take a look at some of the preparations here, because you can obviously see that all the windows and all the doors here at City Hall, they have those shutters. This is really the best defense that the city has, but again, they're feeling very confident that this building will be able to withstand those really strong wind gusts. Also important to note that the city has been giving out sandbags to residents, but unfortunately, they ran out of sandbags. They were giving
Denise Fernandez there live or for us, but now we want to get to Governor Scott with the very latest information. Let's listen in.
And life-threatening Category 4 storm with winds of 150 miles per hour. A storm surge warning is in effect for Sebastian Inlet southward around the peninsula to Venice and the Florida Keys. A storm surge watch is in effect for north of Sebastian Inlet to Ponce Inlet. The storm surge is forecast to be 3 to 12 feet. Think about that, 3 to 12 feet. Across this area, which is life-threatening. A hurricane warning is in effect for Jupiter Inlet southward around the Florida Peninsula to Bonita Beach, the Florida Keys, Lake Okeechobee, and Florida Bay. A hurricane watch is in effect for north of Jupiter Inlet to the Flagler-Volusia County line and north of Bonita Beach to Anclote River. Rainfall is forecast to be 8 to 12 inches, with isolated areas receiving up to 20 inches of rain. Based on what we know now, the majority of Florida will have major hurricane impacts with deadly storm surge and life-threatening winds. We expect this along the entire East Coast and West Coast. The Florida Keys should be prepared to start the effects of this storm tomorrow morning. If you're in the Panhandle, you will also experience severe weather. Please be prepared for this. Evacuations. I've ordered school buses to aid evacuations statewide. Multiple counties have accepted these buses, and I encourage any counties with a need for buses to evacuate residents request buses right now. Our traffic and roadways experts report that the Keys are heavily evacuated. All gas stations in the Keys are currently closed, but if you're still in the Keys, get out now. We will quickly run out of good weather to evacuate. If you need any help in the state to evacuate, 1-800-342-3557. But if you're in the Keys, leave now. Anywhere in the state, if you're told to evacuate, leave, get out quickly. I'm a dad and I'm a grandfather. I love my family. I can't imagine life without them. Do not put yourself or your family at risk. If you've been ordered to evacuate and are still home, please go to a shelter. I encourage everyone to check on your neighbors. If you know someone in your neighborhood who is not evacuating and should, please contact them. Take care of each other. Please check on your neighbors with special needs or the elderly. And if you can take people in, please do it. Today is the day to do the right thing for your family and get to safety. Today is the day the right thing for your family and every family in the state to make sure you have a plan and get to safety. This storm is wider than an entire state and is expected to cause major and life-threatening impacts from coast to coast. Remember, Hurricane Andrew is one of the worst storms in the history of the state. Irma is more devastating on its current path. Irma has already caused multiple fatalities in the Caribbean. This storm is powerful and deadly. We are being very aggressive in our preparation for this storm, and every Floridian should take this seriously and be aggressive to protect their family. Possessions can be replaced, your family cannot. I know it's hard to evacuate, and it's very uncomfortable. I think about my mom and how hard it would have been for her to be completely broke with kids and have to evacuate. But you have to do it. You can't afford not to do it. Think about your family. You have to keep your family safe. To private business owners, please be compassionate with your employees as they prepare for this storm and evacuate. I was a business owner when Hurricane Andrew devastated the state 25 years ago. The single most important thing right now is the safety of your employees and their families. For the remainder of the state waiting on evacuation orders, listen to your local officials. They will tell you if and when your area needs to be evacuated. Listen to them. Follow the news. We can expect additional evacuations as this storm continues to come up through the state. I cannot stress this enough. Do not ignore any evacuation orders. All Floridians should be prepared to evacuate. Lake Okeechobee. Based on recent forecasts, the U.S. Army Corps has been reviewing how the federally operated dike will be impacted. I spoke to Colonel Jason Kirk with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers last night, and I met with the Corps today. They believe there will be additional impacts from excessive wind pushing some water over the dike. They have assured me that the structural integrity of the dike will not be compromised, but they're worried about water flowing over the top. I ordered evacuations of the cities surrounding the southern half of Lake Okeechobee from Lake Port to Canal Point in Hendry, Palm Beach, and Glades counties. The decision was made due to our sole focus on life safety. Traffic. I know many of you are stuck in traffic, and I know you have to be frustrated. All I ask is to be patient. Evacuations are not convenient, but the goal is for them to be safe. I'm glad so many people are driving to safe places. We have increased the number of troopers on Florida highways to help move traffic and keep people moving, going down the road. We have 1,700 troopers working 12-hour shifts. These dedicated officers are 100% focused on safety and aren't taking a day off. Also, all administrative duties have been suspended at FHP. This means all sworn FHP officers are on roads helping families evacuate and bringing supplies to areas of need. We've also increased the number of road rangers who are patrolling Florida's roadways 24/7 to assist motorists. Around the state, we have hundreds of DOT workers monitoring traffic cameras 24/7 to ensure traffic flows continue and evacuations proceed without interruptions. All of this is to help everyone that's going to evacuate get safely to where they need to go. Contraflow. We still need southbound lanes to get needed gas and supplies down to shelters and families that need it in the southern parts of the state. Contraflow inhibits our ability to get emergency vehicles to people that need them. Right now, to ease congestion, we have activated the use of shoulders on I-75 from Wildwood to the Georgia line. But please drive very safely and listen to law enforcement. They're working to keep you and your family safe. Real-time traffic information and evacuation routes are available at fl511.com. We're seeing bottlenecks at major highway junctions, which brings up an important point. If you do not need to evacuate out of the state or hundreds of miles away to stay safe, there's a lot. You don't always have to do that. There is going to be shelters all around the state. It's our ability to get emergency vehicles to people that need them. Right now, to ease congestion, we have activated the use of shoulders on I-75 from Wildwood to the Georgia line. But please drive very safely and listen to law enforcement. They're working to keep you and your family safe. Real-time traffic information and evacuation routes are available at fl511.com. We're seeing bottlenecks at major highway junctions, which brings up an important point. If you do not need to evacuate out of the state or hundreds of miles away to stay safe, there's a lot. You don't always have to do that. There is going to be shelters all around the state. So if you don't need to be on the road, get off and go to a shelter. We are coordinating with Google Emergency Response Team to prepare to close roads on Google Maps in real time in the event Hurricane Irma forces the closure of any roads. In my direction, all tolls on all the roads in the state have been waived. Visit Florida's Welcome Centers have transitioned to emergency information centers to help direct evacuees with the most up-to-date information. Visit Florida's Welcome Center staff and are all Red Cross certified and stand ready to assist as needed. If you are concerned that you don't have a way to evacuate due to traffic, please call the emergency hotline 1-800-342-3557. We will do everything possible to get you out. Fuel. One of our top priorities has been fuel availability. I was alerted yesterday by Vice President Pence that the federal government has waived additional rules and regulations to allow more fuel to get to Florida fast. I want to thank the EPA, I want to thank the President, the Vice President for all their efforts to help us get more fuel in the state. We know there are problems with supply at gas stations. State law enforcement are providing escort services to gas trucks to get them through traffic so they can get to these stations faster. These law enforcement escorts have continued throughout the night, and they'll go as long as possible. You've probably seen some of them around the state. For gas stations in evacuation zones, we need to stay open as long as possible so people can get fuel and get out. We will arrange police escorts for your employees so they can get out safely. So please stay open. If you're in an evacuation zone in your gas station, please stay open as long as you can. We all know how important fuel is. We're devoting every state resource, and the federal government is working to try to make sure we have all the fuel we can get here. 3 tanker trucks delivering fuel to Port Tampa Bay yesterday. We got 3 tanker trucks in, each delivering 1.2 million gallons of fuel. State law enforcement continues to escort fuel supply trucks from Port Tampa Bay, Jacksport, and Port Everglades directly to gas stations. As of 6 p.m. last night, 8.4 million gallons of fuel was shipped into Port Everglades, and more than 5 million gallons of fuel were shipped in Port Tampa Bay. We are aggressively working to move excess fuel staged in Niceville to communities throughout North Central Florida. While we're making progress, unfortunately, you're still going to see lines, and unfortunately, you're going to still see outages. I can't imagine how frustrating you have to be. I can just tell you, none of us are going to stop working on it. However, if you're in an evacuation zone in South Florida, just remember, you need to leave now. Port Everglades will be closing tonight for safety, and gas will no longer be resupplied into much of South Florida until after the storm. If you're concerned you do not have enough fuel to evacuate, please call the state emergency hotline, 342-3557. But you have to call now. You cannot call in the middle of the storm. You have to call now so we can get you out. If you know you're going to a shelter in your county, you don't have to fill up your tank all the way. So be considerate of others, because others might have to be going further away. There's an app, Gas Buddy app, is a great resource to find opening stations with fuel. All ports still remain open and are operating to bring fuel and supplies in. Shelters. Last night I directed the closure of all schools in the state, K-12, state colleges and universities, and all state offices from their normal activities. And it's today through Monday. The goal is to ensure we have all the space available for sheltering and staging. Floridians have to have access to as many shelters as possible. We're still going to see more evacuations in the northern part of the state. Fortunately, over 17,000 people have signed up to volunteer. We need more volunteers. You can go to the Volunteer Florida website, volunteerflorida.org, to sign up. We can't thank the ones that have signed up enough, but we're going to need more. There's absolutely no reason for anyone not to evacuate if you're ordered to do so. Shelters are available around the state, and you should follow the directions of the local officials to go to the shelter that fits your needs. You can go to floridadisaster.org/shelter to find a shelter in your county or neighboring county. If you need a hotel, you can go to expedia.com/Florida. Expedia is trying to help us in real time on hotel occupancy. Airbnb has activated its disaster response program. If you're an evacuee in need of a place to stay, or you're an Air Hub or Airbnb host looking to open a house for an evacuee, go to airbnb.com/disaster. The Florida Restaurant Lodging Association has encouraged all hotels to waive pet policies, offer shelter, and be compassionate with cancellations. National Guard. We've already activated 7,000 members, which is right now every available member of the National Guard we have has been activated. Law enforcement. Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is preparing search and rescue teams for potential deployment and has more than 200 officers standing by for the first wave of response based on potential storm impacts. We've been reaching out to law enforcement across the state to make sure they have all the resources they need to keep people safe. Utility providers. They're actively pre-positioning resources throughout the state and in neighboring states. We all know how important both fuel is and how important power is going to be. We will aggressively work with the utilities to make sure if you lose power, to get your power back on as quickly as we can. I want to thank the governors of other states that have provided every time I've asked for something, they've provided it. I know the entire country is behind us. I know the president's behind us. And we have the best first responders in the country spread throughout the state and neighboring states ready to help. But we are running out of time. The storm is almost here. If you're in an evacuation zone, you need to go now. This is a catastrophic storm that this state has never seen before. We can rebuild your house. You can get your possessions again. We cannot rebuild your life, and we cannot rebuild your family. Protecting life is our absolute top priority. There will be no resource or expense spared to protect a family. Florida is tough. Florida is resilient. Florida is unbreakable. We all have to stay together and help each other. Florida is an amazing melting pot of loving people, and I'm proud to be governor of this great state. Este huracán es muy peligroso. Si vida es lo más importante. Cada familia debe de tener un plan.
Governor Rick Scott bringing us the very latest from Tampa right now, really emphasizing that if you don't need to hit the road to go a long distance, do not. And he is focusing on shelters, of course, and fuel. On the right side of your screen, you're looking at the line of people waiting down by Metro Zoo at Robert Morgan Educational Center. This is one of the shelters that is not even officially listed yet by Miami-Dade County, but word has gotten out at 181st Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue that Robert Morgan is a shelter that is set to open. And people are waiting by the hundreds.
And Carlos Jimenez has emphasized that do not show up at a shelter that has not officially opened yet. So be careful about doing this. But this only speaks to the need of people who would like to go into a shelter, and also the fact that so many are taking the storm seriously and would like to get to a shelter, although it should be a place of last resort.
Let's listen in. Pam Bondi now speaking out of Tampa.
The White House has been amazingly responsive, and I'd like to thank them as well. We've received over 6,500 complaints of price gouging. Right now we're at the rate of over 100 per hour. These are very important for you to report. 1-866-9-NO-SCAM, or even better, if you have access to internet, myfloridalegal.com. Go on there, take a picture, send that with your complaint. What I'm asking you to do now is to prioritize. The most important ones for us right now are the life-saving ones. Save the bad ones that have made you mad. Send them to me after the hurricane, and I'll go after them. Don't worry about that. But right now, what I need you to do are the complaints about the hotels are reaching up almost to 200 right now. Restaurant and Lodging Association, Carol Dover, they've been amazing, but we have some hotels out there that are gouging. My people are out in the field right now. The Sheriff's Office is going to be assisting us. Thank you, Colonel Cronister and Sheriff G, for that. But prioritize, please. Send me the complaints on hotels and on fuel. What I need on fuel, I need you to take a picture of how much they're selling it for and give me the location of the fuel station, and we will get there. Thanks to the EPA, they've driven down the price of fuel, so there's no reason for fuel to be at these exorbitant rates at many multiple gas stations. You've heard me talk about Chevron. We had a big problem with Chevron in South Florida. I've talked to Chevron corporate. I cannot thank them enough now. They have been incredibly cooperative. They are going after each individual franchise owner who's trying to hurt people. The majority of complaints about water have come, we're in the hundreds now, well over 100 against 7-Eleven stores. 7-Eleven, come on. This isn't the time to make a buck. This is the
State
time
Attorney
to help
General
your
Pam
fellow
Bondi
citizens.
speaking about
Don't
the
be
scams that are
caught.
happening across the state as it relates to Hurricane Irma. A lot of people hiking up their prices at gas stations and for water as well. She says, make sure you report those, go to their website, and also take note of them. Obviously, they are going to be looking into them and investigating. We are now at the top of the hour, and right now we are tracking Hurricane Irma, making history as one of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the Atlantic. It is a dangerous Category 4 storm, and so far 11 deaths have been blamed on the storm. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. We are here in place with you throughout for several more hours, and we have continuing coverage. You can also listen to us on our radio partners. Get those ready. Strong winds will be reaching us by tomorrow afternoon.
And we are now watching the approach of Hurricane Irma. As it weakened overnight, it is now a Category 4 storm, and it seems to be heading for the northern parts of Cuba.
Schools across the state are closed at least through Monday, and Broward County announcing that schools are closed indefinitely.
And all Broward residents living east of US 1 in those low-lying areas are now under a mandatory evacuation order.
Miami-Dade County, their mandatory evacuations have not changed. We're talking folks living in zones A, B, and parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County, you have been told you will have to leave, especially if you live in the Keys.
Let's take you live from Sky 10 over one Miami-Dade shelter that is just at capacity already, and it's not even on the official list. We're talking about Robin Morgan Educational Center in southwest Miami-Dade, down by Zoo Miami. And unfortunately, look at these. I mean, hundreds of people are waiting outside, and yet we are getting reports from the newsroom that they are at capacity. As soon as Miami-Dade puts out its full list of 43 shelters, they will open today. 11 officially now, 43 will be open by the end of the today. We will let you know.
And 3 extra ones open today, too. Hialeah Gardens, Hialeah Middle, and Barbara Goldman Senior High School. So these are areas that you should look into. Do not try to go to this area in southwest Miami-Dade. It is now at full capacity. The Robert Morgan Educational Center will have much more on this coming up in just a moment.
We want to get to our weather team. We have complete coverage for you with crews all over South Florida. And let's get right to the Weather Authority. Hurricane Specialist Max Mayfield and Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis. Betty, start us off.
Hey, everybody. I want to give you a look at the forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center. No big changes with this. We are still preparing for a landfall of a major hurricane forecast to be a Cat 4 when it arrives. That landfall occurring somewhere over South Florida. It looks like the Sunday morning time frame. The one thing I really want to hone in on is the timing of this. And notice we'll put this into motion and we'll stop the clock Sunday 8 a.m. So here we are looking at that Cat 4 making that landfall, coming in maybe somewhere over the Keys, but certainly South Florida, right in that hot spot. So that's Sunday, 8 a.m. And then I'll put this into motion and we'll watch it as it continues its journey up toward the north over near the peninsula as a Category 1. But look at the timing. It takes 24 hours, Sunday 8 a.m. to Monday 8 a.m. for it to even get into north central Florida. So back to what we've been saying all the while, this is going to be a long-lived event, so to speak. So it's going to be a while where we're dealing with the rain, not just the rain, but the wind, and of course that storm surge threat as well. Now let's talk about Irma itself. Maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour, gusts 185 miles per hour, pressure 927 millibars, moving west-northwest at 14 miles per hour. The eye, the center, 405 miles southeast of Miami. If you've been outside today, maybe doing some of those preps, you've noticed the breezes sort of picking up, those winds coming in from the northeast, sustained 15 to 20 miles per hour. At this point, gusting 25 to 30. So we are below still tropical storm force, but our forecast model indicating that as we head through later tonight, we may have some winds gusting, certainly down near South Dade and the Keys, to tropical storm force. It's showing Homestead a 41 mile per hour gust Saturday 2 a.m. So wee hours of the morning, and then through Saturday, the winds will continually pick up. As for sustained winds, we'll put the clock in motion, and it shows the tropical storm force winds starting to arrive for the Keys and through a lot of Miami-Dade and eventually into Broward as we're going through the afternoon. So conditions will continue to deteriorate as the winds go stronger through Saturday and the core of Irma gets closer to us. Right now, the center of the system offshore, I just showed you, about 400 miles away from Miami, and here it is turning between Cuba and the Bahamas, moving toward the west-northwest. We may get into some rain bands a little bit later today, not necessarily right now, but we are noting some of that rainfall already within radar range, showing up over parts of the Bahamas. So slowly but surely, at least on the short term, we're going to start to note the changes outside right here in South Florida as Hurricane Irma starts to pull closer to us. So still a lot of aspects to this storm that we're concerned about. One of the big ones, Max, is that storm surge potential.
Right, and remember that most people who die, almost 50% of the people who die in hurricanes are killed by the storm surge. So we're going to walk through the storm surge evacuation zones for, I'm going to focus on Miami-Dade primarily here. The Keys have all been ordered to evacuate. Miami-Dade has evacuations in place for zones A, B, and portions of C. Now, bear with me here because I'm working on one computer and I'm seeing it on another one here, but the red there represents zone A, the B is zone, the orange is zone B, and then there are portions of zone C. And I want you to see where we are here, and I'll zoom in the best I can. There's Homestead, and you can see, I think, US-1 in there. It goes all the way to US-1 in most places, and even a little bit west of there in some areas, from Cutler Bay all the way down to Florida City. And the red area, again, that's the highest storm surge. The orange is still deadly. The yellow is not as much, but they're still in a mandatory evacuation zone. Everything Betty and I have been trying to say here is trying to reinforce what the local officials are telling us. The Hurricane Center has been providing the graphics that we've been showing here to the local officials, and you can see here's Palmetto Bay, Cutler Bay there, Palmetto. You can see your zones here. If you're in one of those zones, you're in a mandatory evacuation zone. That includes a portion of Pinecrest. I'm going to move south. There's South Miami. Unfortunately, this covers up the islands here, but this is from the coast inland that far. At least there's a potential life-threatening storm surge there, and that's why they've been ordered to you've been ordered to evacuate. Key Biscayne is obviously all red. The orange is playing zone B, and even up here there are a few little areas even west of I-95 that are in the evacuation zone. And you can see as we move upward here, that's the 79th Street Causeway right there. This is North Bay Village over here where my cursor is. This is a pretty big area that is under evacuation zones, and There's North Miami Beach. There's West Dixie Highway there. This goes farther inland than we've done before. Now this is, the main concern here is Miami-Dade. And if you haven't evacuated, well, and you can see this on the Miami-Dade website, I think we really want to make sure that people know why they're being told to evacuate. You have a chance of life-threatening storm surge there. And I would not get in my car and just start driving aimlessly. Hopefully you have a friend or a family member or somebody that lives in and outside of those zones. If you can, at this stage, I always tell people to go tens of miles rather than hundreds of miles.
Right. Just do whatever you can to get away from those areas where the storm surge could very well be deadly, and that's the bottom line here. It's going to be life-threatening out there.
Right. And it's going to be a slow mover. We've talked about this for some time, a large circulation, and that's going to just keep piling water, in there for a while.
A lot to be concerned about. Calvin and Lori?
Okay, Max and Betty, thanks so much.
Let's take you to live pictures from Sky 10 over one shelter that isn't even on the official list yet. Robert Morgan Educational Center down by Metro Zoo, down at Southwest 122nd and 181st Street. We are told full capacity, yet look at the lines out there. The word has definitely not gotten to these folks, or they are just hoping they'll make room somehow. But Miami-Dade is set to open 43 shelters by the end of today. Right now, 11 are open, but word is kind of leaking out about some of the ones that are preparing, and folks are getting in line. But if you can hear us on the radio or at home, please tell your family and friends that Robert Morgan Educational is at capacity. They will not be taking any more people.
The storm shelter is filling up really fast since the word has gotten out, but once again, this is not even on the list. 4 shelters have already been filled to capacity: the Felix Varela, Terra Environmental, South Miami, and the Youth Fairgrounds area. But once again, this is an area you should not be trying to go to at full capacity. Let's check in now with our Sanella Sabovic, who is in Miramar. There is some concern about trash and bulk turning into storm debris. Sanella, what is the latest in Miramar?
Well, Calvin and Lori, we're along 64th Avenue, and neighbors here along this street are very concerned, and for very good reason. Just check out what is left in front of some of their homes. Large piles of trash and debris, large chunks of wood with nails still in them, rocks. We even have some tires here, and look at this, a big cement block. All of this with 150-mile-per-hour winds are certainly projectiles that can fly into neighbors' homes, so they're very concerned. They've been sending us a lot of pictures throughout the morning, and they say that bulk pickup was actually supposed to happen yesterday. Well, obviously it didn't happen, and we reached out to County Mayor Barbara Sharif, and this is what she had to say.
Trucks on the street right now. The cities have trucks on the street right now, and they're doing pickups. And that's why we ask people not to put anything on the side of the road, because those pickups are occurring up until 1 o'clock. As far as we know, that once 1 o'clock hits and they have done their 24-hour search, and they've done everything that they can do to pick up, if anything else is placed out there, it will not be picked up.
Well, Calvin and Lori, obviously these items have not been placed after 1 o'clock. It's 1:10 right now. Neighbors tell me this has been here for a couple of weeks, actually. Again, bulk pickup was supposed to happen yesterday. We've been up and down the neighborhood here in Miramar. This is just north of Miramar Parkway, again, 64th Avenue. Several other neighborhoods have a lot of this debris out front. We haven't seen not one truck out yet, so we're still going to be reaching out to city and county officials to try to figure out what will become of this.
Chanel, and if you can, just kind of walk us down the street and show us what you see on that street, just how much debris is on the side of the road.
Well, Calvin, not just in front of this home, we have learned from other neighbors that the people that live here that this allegedly belongs to have already picked up and left to head northwards. So you have a lot of items here. Again, branches, large chunks of wood here, some drywall that we see here, lots of rocks, all flying projectiles. And if you come down here just across the street from that home, just check out what's out here. These items not as dangerous as those rocks there, but again, you have what appears to be a mattress here, a lot of light items that can easily go flying in 150-mile-per-hour winds. You have crates here, you have children's toys, and if you go down the street, you can see further, like piles of wood there, containers, all sorts of stuff. And as I mentioned, this isn't just here along 64th Avenue. This is along several different streets all within this radius. Again, all north of Miramar Parkway. And 1 o'clock has come and gone. Again, it's 1:15. Still no big dumpster in sight to collect these items.
Now, Sonella, we know in Miami-Dade County they said there would be bulk pickup today, and we're hearing in Broward, as you're pointing out, it's supposed to end at 1 o'clock. Let's hope they continue. We've gotten emails as well from people, viewers, saying that their neighbors have left things out and they're really upset. Is it worth it to call 311, you think, at this point?
At this point, Lori, I would say if it's just one home or two, but this is several homes in this area. This is a big problem, and rightfully so. It's a concern. Someone could sustain serious damage to their homes. I mean, a loss of life from all of this. And we just showed you a big cement block right there in front of that house. That house has piles upon piles there. So definitely, I would urge neighbors here to call 311, call their county officials if they can get a hold of them at this point. And we're still going to be reaching out to Barbara Sharif and other officials to try to figure out if another truck can come out here after hours. Because again, that cutoff time has passed.
All right, Sonella Sabovic live in Miramar. We'll make sure to pass that along to Broward County. Thanks so much.
And now to Miami-Dade here. Miami Carroll City Senior High. This is the address for one of the shelters we want to tell you about. 3301 Miami Gardens Drive in Miami Gardens, of course.
Miami Central Senior High is also open. We want to run down the whole list of shelters in Miami-Dade County. Of the 11 in all that are open, 6 of them still have space. This is one, Miami Central on 95th Street in Miami.
And 4 of them are now at capacity too. And North Miami Middle School at 700 Northeast 137th Street, again in North Miami.
Hialeah Gardens Senior High is one of the newly opened shelters in Miami Gardens. It's right there at 117th and Hialeah Gardens Boulevard. Good luck, and that is now open.
And Barbara Goldman Senior High School at 14,100 Northwest 89th Avenue in Miami Lakes. Another place you should go if you would like to have a shelter. And in Hialeah Middle School, this is at 6027 East 7th Avenue in Hialeah. Another place in Miami-Dade where you can go that opened today for those shelters.
Some of these shelters, we are told now, at full capacity. Pompano Beach, we learned yesterday, was already full. Evacuees were told to go to Lions Creek Middle. And then also Coral Glades High School, we now know, is completely at full capacity.
And the location at Millennium Middle School and Challenger Elementary School, those 2 locations which are pet friendly. The shelter is also at full capacity. And the Humane Society of Broward County says if you pre-registered your pet at Millennium, you should still seek shelter there. If you did not register or pre-register your pet, there is still a pet-friendly shelter available at Everglades High School in Miramar. That is off 172nd Avenue and Miramar Parkway. That's starting, in fact, it started at 1 o'clock about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's the new spot, 171st and Southwest 48th Court. Everglades High will be your spot for a pet-friendly shelter. And then 6 more shelters are at full capacity in Miami-Dade, they're telling us. They include Felix Varela Senior High, South Miami High, Terra Environmental, North Miami Senior High, and Robert Morgan Educational Center is reported to be already at full capacity. We are getting conflicting reports there. The mayor is saying he's just about to open that one, but no doubt whether it is already full inside or it's because of the incredible lines outside, they are saying no more people should head over to Robert Morgan.
And you saw our Sky 10 camera over that and showing so many people waiting in long lines. Fuchs Pavilion at the fairgrounds, which was a pet-friendly shelter, is also at full capacity. That is the 4th one in Miami-Dade County that is at full capacity. So let's check in now with our Erica Rako, who is at MIA. A very interesting place because yesterday we saw Jeff Wines here out there. So many folks out there trying to get away, and then some people trying to turn MIA into a shelter. But the mayor said that is not a place to go, even if your plane was canceled or your flight was canceled today. Not a place to go and think that you're going to seek shelter from Hurricane Irma.
And then we had a police-involved shooting there late last night. It really got pretty chaotic, but the airport is still open until tropical storm force winds set in. Let's check in with Erica Rako now out at MIA.
The terminal here at Miami International Airport is back open and packed with people trying to catch flights out of South Florida today. You can see people checking in, trying to board American flights here. But the other situation is people who don't have flights to board. That's just the situation that Kim is in. You're trying to get back to Wisconsin. You were here on vacation. Tell us your situation.
Well, we were at the hotel over in Miami Beach, and they failed to tell us that they were evacuating on to yesterday, which they were supposed to evacuate until Saturday evening, early Sunday morning. And so yesterday morning, it was today, actually this morning. Well, yesterday morning.
Yeah,
it's like,
time's running together right now.
We're like 11 o'clock and they're banging like everybody's evacuating, everybody has to go. And I'm like, so what about my money? And they're like, well, it'll go back on your card in 3 to 5 business days. And not only that, I go around to other hotels and I couldn't get in nowhere. And one place that I did get in at, once I had the money together to pay them, then they wanted a $250 deposit.
So at this point, are you planning to ride the storm at the airport?
If need be, this is where I'll be, because I don't want to be in the middle of it. I want to go home, but there's nothing else I can do right now.
There's no flights.
Not right now, not for me, and a few other people.
Kim, be safe. We know you've been here for several hours. She and others, she said she showed up at the airport after being evacuated from her Miami Beach hotel, just here on vacation, wanting to go home. That is the situation so many people are in here at Miami International Airport. Erica Rayco, Local 10 News.
Erica, thank you. And we are getting in all sorts of new images here from Sky 10, perusing the area. This is the line outside the BJ's down in Kendall. Look at all those folks lined up in the hot sun, waiting just to get inside this BJ's.
Yeah, the time is running out for so many people, and I think they are getting the message about that. And as a result, they are trying to get some propane gas from inside this BJ's. But this is the scene all around South Florida, just hours before Hurricane Irma comes really close to the South Florida coastline. So many people waiting. Try to get out if you can. Your time is running out.
As we look closer, we see people with umbrellas, and look at how they've kind of organized this line. So they have the huge propane tanks, and people are hopefully there. You see a woman or a man there with his small tank. It looks pretty organized. Organized chaos right now as folks take their shopping cart with their propane tanks one at a time and try to fill up. And the smart ones brought those umbrellas.
Yeah, it is really hot out there too. So yeah, it's smart to bring that out there, but hopefully they have water too as well to keep them hydrated. So we're going to check in now with the National Hurricane Center, and we believe Mark DeMaria is here with us, one of the forecasters, to talk with us about Hurricane Irma and the very latest. And do you think by chance that Hurricane Irma is going to maybe weaken or slow down as it heads towards the northern parts of Cuba?
We're not expecting much of a change in motion. We expect it to continue to the west-northwest at about 14 miles per hour. Perhaps a slight slowdown as it makes a turn towards the Florida area. In terms of the intensity of the hurricane, it still remains a strong Category 4 with 150 miles per hour winds, and we don't expect much change in that. The oceans are very warm, the atmospheric conditions are good. So we expect it to maintain a strong Category 4 intensity all the way until its approach to South Florida.
And Mark, we've seen some printed reports that, this slight shift west and the way it goes from a 4 to a 1 up Florida, they're almost making people feel like this is going to hit us as a Category 1. Can you clarify?
Yes, as it makes landfall, the influence of land will weaken the storm, but that's not until it's way in central and northern Florida. The impacts here is we expect it to make impact in the South Florida area as a strong Category 4 hurricane. And again, with the slight westward shift in the track, the hurricane force winds are about 150 miles wide. And so that whether it shifts a little bit to the left or right, we're still going to see significant impacts on both the east and west coasts of Florida, at least in the southern portion of the state.
And Mark, in terms of a timeline, what kind of timeline, since we are seeing so many folks who are standing in line, we just saw that at the BJ's in South Miami, what kind of timeline can we expect for Irma to come ashore?
Well, we're thinking about, particularly in terms of the arrival of the tropical storm force winds, is when really all your preparations need to be ready. We're anticipating those spreading into the South Florida area late in the afternoon tomorrow and then into the evening, and then conditions to deteriorate further after that, where we expect hurricane conditions late in the day and early into Sunday.
Okay, so that helps people plan. But Mark, at this point, is there anything you can tell folks about preparing tonight and this afternoon versus waiting till tomorrow morning?
Well, I would say that you really need to get your preparations done tonight. Again, this is an estimate, and there's always some uncertainty in that, and you really do not have a full day tomorrow. So you should really plan to finish what you're doing tonight. And if you're in an evacuation zone, you need to heed the officials and get out as soon as you're ordered to evacuate.
And Mark, let's talk a bit about storm surge, because our Max Mayfield is really focused on that. That is really the big killer in terms of how it relates to major hurricanes like a Hurricane Irma. What do you say for the folks in the Keys and the folks along the coastline in Fort Lauderdale and in Homestead and areas like that?
Yeah, we have a storm surge warning up for the entire Florida Keys, and those remain in evacuation zones. Also as far north as Jupiter Inlet on the east coast and up to Bonita Beach, Port Charlotte area on the west coast. So there's a significant storm surge threat for values 5 to 10 feet above ground level on the east coast and 6 to 12 feet on the southwest coast, which is especially vulnerable to a storm surge.
Has that gotten worse? It appears to us it's gotten quite a bit worse for the west coast of Florida.
Yes, we've seen that with the slight westward shift in the track. We still expect a storm surge on the east coast, but that's increased the threat to the southwest coast. And another important factor is that on the southwest coast, with the storm moving up this way, most of the storm surge will come in after the center passes. So even though the wind threat might die down, the storm threat will come in after the peak in the winds. So you got to be very careful not to think that just because the wind threat is over, that the surge threat is over in southwest Florida.
And Mark, speak to us too just about how, if the storm wobbles to the left or to the right, does it really matter at all for South Florida? We are still going to feel some effects from Hurricane Irma, correct?
Yes, because the hurricane force wind area is so wide in the system. It's a very large storm in addition to being a very intense storm. With the tropical storm force area indicated by this orange line here, that's quite a bit wider than the state of Florida. So if it shifts a little bit to the left or right, we're still going to feel significant effects here locally.
Okay, our Mark DeMaria. Thank you so much, Mark, at the National Hurricane Center. Thank you for your time, and of course we'll be checking back in with you and other forecasters there.
And folks are heeding these warnings. They are out there in Kendall, for example, at this BJ's waiting for propane. This is a live look from Sky 10. Everyone on their phone, talking to families, trying to prepare. We're all in the same boat. Look at these folks. They're all out there with anywhere from 1 to 3 propane tanks, hoping to get them filled so that they can be prepared after the storm.
Yeah,
this is the big thing, is to prepare for what's coming after.
Yeah, that's not the only kind of gas that people are looking for in South Florida as well. I mean, those lines along at gas stations all across South Florida, but here it's propane gas at this BJ's in Kendall.
It was great to hear the governor point out that, 8.4 million gallons of fuel came into Port Everglades late last night, and more came into the port at Tampa Bay. No more gas will come after that for a little time, but until the storm passes. But a lot of folks had maybe gotten some misguided information that no more fuel was coming into Port Everglades. They did get a huge shipment last night. I saw plenty of gas stations open this morning. So go on out today, get fueled up, and if you really need propane, try to find it. And just know this is the line that awaits you at the BJ's in Kendall.
Yeah, good luck in Kendall if you're trying to get it there. It's going to be a long wait for you. Well, evacuees are heading into the Robert Morgan Educational Center in southwest Miami-Dade.
And that's where we find our own Madeline Wright. And Madeline, maybe you can clarify for us. We've had reports into the newsroom that the shelter there is at capacity, and yet we also get reports from the mayor that he's just about to open it. What is reality?
I haven't heard that that this shelter is filled to capacity. Last time I checked a few minutes ago, they still hadn't even opened yet. The opening, according to Florida House Representative Robert Asensio, has been pushed back to after 1 o'clock. It was originally supposed to open, from what I was told, at sometime between 12 and 12:30, and now they're still setting up inside, so it's going to take a little bit longer to open up. Now, let me show you how busy it is and how crowded it is. There are so many cars here that you can't even see the line. The line is actually further down the block, and it loops around 2 corners. It took me 2 whole minutes to walk from the front end of the line to the back end of the line. Now, let me show you a look from Sky 10. When I initially got here, I was told that there were 600 to 700 people standing in line, and now it's even more. So many people have been showing up with their umbrellas to protect against the sun, their blankets, their food, their bedding, everything they might need to help ride out the storm. I talked to one person who lives in Homestead. He said that he came here with his entire family, including his daughter, his aunt, his uncle, and his grandmother. What do you think about this huge line of people, 600 to 700 people waiting to get in that shelter?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. We're waiting on the Red Cross right now to get inside. It's very crazy. I got my daughter out here with me. We're supposed to have been in at 10 o'clock. They're telling us to wait to 1:30 now, so I don't know. We're just getting our stuff out the cars and trying to make it in so we can be safe. We're from the Homestead area, and it's a flood. It's very dangerous down there. Yeah.
And you want to make sure you're safe during the hurricane.
Yes, ma'am. I have my daughter and everything with me. My whole family's here. We're trying to make it in so we can be safe. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
All right, you too.
That
You
was
guys have a
great.
nice day.
You too. The Florida National Guard showed up a short time ago to help operate this shelter along with the Red Cross and the County of Miami. A number of cars have blocked the entrance. They're actually blocking the whole street, including they've parked on the sidewalk, on the grass, on the roadway, and so it's not really clear what's going to happen to all these cars, but I've been told that the National Guard is working to find a place for these people to move their cars, perhaps on the school grounds, somewhere in the parking lot so that they won't block traffic. A lot of people who are standing in line, they've been standing in line for quite some time, and they're getting a little antsy because it's very hot out here, it's windy, and they're also just very worried about the hurricane. Back to you.
And Madeline, so to be clear, so it is not at full capacity and it hasn't officially opened yet, correct?
Correct. Well, from what I understand, it still hasn't opened yet, which is why there is still a line of people standing. They're just standing in one spot waiting for the line to move. And I have not heard that it's at capacity, but it would be easy to believe that, but I'm not 100% sure. When I talked to Robert Asensio, he said that the initial part of the building had a capacity of 2,000 people. They're filling up pretty quickly. The line is, that is. So, it's very important that the county is working to open more shelters because there is a huge demand. And the people that I talked to, they said that they either didn't have any family or friends to stay with, so this was their last resort, or they did have family, but they're all in an evacuation zone, so they didn't really have anywhere else to go, or they just don't feel safe because their homes were damaged during Hurricane Andrew, so they just feel like this would be a much better place to go.
All right, Madeline Wright, let us know when the doors actually open and when they are completely full. I have a feeling those rumors got spread because the lines are just so incredibly long. But thank goodness the county is going to open dozens more shelters by the end of today. So hopefully there will be room for everyone who needs it. Madeline, thanks so much.
Yeah, and what's interesting here, too, is the mayor even tweeted that it's going to be opening, in the process of opening. So we're now at the bottom of the hour, rather. We are tracking Hurricane Irma, making history as the most powerful storm ever recorded in the Atlantic. It is a dangerous Category 4 storm, and so far, 11 deaths have been blamed for that dangerous Category 4 storm. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. Glad you're with us for the afternoon, and do expect tropical storm force winds by tomorrow afternoon and evening. We're glad you're with us here on Local 10, and you're listening to us as well on our several radio partners.
You can get the very latest storm updates on the radio at 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys.
And of course, you can watch us on the go on your laptop or our app. We will be streaming our newscast all day and night, just so you have it.
And follow us too. Like us on Facebook for the latest information and Facebook live streams. Also follow us on Twitter. We're tweeting out updates from our reporters and public officials here. And on Instagram, follow us there as well at Local 10 News.
As the storm approaches, we are still seeing people getting those last-minute supplies, which for many means gas. I passed one of these big tankers on the road last night on 595. I thought I almost wanted to follow him, see where he was going. It's really nice when you see this. This was at Pine Island and Broward Boulevard. A tanker just brought in some fresh fuel. I've been having good luck on Nob Hill Road, right at 84 and Nob. So that's one good. The Marathon there, they've been doing really well with propane and gas. So as we follow through the hours, we will spread the news of any gasoline coming. And the governor pointing out that millions of gallons of gas were brought into Port Everglades last night. So don't lose faith. More gas is here.
Well, we have our Local 10 news crews fanned out across South Florida for you today to show you what's happening out there as far as gas lines, supply stores and shelters. But we are going to begin with your Weather Authority. Our Chief Certified Meteorologist, Betty Davis, is here for us now. Betty.
Hi, everyone. And the latest this half hour, South Florida now under a flash flood watch from Saturday evening to Monday evening. So this is all happening as we anticipate the arrival of Hurricane Irma. Here's the projected path. And note, we're expecting that landfall somewhere over South Florida, coming in as a Category 4, likely right around that Sunday morning time frame. And we showed this earlier. I'll show you again. Once it makes that landfall and heads up to the north, it's going to take about 24 hours before it reaches north central Florida. And once once it gets up to north central Florida down to Category 1 status, but here it's going to come in as a major hurricane. So this is the latest as far as the path goes, and now let's get you up to speed on the intensity. No changes here at this half hour. Maximum sustained winds 150 miles per hour, gusts to 185 miles per hour as it moves toward the west-northwest at 14 miles per hour, and that center of circulation 405 miles southeast of Miami, Florida. As we're going through the day, we may catch a rain band or two or an occasional wind gust out there, but the winds really expected to start to ramp up sustained tropical storm force as we get into tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have the breakdown on that coming up. So there's the wind threat. There's also the storm surge threat, two things we've been really honing in on today and the past several days, Max.
Right, and I'm really going to focus on the storm surge since that's historically the #1 killer in the hurricane. And what's going to happen is that surge is not a wall of water. The water, there's counterclockwise circulation around the eye of the hurricane, but there's also vertical circulation. Some of that water goes down and back up and down and back up. Out of the open ocean, that's no big deal, but as it gets over shallow water, it hits the bottom and it starts piling up and it pushes in. There'll be battering waves on top of that. So let's look at the Miami-Dade County map that shows exactly where the mandatory evacuations are. And I hope you can see my cursor. I'm on another computer here and not really seeing exactly what you're looking at in front of me here. But this is Homestead Air Force Base. I'm just going to focus on Miami-Dade here. This is Homestead Air Force Base. Those evacuation zones go all the way, to US 1 down there roughly. The red area is Zone A, the orange area is Zone B, and the yellow is Zone C. And working our way south, here's South Miami Heights, portions of Kendall, portions of South Miami. Downtown Miami is right in here. In fact, that area right there is going up the Miami River. That's why it goes so far in and there. Key Biscayne is right here. There's Miami Beach, mandatory evacuation, and all the way up here. So I'm going to try to zoom in here the best I can anyway. And I can't look at every little community, but you can go online to miamidade.gov/emergency and see. And you can see the areas right here. This is it kind of covers up the map here, but this is US 1. This is the turnpike right here. If you can see that line, working our way northward up here, Lakes by the Bay, Cutler Bay. You're in the red and orange areas. Going northward after portions of Palmetto Bay, portions of Pinecrest, and there's Kendall Drive right there. And really, roughly, it's US 1. In some areas, it doesn't go all the way to US 1. Some areas, it goes a little bit over. But I really want you to understand here that, and here we are, there's Coral Gables. It gets up to even a little bit over US 1 in some areas there. All of Key Biscayne, obviously, is in this red area over here. All of Miami Beach. And you can't even see it in here, but the city of Miami is right in here. This is I-95. In some areas, you can see where this spreads well inland. And you're wondering how in the world is that even possible? Well, because it gets pushed up Biscayne Bay and goes right up the Miami River. That's why that's what that is right there.
So Max, that's where that's downtown and Brickell with all the cranes right there.
That's correct. And then northward, we keep going here, and you can. There's Ball Harbor. North Bay Village is right in here. So I think the simplest way here is it's very near US 1 and eastward, but for your specific location, go into the Miami-Dade website and just click on it, and you can zoom in here. And then this is just Miami-Dade, sort of stops there near Aventura. But obviously the barrier islands, and I also wanted to say that those barrier islands, and even the coastal areas there of the mainland, you're going to have wave action on top of this. And I keep hearing a few people that get interviewed that mariners, I know there are some of you that love your boat maybe more than your spouse, and I've heard people say they're going to stay on their boat. I promise you that's not a good idea in this case. Don't stay in your boat during Hurricane Irma.
So smart. Okay, Max, thanks a lot.
And Max knows better than anyone the dangers of putting up shutters. We are just getting word of the first death from shutter activity in Davie. A man has died after having some sort of accident trying to get his shutters up. It is a very dangerous work. Really try to find someone to help you. It is not a one-man or one-person job. We hate to report that one death already in Davie.
Yeah, the person died in the Shenandoah area. He fell from a second-story area of the home and hit his head on a pool deck. Once again, the person was taken to Broward Health Medical Center. This is according to the Davie Police Department. This happened yesterday. He's a 57-year-old man hired to put up shutters at a home in the Shenandoah area, and he fell from a second-story area.
And he was hired. He has the experience, but accidents still happen. We heard about a lot of people going into the ERs yesterday with cuts and all kinds of scrapes from working. So definitely have those gloves ready, be really careful, and have somebody holding that ladder for you.
Can't say that enough. Okay, let's check in now with our Janice Fernandez in Florida City. At a gas station, we understand gas is hard to find there. We see the yellow tape up right behind you.
Well, Calvin, Lori, I have to sort of take you through the day here in Florida City because we've been here since around 5 this morning, and the mood has changed significantly. Around 5 this morning, people were pretty calm. We really didn't see a whole lot of cars out on the roadways, but right now that mood has changed significantly. There's now sort of a sense of urgency, and this racetrack gas station right off of US 1, I want you to take a look because this is US 1. You can see southbound, we're really not seeing a whole lot of cars driving that way, and as you know, Florida City is right before you hit the upper Keys, but we are definitely seeing a significant amount of cars driving northbound and trying to get out of the upper Keys. Now, here's the situation. This racetrack gas station, this is actually a place that was a hotspot earlier. There was a lot of gas available, but I want you to take a look because that is not the case anymore. They've taped off this whole area. They have run out of gas. They had about 8,000 gallons of gas at around 5 this morning, and right now they're all out. And notice here, you can see that they've taped the pumps. Now, that is something that crews were doing about an hour ago, and they're doing that in preparation for the storm. So not only has this gas station run out of gas, but they're also preparing.
And we certainly apologize for that.
And I want you to
I think
go
we have her
ahead
again.
and-
Janice, go ahead. We had lost your picture there, but go back. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we understand. We've had some issues with our signal here, but again, here at Florida City, this racetrack gas station, now take a look here because we're seeing a lot of cars like this one packed up. These are people leaving town. They're evacuating this area, and that's very important to note because Florida City is an area that officials are saying you need to evacuate, but we're also seeing a lot of people from the Keys. So as people from the Keys are driving up on US 1, they're looking for gas, and unfortunately, they're not going to find it here. There was a Shell gas station a bit further up that had gas. They have run out of gas as well. So you can imagine what sort of situation this is. And Lori and Calvin, it really goes without saying, but so important to point out that Florida City was devastated by Hurricane Andrew, and it took the city 15 years to really rebuild. You may remember City Hall was damaged severely by Andrew. City Hall has been rebuilt. City officials say they expect City Hall is stronger than ever and will make it through this storm. But again, you have to imagine the amount of anxiety a lot of people have felt, and a lot of people we've spoken with were here for Hurricane Andrew, and they rode out Hurricane Andrew, and they're choosing to ride out and stay here for Hurricane Irma.
And wondering, too, we just heard from the Attorney General for the state of Florida, Pam Bondi. She talked about price hikes at certain gas stations. Are you finding that to be the case where you are?
We are not finding that to be the case. And Calvin, I can tell you that I've actually been at many gas stations, not only here in Florida City. I've been to gas stations in Miami as well as in Broward County this whole entire week. And I've actually seen that the gas price has not changed. I'm looking at it now. For regular, it was $2.69. And that's really been consistent from what I've seen in gas stations from Broward County all the way down here, even before you approach the Florida Keys. So we're not seeing that. That doesn't seem to be a problem. I do want to point out, because the city, they were giving out sandbags, but they've actually run out of that. They did not only run out of sand, they actually ran out of bags. So the city is not able to distribute those sandbags anymore. We did see this convenience store. It's a little bit hard to see, but there's a convenience store next door to this gas station. You can't really see it here. They actually set up an area with sand, and people were coming by with grocery bags, with even just blankets, anything they could find to fill up with sandbags. As you know, Florida City is an area that could experience a strong storm surge. So I can't say it enough. You really can feel the mood here, that sense of urgency, and people are just so anxious, not really knowing what to expect with Hurricane Irma.
And Janice, the governor pointed out that like 8.4 million gallons of fuel were brought into Port Everglades late last night. Do the owners there think that they will get one more shipment?
The owners here in the morning received about 8,000 gallons of gas, but I believe that was their last shipment, if you will. That was the last that they expected. And again, that has to do with this, as I pointed out earlier, and that's because they have to prepare their own store, their own gas station for what's to come. And that's why they've taped up these pumps. These pumps are not taped off because they're trying to get people not to pump gas. They're like this because they're preparing for the storm. As you know, it can be very fragile. These pumps can fly out. So you have to imagine that even though they may have the opportunity to receive more gas at this point, it's all about hunkering down and getting ready. And you can see it right there. They're getting ready here. It is a windy day, but the conditions here pretty calm for the most part. As we like to say, the calm before the storm. But the people who work at this gas station, they are so hard at work. Not only have they been taping up the pumps, they've been taping up trash cans and also picking up trash all over as well.
Okay, our Janice Fernandez in Florida City, where they're out of sandbags and as well as they're out of gas, at least the gas station where you are. Janice, thanks a lot.
We have some live pictures now and more reporters spread out everywhere for you. Glenna Milberg is a longtime Miami Beach resident. She has seen it all out there, and she joins us now from Miami Beach.
Lori, that's an interesting way to put it, because I feel like as long as I've lived here, I've never seen anything like Hurricane Irma. And I think that is the feeling for everyone who lives on this barrier island right now. Such sort of stress and jitters and confusion. Should I stay? Should I go? I want to show you what the main attraction on South Beach is this morning, both for a lot of news crews and for people who are out here. The double red flags up on this lifeguard station and every other lifeguard station on the beach. Those, of course, are storm warning flags. The double red means hurricane coming. You rarely see those flags flying. They were put up there this morning on every lifeguard station and effectively closes the beach and closes the water. Coming out, taking a look at what is here. It's a beautiful day, kind of mugging for the cameras. Are you local or tourist?
Oh, we're walking.
You're a tourist from?
From Spain.
Ah, bienvenidos. Welcome.
Welcome.
Your English okay? Can you do a quick interview?
I think so.
You
can try it.
Perfect. Más que mi español. So you hear there's a hurricane coming.
Yeah.
Strong winds as of probably tomorrow morning. What is your plan?
My plan is try to leave tonight.
Try to leave tonight on an airplane?
Airplane.
And how's that going for you, since all flights are being canceled? And
actually, it's my work. I am a captain from Spanish airline, and we're just waiting if our aircraft can land. If the aircraft can land this evening, we can leave tonight.
So you're a captain for the airline company, so you have special pull.
I know.
Are they sending a plane for you to evacuate?
The aircraft is flying to Miami right now.
Is it flying as a scheduled commercial flight?
A scheduled commercial flight, but we don't know if they will land. We expect that we close the airport by I don't know what time.
And on that scheduled flight, are there people coming to Miami now?
Yes,
or
not many, and if we leave, we'll be full, overbooked.
And you're going to use that plane to evacuate people?
That's right.
Yeah.
We're waiting for that.
Any fear at all?
If the aircraft cannot land to Miami, we'll spend 3 nice days here waiting.
And do you have accommodations on the beach?
Yes.
Or are you leaving?
We have a hotel.
On the beach?
No, next to the airport.
Got it. All right, so you've got a plan.
We have a plan.
Stay safe.
We have 2 plans, but we don't know which one we'll get. Thank you.
Stay safe. Thanks so much. They're recording us, recording them, recording us. Muchas gracias. So tourists on the beach, one family's story. There are a million stories out here. A lot of locals we've seen on the beach that are not leaving. I say a lot in a relative sense, because you would think that in an evacuation zone with that monster storm headed this way, and as we find out this morning, potential 9-foot storm surge, you would think that that would give people pause, even if they felt brave or a little bit crazy. But we did meet a lot of people who are going to be staying on the beach. including people who are working, the first responders who are going to be here by necessity, by choice, and by bravery and by job. There are about 60 first responders on the beach who plan to weather the storm in certain areas that are considered Category 5 resistant. Those include a command center at Mount Sinai Medical Center, as the police chief was telling us. That also includes different buildings where first responders work and sometimes live. They are not accommodating anybody as a shelter per se. These are just for first responders. They have a plan, a ground team, as they call it. There's well equipped with vehicles and supplies, and their plan is to assess conditions as soon as the storm is safe and begin rescue and recovery as they can. Other first responders who typically work on the beach will be going home as of tonight or when their shift is over. They will remain home until it is safe to come back across the causeways. Lori Calvin, you might ask, when would that be safe to cross the causeway in a wind? The police chief indicates that for their employees, 40-mile-an-hour sustained winds is the standard, is the basis by which they are going to judge when it's time to go inside. Once winds reach a sustained 40 miles an hour, in their estimation, it is no longer safe for their first responders to be outside.
And
that
that's
might give anybody still outside pause.
Glenn, it seems
Yeah,
that's their
go ahead.
barometer for the airport as well. The mayor's saying it will stay open, fully operational until those tropical storm force winds kick up. You have to remind us, last night you had that great report about the concrete parking garage that was open for free for people to leave their vehicles high above on the second and third floor. Is that full already? Did you find out?
Well, we, as a matter of fact, were there about 10 minutes ago.
There you go.
I parked my car in there, and
Good.
I will tell you the garage was full. If anybody in Miami Beach government is listening, my car is illegally wedged in somewhere with my name on the front. There are some spaces left, to answer your question. There are 7 garages. There are spaces left. At this moment, I could not tell you where here, but they are pretty full from last night. There is space. I know of space. The New World Symphony garage has space, but only on the top floor, which is open to the elements. It is high up, though, so that is a consideration. And it seems like a lot of people are using that service. Anyone who is going to be parked there free of charge, no questions asked, until at least Monday, and until it's safe to go back and get those cars. So right now, we are just kind of waiting and watching what's going on in the streets. Of course, glued to the track, although no matter what Hurricane Irma does in the next, I would say, 48 hours, there is almost no doubt people here on the beach know that there are going to be very dangerous conditions
And
on
Glenn,
Miami
yeah,
Beach.
speaking of the track, we have just gotten the 2 o'clock advisory, so we'll pause with you. Thank you for that report, and we'll be checking back on Miami Beach.
All right, let's check in now with our Betty Davis and our Max Mayfield. They have the new 2 o'clock advisory and the latest on Hurricane Irma. Betty, we're going to begin with you.
Hey, we'll start with the projected path. Really no big changes with this. Sunday morning, still expected to be near the Florida Keys, coming in as a major hurricane, a Category 4. So let's still prepare for that. As of the intensity, maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour. Pressure 925 millibars. Moving west now at 14 miles per hour. And you can see Irma, that center of circulation, getting closer to South Florida. It's now 380 miles southeast of Miami, Florida. And you can notice how it continues to batter portions of the Bahamas. And we're watching some of the rough weather taking place, too, over Cuba as that center moves between that north shore of Cuba, just offshore, and also the Bahamas. So it is on the move, staying strong, and we are going to watch our conditions continue to deteriorate as we're moving through the weekend across South Florida. Out there today, we're noticing the winds picking up. Eventually, we may get into some of the outer bands associated with Hurricane Irma. We're already noting some of the rainfall, those bands showing up in places like the Bahamas, right around Andros Islands, watching some of the rains come through. So slowly but surely, at least for now, things are starting to change outside, and you'll notice more and more later tonight into tomorrow as we start to get into those tropical storm force winds starting to become sustained as we're moving through, say, Saturday afternoon. Max, let's check in with you for a lot more on Irma and the evacuation zones.
Okay, I'm going to be very short. Nothing major changed on the advisory here at 2 p.m. and I really don't expect we'll see any significant changes the rest of the day. I want to focus on those evacuation zones. If you're in one of those mandatory evacuation zones, you need to go ahead and evacuate for the storm surge. Don't go hundreds of miles, go tens of miles. Go to a friend's house or someplace inland and know where you're going to go in advance. Don't just get on the road and add to the traffic congestion and just drive not knowing where you're headed. That's all I've got to say. Lori? Calvin?
All right, and that was enough. Okay, Max Mayfield, thanks a lot.
Sounds like about 24 hours from now, we won't let Max stop talking,
No,
right? We're going to want
right.
every single
turn it
detail.
over to you.
But right now, we have some breaking news involving people getting their homes prepared and already a death to report.
Let's go to Nicole Perez now in the newsroom following the tragedy in Davie. Nicole.
Unfortunately, Calvin, Lori, it's some sad breaking news. It's a 57-year-old man that has died after putting up shutters. So he was hired to put up shutters in a home. He was on the second floor of the home and fell from the ladder and hit his head on a pool deck. Now, this happened in Davie. It's in the Shenandoah area, in that neighborhood. So again, this is the first storm-related death that we know of. He was pronounced dead at Broward Health Center. So again, this happened yesterday around noon. It's a 57-year-old man hired to put up shutters. Unfortunately, fell from the second floor of the home, fell from the ladder onto the pool deck where he hit his head and was pronounced dead at the hospital. Lori, Calvin, back to you.
So sad. Okay, thanks a lot there, Nicole. It speaks to even experienced hands. This can happen to them as well. So you really need to be careful out there, but you don't have much time to actually put those shutters up. Max was telling us yesterday you need to have done it yesterday, but if you're trying to do it today, don't rush. Just be careful. Safety first.
Jeff Weinseer has much experience with that. He knows best, and he is out there live in Hollywood, where there have been all kinds of issues with roofing tiles and flying debris. Jeff.
Lori, Calvin, let's tell you where we are. This is the Preserve at Emerald Hills. We're on Sterling Road. We are east of 441. It is new construction, about 70 homes in the area now being built. And here is the problem. We have gotten calls from several people who live in the area. You see those roof tiles up there. Now, here is what the city of Hollywood is telling us. They came out here earlier this week. They basically told the developer, you need to secure those. So the developer decides to actually tie them up. Each one of those tied up, but they're still not secure to the roof, so they can fly off. People who are driving by telling us that those could be missiles. Again, there's developments to the right and to the left. Now, the city of Hollywood, we contacted them. They've told us just a few minutes ago that they have now reached out to the developer again. While the developer may think this is a good idea to secure them by tying them all together, the city of Hollywood is not comfortable with that. They are asking the developer, even though we are very close to this hurricane coming this way, they have asked the developer to come back out here and see if these roof tiles can be removed, because as you well know, in winds that could reach 100 miles an hour plus, those things will be missiles. Of course, we'll keep you posted. We'll talk to some residents in the area, but their City of Hollywood says that their code enforcement officers, their building division, their officers in the building division have been out and about through the City of Hollywood, fielding complaints from people about debris, about flying objects, things that may happen. Again, the City of Hollywood was out here earlier this week. They told the developer to secure those. His idea was to simply tie them together, but right now gravity is really the only thing that's holding them up there. We'll, of course, keep you posted. We're in Hollywood. Calvin, Lori.
And Jeff, we can hear those winds picking up right where you are. Tell us a bit about your driving around today throughout the Hollywood area. Are you still seeing gas lines? Are you seeing gas stations open and running?
Things are starting to close. Propane, K&K, which we've been talking about on the web, they've closed now. Some of the small mom and pop food stores are now closed up. A lot of boarding up going on along 441. Gas stations are also wrapping their pumps up. The Seminole gas station across from the casino now closed. There has been a line there for days. So we're getting into the time right now where you need to have what you need to have, because what you got is what you're going to have, basically. But right now, we do see, I saw a tree trimmer. They are going around the city and they are trimming some of the trees. What people don't realize also, and this is, I can tell you this from experience down in a hurricane in the Keys, you don't realize this, but coconuts we have a lot of palm trees here, and they have coconuts on them. They are projectiles in a hurricane. We had one fly right by us when we were on Roosevelt down in Key West years ago. Avocado trees as well. It's mango trees as well. You don't realize that, but in high winds, those things can be projectiles as well. And a lot of houses that we've driven in Old Hollywood and in Emerald Hills, they don't have shutters up, some of them, and they don't have the hurricane windows. And coconuts, avocados, mangoes flying through the air in 100-mile-an-hour winds, well, you know what they can do.
Well, Jeff, you are showing us homes that are occupied or are being built by developers, but what about abandoned homes? What do people do if they're living next to someone who has a home that hasn't been lived in for years because of the housing crisis that happened back here in 06 and 08?
We have passed several abandoned homes. We got complaints from Hialeah. Bulk pickup was supposed to happen in Miramar yesterday. A lot of people put stuff to the curb. That stuff didn't get picked up. Miramar, when our assignment editor called Miramar and said, why was there no bulk pickup? If there was no bulk pickup, they're saying bring the stuff back in. A lot of people aren't doing that. Here in Hollywood, in my neighborhood, everybody put their garbage cans out thinking that there was going to be garbage pickup today, and there's not. And so if you go down a lot of these streets in Hollywood, today's garbage pickup in my area, there are not only your recycle bins out, but there are your garbage cans out, and I hope people are smart enough to bring those in because those garbage cans will fly through the air as well. So I think at this hour, if you see things on the side of the road, if you see piles, cover them up. There are dumpsters we've seen with big, they put covers over, tarps over dumpsters, new construction over in Emerald Hills as well. But at this point, I know the city of Hollywood has stopped garbage service as of yesterday. And at this point, if you see things curbside, you should probably bring them in and secure them.
Jeff, you get so many texts, as we do, from friends you know, people who've left town. Yesterday you told us about one family. It took them 12 hours to get to Orlando. What are you hearing from some of your friends on the road?
I'm sorry?
What are you hearing from some of your friends and relatives who've hit the road and headed north? Like that family you told us took 12 hours to get to Orlando.
Yeah, well, guess what? They're in Orlando and they're in Fort Myers and they're in Tampa, but they're in no better situation than they were when they were here. So now they're moving. We've got friends that have driven all the way up to Atlanta, and the storm is going there as well. People are heading, north. Gas is still a problem in several areas, specifically the Ocala area, because here from South Florida we can usually make it on a tank of gas to the Wildwood, Ocala area, but that area they are keeping. That's an area where they are hoping that trucks go as a first stop. But again, this storm is going straight up the state of Florida as of right now into Georgia, and that is where a lot of the evacuees headed.
And speaking of that, Jeff, we're going to talk more about the hurricane track right now with our Max Mayfield and Betty Davis. Thank you so much reporting for us. We're now at the top of the hour.
Right now, we are tracking Hurricane Irma, which will make history as the most powerful storm ever recorded in the Atlantic. A dangerous Category 4 storm headed our way. Already 11 deaths blamed on this storm. We're glad you're with us today. I'm Lori Jennings.
And I'm Calvin Hughes, and expect the tropical storm force winds to begin as late as tomorrow afternoon and evening. Thank you for joining us once again here on Local 10. But you can also listen to us on our radio partners, and here's a list of who they are.
Starting off, we know 101.5. We have all of our hurricane partners there for you. And Irma is now a Category 4 hurricane, so all the more reason as it's heading our way that you want to keep your radio tuned and your TV tuned while you can.
And schools across the state will be closed at least through Monday as well, and Irma remains a Category 4 storm.
Also, all Broward residents east of US 1, you should be out by now. You're under mandatory evacuation orders.
And Miami-Dade County has ordered mandatory evacuations for people living in zones A, B, but only parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County has been told to leave and get to a safe place.
And if you haven't done so yet, right now is the time to finish your preparations. Take a look at the lawn line here. People outside of a BJ store in Kendall looking to get propane gas. It is wrapping around the building, some even having their umbrellas to block from that very hot and oppressive sun.
And this just in, the new 2 o'clock advisory on Hurricane Irma. Now Betty and Max have had a chance to kind of peruse the numbers, and our weather authority is right here for you. Betty, start us off.
It is still strong, and now it is less than 400 miles away from South Florida. That center of circulation, 380 miles southeast of Miami. Here's the projected path. Sunday morning, closing in on the Keys or other areas of South Florida. So we are preparing for the landfall of a Category 4 hurricane, a major hurricane here, which eventually heads on up the peninsula or sticking near the peninsula going through Monday. And notice from Sunday 8 a.m. to Monday 8 a.m. it takes it a long while before it actually starts to get up toward north central Florida. So we are getting ready for an event that's going to be of long duration. All right, here are the specifics on the winds. Maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour, moving west at 14 miles per hour. You can see the eye, that center of circulation right here between the Bahamas and Cuba, as the system lashes some of the Bahama Islands and also down toward Cuba, some heavy rains as well. And even some of those showers getting up into the northwest Bahamas too. And eventually we may start to feel some of those outer bands right here in South Florida, but really expecting the winds to start to amp up as we get into tomorrow. I do want to clarify that flash flood watch I mentioned earlier. That's actually for some specific areas near the shores of Lake Okeechobee. As Irma comes in, there's the threat that it could produce some overwash or overtopping of the Herbert Hoover Dike culvert construction sites there. So that is why some of those specific areas near Lake Okeechobee along the shores are under a flash flood watch. Right now, though, we are looking at a hurricane warning and also looking at a storm surge warning in effect for South Florida. Max?
We certainly are, and we've been inundating you with a lot of storm surge graphics yesterday and today to hopefully let you see how far the computer projections show at least a possibility of life-threatening storm surge. That's sort of the why. All that data has been shared with the local officials and emergency managers, and I want to focus on Miami-Dade here. They made it very easy. They have a website that's excellent. If you go to miamidade.gov/emergency, you can actually click on one of these blocks here, or in the upper left-hand corner you can type in your address and it will tell you if you're in one of these storm surge evacuation zones or not. If you are, you need to heed the advice of your local officials and evacuate hopefully tens of miles rather than hundreds of miles. Again, that's really easy information to get if you go to the website. If you have a neighbor that perhaps is elderly or is not into the web, once you get your plan taken care of, check on them and make sure they know, especially if they're in one of those evacuation zones. Lori, Calvin?
Max, thanks so much for bringing us the latest. We are checking in on our crews all across South Florida, and a big issue is these piles of debris everywhere.
Yeah, we just talked with our Jeff Weins here. We're going to check in now in Miami Gardens with our Sanella Sabovic, where people can dispose of their bulk items, but apparently they're now stuck on the road. Sanella, what is the latest out there?
Well, Calvin and Lori, last time I saw you, we were in Miramar in a neighborhood that had large piles of debris right in front of their home, a lot of household items, some rocks, even a cylinder brick that we saw. Those people were waiting for a bulk pickup to come, and it never did. But we're here in Miami Gardens at the Norwood Trash and Recycling Center. This place, as you mentioned, Calvin, a lot of people are probably doing some last-minute preps and waited for the last minute to come here, but they're allowed to dispose of large items that you see here in these trucks. A lot of furniture, household items. We've seen a lot of shrubbery and plants and other pickup trucks here. People say that they've been waiting roughly about 30 to 40 minutes. And this is for, it's important to note, residents of unincorporated Miami-Dade County, because those residents have, according to some that I've spoken to here, they get their trash picked up from private companies. But the county, those that live in Miami-Dade County, those trucks are still out, according to an employee here, and they will be out picking up trash until 7 o'clock tonight. But those that live in unincorporated Miami-Dade County can come here to the Norwood Trash and Recycling Center along Northwest 7th Avenue in Miami Gardens. If you have any trash, anything that you need to dispose of, do come here because they will be open until 7 o'clock. Now, they're not taking things such as paints and chemicals and things to that extent. They're taking trash. And again, trash. Maybe some coconuts that you see here in back of this pickup truck, large debris from plants and shrubbery, but we're seeing a lot of furniture from homes. Sir, what have you done here, your last minute preps? You're bringing garbage from your house?
Yes.
What do you have back here?
Furniture, woods,
Furniture?
trees, leaves. We just clean the backyard to get rid of some of the stuff.
Cleaning up the backyard, he's saying, if you guys can't hear him. And how long have you been waiting here?
Maybe about 20 minutes.
20 minutes. So 20 to 40 minutes, and the line is moving along fast. Exactly, they're moving. They're moving. So for those of you that live in unincorporated Miami-Dade County, you can come here in Miami Gardens to the Norwood Trash and Recycling Center. They will be open until 7 o'clock because, again, these items, as we've been talking about all day long, if left in front of your home in a storm like Irma with 150 mile per hour winds, they are certainly projectiles and they can fly into your neighbors' homes and hurt people. So please, if you have items and you have some time today, this facility will be open until 7 o'clock tonight. Calvin, Lori?
And Sanella, you may have mentioned it, but we just want to reiterate for people, how long is that bulk collection place staying open?
One more time, Lori?
How late will that place be open for folks to bring their debris?
This place will be open until 7 o'clock tonight. So residents have roughly another 5 hours or so to come on down here. As you heard from the gentleman, the line isn't that bad, 20 to 40 minutes, but it's certainly worth it because you don't want to cause danger to your neighbors around you.
And the exact address, Sanella?
The exact address here, this is along Northwest 7th Avenue and 199th Street, the Norwood Trash and Recycling Center in Miami-Dade County.
All right, Sanella, thank you.
Miami Gardens.
Thank you so much. That's a big help for folks. And Miami-Dade Mayor also saying that 13 of the neighborhood trash and recycling collection centers will stay open today. So find the one near you. You no doubt know it. And get on out there and get rid of that debris.
A lot of folks are concerned about trash. Let's check in our Nicole Perez to look at how traffic is looking for so many people trying to evacuate.
Well, you know, Calvin, Lori, the traffic has not been a problem for us locally. Where the traffic has been an issue has been toward Orlando. So if you're planning to evacuate, we've been dealing with a lot of delays on the turnpike. It's a turnpike northbound really has been the problem right around Fort Pierce. Now, what you're looking at is the turnpike right around that Canoe Creek Service Plaza exit. Now, you can see FHP out there over to the shoulder, but what you can also see in the corner of that screen is that Service Creek Plaza is closed. It looks as though the cones are separating the traffic from the exit. So if you're heading out in that direction right now, that Service Plaza appears to be closed. The traffic continues to build if you're heading north. Now, our city officials do not recommend that you head north right now, but all morning long I was telling our viewers that if you were planning to head toward Orlando, to avoid the turnpike, to take I-95. Now, speaking of 95, let's go ahead and take a live look outside. This is our traffic here in Miami-Dade County. This is a view right now, I-95 right at Northwest 54th Street. So it looks pretty empty, and it has looked like this all morning long. Express lanes have been moving nicely. 1 or 2 cars I've seen north and south. It really has looked like this all morning. I'm going to show you the maps now because I want to take a closer look at the Golden Glades and Broward County. We are dealing with some minor delays on the turnpike. You can see the yellow. That's turnpike southbound approaching 95. Where we also are seeing delays are along Ives Dairy. So I-95 southbound, that same bumper-to-bumper traffic you normally hit around Ives Dairy, it's still there. 595, I-75 has remained pretty clear all morning. Still is pretty clear now. We're in the green on both major highways in both directions. Now, 95, the only delays we're seeing are southbound right around Davie Boulevard. Very minor. 441 northbound around Davie. Turnpike all clear. Now, a couple things I do want you to take with you. If and when the power does go out and the traffic lights stop working, treat that as a 4-way stop sign. And if you do happen to break down on the road, star FHP is the number you want to dial to get you out of the roads.
Okay, thanks a lot, Nicole. Traffic north of us is a problem. Be aware of that as you try to head to Orlando.
And we'll try to bring you as many traffic reports as possible since everyone's kind of making their last runs out for errands and to get supplies. Will Manso has been checking the scene in downtown Miami for us. A lot of activity, no doubt there, Will.
Lori, Calvin, I apologize as a fire truck just went by here, so it got a little loud there while you were throwing it over to me. But let me tell you what's going on in downtown Miami. It is really quiet here. This is an area that very familiar with. As you look behind me at the Freedom Tower, the American Airlines Arena, this is usually an area that is very, very busy. And as you can see now, kind of eerie considering it is a Friday afternoon. It's basically a ghost town out here, but for a few cars. Very few people we've seen walking on their bicycles. That is because this stretch here, this particular stretch, is part of Zone B. So this is an evacuation area, mandatory evacuation for the residents here. We have seen some residents But for the most part, it has been very quiet. At the distance, you've got the Frost Science Museum, you've got the Perez Museum, of course, the Arts Center. So you have some of the more beautiful buildings and the more, I think, memorable buildings that you've got in South Florida in this little stretch here right now. But this little stretch will likely be very quiet, as it should be, over the next 48 hours or so as Irma approaches. So right now, as we take a live look again, you see through there very few cars. We've seen very little activity. What I did see in this building when we arrived here, this is going to be our location throughout the duration of the storm. Certainly while we can be safe, we will be out here and show you what's going on. But we actually met some residents downstairs who were hanging out. We talked to some of the...
Will Manso live in downtown Miami there, and we're going to try to get back. Will, we have you again. Go ahead.
I apologize. Yeah, I was just saying, Lori, that there are about 40 or 50 people that are in this building that decided to stay. Remember, this is a mandatory evacuation area. This little stretch here is part of Zone B, but a lot of these people just didn't feel they had anywhere to go, and they felt that they were safe here. This is a newer building, as many of the condominiums and many of the buildings here in downtown. Now, we talked yesterday, we've talked the last few days about cranes. In this particular area, we do see a crane in the distance, but it's far out. There's another crane about 3 blocks that way. So we're in a position now where you don't really see those cranes. Many of the cranes in the construction that's going on that are remaining up, the city of Miami says about 20 of them are in different areas a few blocks away. So a lot of people chancing it, but for the most part, I think people listening to the evacuations, it's eerie to be out here. We have been out here many times for stories to cover the heat, to cover parades, to cover great events at the Arts Center or the Perez Museum, and yet here we are on a Friday afternoon. There's very few people on the road, and certainly no one walking or biking these roads right now.
And Will, I was going to ask you, is that the area where we were a few years ago when the Miami Heat were actually winning in the playoffs and they won the NBA championship?
Yeah, it's a good memory, Calvin. I know you and myself and Lori were here and all on the stretch. I think we all remember the picture. This is where the Miami Heat buses and parades and all the players came through to celebrate. Obviously a much different scene right now. Again, you look at this, how often do you look at downtown Miami over to the Intercontinental Hotel and see nothing, see no cars? I mean, look at the stretch right now, Biscayne Boulevard. As I speak right now, I don't see a single car either coming by or coming my way. So it is definitely eerie, but it is good to see, though, in the sense that, again, this is an area that is part of the mandatory evacuation, is part of Zone B. So most of the people that could get out of this area, that had a place to go safely, decided to do so. The ones that stay here, well, they're just going to have to hope for the best. These are newer buildings, as we said. They're supposed to be built to withstand some high wind, obviously, but we don't know what's going to happen, obviously, with these situations, because we've never seen a storm like this, certainly not to these buildings.
Right.
And when Max Mayfield shows us the storm surge that's going to go through downtown and that area, Will, it makes good sense that everyone has gotten out. We'll check back with you, Will, shortly. We know you're going to be all around that downtown area. Thank you.
And now we want to take you to a scene that we have shown you from Sky 10. Hundreds of people lining up to try to get into a shelter in southwest Miami-Dade.
And that's where Janine Stanwood is positioned for us now to bring us up to date. Now, Janine, I believe, are you right out there? Is that the Robert Morgan Educational Center?
Yeah, this is the Robert Morgan Educational Center, and a lot of these folks have been in line for quite some time. I'm going to try to walk as far as I can to show you. So this is the end of the line. These folks have just sort of arrived here. So as you know, Miami-Dade County, they added 13 shelters, and this was one of them. And so people got word, and they decided to kind of come here right away. Wait, I don't know if we can walk anymore. Maybe we can't from where we are. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah, where are you coming from? Where do you live?
Homestead.
Homestead. Had you planned to evacuate, or was this a last-minute decision?
No, we planned to. We just wanted to make sure. We knew that there was traffic, and we wanted to make sure when would be the best time to do that. So.
And so when you heard, I know the mayor tweeted out a couple of hours ago that this would open up. What did you think? Like, we got to get out of here right away?
We kind of had an idea that this place was going to be available, so we always had that in mind. So this is pretty much our plan B.
Okay, plan B. So Homestead, did you go through Andrew?
Yes, we did.
And so when you see Irma, what do you think?
I think she's big, but we've been through it, and if the wind slowed down, we can definitely take her, so just like anything else.
What's your name?
Michael.
Michael. All right, good luck to you, Michael.
Thank you.
How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're
it's
good.
hot out here, right?
Yeah, it's really hot.
Okay, but you're holding it up?
Yeah, we're good. We're waiting here. We have prayed that nothing happened, but we always want to be safe and then sorry.
Okay. They're going to the National Hurricane Center. We're going to check back in with you, Lori and Calvin.
Janine, thanks so much. We'll check back there, and let's do take the signal to the National Hurricane Center. We have Mark DeMaria joining us live right now to bring us the very latest. And Mark, as everyone's out there lining up at shelters, getting their last supplies, I mean, at this point, what can you tell people as far as timing? We really can't emphasize it enough. Mark Brennan, thanks so much. Sorry to call you by the wrong name. Now we see you.
That's okay.
And
yeah, so the issue today is, today's really the last full day we have to get ready before conditions begin to deteriorate tomorrow. On our track forecast, you can see the center of Irma is going to be making that turn during the day on Saturday and then approaching South Florida Saturday night and moving inland early Sunday morning. So we expect the tropical storm force winds to first arrive in the Keys during the day, afternoon on Saturday, and then up into mainland South Florida by Saturday evening. So today's really your last full day to get ready. You're going to want to try to have everything done and be where you're going to ride out the storm by either tonight or during the day tomorrow.
And should we get some hope that that the storm has weakened over the course of time? Once packing winds of 185 miles an hour, now down to 150. So should we get some sort of hope in that or not?
I don't want people to get too excited about changes in intensity. We've seen some fluctuations here. Actually, the winds have gone back up a little bit now in the last pass through from the aircraft. They're back up to 155 miles an hour. So when storms are going through these eye wall replacement cycles, the intensity will go up and down. The main message that people need to take with them is this is an extremely dangerous hurricane. It's going to bring wind and storm surge hazards to much of Florida, especially here in South Florida, where it's going to be making landfall at its strongest. So everybody in that hurricane warning area in South Florida needs to prepare for experiencing the core of a major hurricane, because we're not exactly sure where that core of those most intense winds is going to go. And everybody in that storm surge warning area along the coast and inland, especially in South Miami-Dade on the west side of Biscayne Bay, where it goes inland a little farther, needs to be ready to evacuate if they've been told to do so.
And Mike, now at 2:15, I mean, if people haven't left by now, but they're still texting us and calling us, should we get in the car? Should we go north? What is your best advice?
If you've been asked to evacuate, you should try to do so. Try to find somebody who lives outside of the evacuation zone and go stay with them. If they have a house that's got shutters up and is ready for the storm, if you have friends or relatives, try to stay with them. Try to go to a shelter and reach out to your local officials, either through the county or city, and try to find some help from them. They can probably give you some guidance as where you should be able to find shelter.
And Mike, not to talk too inside baseball here, but you talked about a primary wall and then a secondary eye wall. What does that mean in terms of the storm gaining intensity, losing intensity? For viewers at home, can you explain for us?
Sure. Yeah, you can actually sort of see it in the satellite imagery here. We have the very distinct eye where you can see the blue color, and then there's sort of a second eye that forms around that, and the inner eye will dissipate. And during that process, the winds and the peak winds, the very strongest winds in the hurricane will decrease, but the wind field gets bigger. So it's sort of a trade-off. You get slightly lower winds in terms of the strongest winds the storm has, but now the hurricane force winds are going to cover a larger area. And then as this outer eye wall forms, it can tighten up again, and then the peak winds can go back up. So it's sort of a cycle that these very strong hurricanes go through. The key message is that even if the peak winds decrease, we've seen them since yesterday, the storm is bigger now. So actually, regardless of where it makes landfall here in Florida, people on both coasts and near the core are going to see hurricane force winds for several hours. So that's what people need to pay attention to.
Hours.
If Irma is anything, it is consistent and very strong. Dr. Mike Brennan, thank you for your time.
Let's take you now to the Bahamas, where we know Irma has done a number on, and this is in the Inagua, Bahamas here. Let's take you and show you some of the photos that were sent to us. We know some homes have been damaged there. There has been some flooding as well.
Especially in the southeast Bahamas, and the storm hammering the northern coast of Cuba as well. But these are southeast Bahamas. This was coming to us from Inagua.
Yeah, you can see that flying projectile there from that home. It looks like a tile from the roof of that home, but you can see this home taken from a gentleman who was actually driving through his neighborhood surveying the damage. Just lots of rain, lots of water, and lots of damage to that house.
We have a couple more pictures here driving down the street. And of course, the infrastructure there is just nothing like we have here. But these areas, if you've ever been to the Bahamas, I mean, they just can't, they're not built to withstand this. And really, no one is built to withstand, nothing is built to withstand a major Category 5 storm.
Yeah, just more, just puddles of water there, but lots of rain from Hurricane Irma. lashing the Bahamas, the southeastern part of the Bahamas, and this is specifically in the Inagua area. And this is a green home here where you can see some of the tiles from that rooftop just peeled off from the hurricane force winds, 155 miles an hour from Hurricane Irma.
I was at least glad to see some of those power lines were still up.
Yeah.
My goodness, a surprise there. These might have come early before the eye of the storm really came through. Obviously, folks stepping out while they still could to capture a few pictures for us, and we'll share with you any images we get.
And we're getting quite a few of those, too. We are going to take you back now to Southwest Miami-Dade, and our Janine Stanwood is standing by outside of the Robert Morgan Educational Center, where lines of people have been waiting to get inside for shelter. Janine.
Okay, we're back. Calvin, Lori, hello. We're at the end of the line, and I don't know, we'll try to walk up as far as we can here. But you can, if you can see sort of in the distance, you see there are buses right there. Right now, there's a little bit of confusion as to whether those buses are to get people out, because some people are thinking that the Robert Morgan Educational Center is at full capacity. My colleague Madeline Wright is actually up there trying to figure it out, but from what we were told from a woman who was up there, she said that the buses are actually here in case people don't want to wait in line and try to go to another shelter. Hi. Yeah, what's going on?
Good. That is good. We're all of us is okay. But I prefer the elderly people who is sick to give them the place than the people who is healthy, you know.
Right. We can, we can talk to some of the people. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Yes.
What's your name?
My name is Anna.
Anna.
Yes.
Yeah. As Anna mentioned, I don't know if you can see, there are kids here. These guys are in actually pretty good spirits. We talked to them earlier. You guys are from where? From Homestead, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
A bit hot.
You're a bit hot. Yeah. And what about you?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good right now. That's good. I'm glad the kids are feeling good. But we did, Lori, Calvin, I have to tell you, we saw some older people, a couple of folks in walkers. Tell me, what are you thinking? What are they telling you?
Everything is packed that we have to go.
Who told you this?
You see the police with a speaker. He's saying they don't have no more space.
He's saying they're full right now.
Yeah.
And so what's the plan now?
I'm gonna go to my sister's apartment.
You're going? Where does she live?
Cutler Bay.
Cutler Bay. Hold on a second. Wait. I'm listening to this police officer right now. They're sending people on buses. They're sending people on buses to a different school, right?
To a different school, Ferguson School.
Okay, and they're saying now that there are 2 registration lines.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is he saying that it's full though?
I guess they're going to be at capacity based on the number.
Right. It looks like it may be.
In there, so.
Okay. Okay. We're going to find out for sure. But as you can see from the lines here, there are a lot of people. I know Sky 10 was here earlier, and there were hundreds of people in line. I mean, by our rough estimate, maybe 600, 700 people here in line at the Robert Morgan Educational Center, and that's a lot of people. And so right now, I think the officials are doing the best they can to get everybody registered and inside. But you can see over there is a Miami-Dade police officer with a megaphone. You know what? I'm gonna, if you don't mind, Wade, do you think my microphone can go that far? Lori, Calvin, you guys can still hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Hey, Lori.
Yes,
you can.
We can hear
okay,
you. We'll let you know if we lose it. And Janine, just so you know, you can tell people that, Janine, there is another shelter that's just opened in Homestead at South Dade Senior High. That might be close too, but hopefully they will put everyone on buses and take them directly to another shelter.
Right, and I think that's what they're doing, actually. I think that's why these buses are here. If people don't want to wait in line, they can maybe go there. All right, here's with the megaphone. Can you guys still hear me, or am I breaking up?
Yeah, we can still hear you, but is there any indication of how far away Ferguson is from where you are?
Okay. Hey, so what are you telling folks right now?
What I'm telling folks is that the actual capacity of this school right now is 2,400. We're probably going to meet the capacity. If they don't want to wait, especially people with special needs, they have the right to get on the MTA buses free of charge. The MTA buses Ferguson High School, which is on 96th Street, 152nd Avenue, and they'll go there. They have also medical facilities there, and they take special needs over there.
And Ferguson is not that far from here, right?
8 miles. And after that happens, and the hurricane goes by and everything's fine and it's safe, they'll bring the MTA buses will bring them back here, and they can get in the cars and go back home safely.
Okay. Excellent. Officer, thank you so much. Appreciate you. And all right, so Calvin, Laura, you heard that. So there's a really good chance that this is going to become at capacity very, very soon. But you can see right now, thankfully people are moving. All right, you guys are moving. That's good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so people are moving.
Capacity is at 2,400, but Janine, at some of the other shelters, priority was given to the elderly and to those with special needs. Not the case there?
Oh, I think they can take those folks here. I believe they can, but I think that the thinking is that if folks don't want to be in line or waiting, they can get on these buses and go to the other shelter, which, Ferguson, as the officer said, is Ferguson, which is just 8 miles away from here. So it's not that far. So it looks like, thankfully, people are starting to move. And the folks that aren't able to fit here, they can try to get on those buses and go to another shelter. We're gonna sort of keep watching this and keep monitoring this and see what the status is. And as soon as we figure out that this is to capacity and that it's full and that it's closed, we'll let you know right away.
And we are putting together those graphics of the additional shelters in Miami-Dade County. They are going to have 43 shelters open by the end of the day. So, Janine, just getting around to some of those new shelters. We know you'll be busy, and we appreciate any updates you can bring us.
All right, see you soon.
All right, and Lori, we can't stress enough about how important it is that people bring their own bedding. Because, they have cots there that are available at those shelters. But, however, they're given to folks who have special needs, and they're given to the elderly as well.
Definitely. We want to point out one thing for you. We have heard some important updates from FP&L. They are working round the clock to make sure, more intense work than they've ever done for any storm. They want to make sure that after the storm they are ready. There have been a lot of rumors out there. They told us that because they powered down the Turkey Point nuclear power plant, that would in some way affect people's power. But the chief, the CEO, and president saying today that not at all. But they do expect 9 million people could lose power during and after the storm. So they are proud to say they are more prepared than at any time in history. The outages, though, will not be by days. It will be a matter of weeks. But they are fully prepared. And this time, Calvin, they don't just have the crews ready for outages and lines down, but they are ready for major infrastructure problems.
Yeah, and let's be clear, too, as well, that this nuclear reactor plant and area that we're talking about in Turkey Point withstood Hurricane Andrew back in 1992. So the St. Lucie nuclear reactor plant, as well as the power plant in Turkey Point, both have withstood major hurricanes and are built to withstand Category 5 storms.
They have been powered down. It will not affect power in the area, and FP&L is very stocked and ready to go to get us through Irma. Look at the sunshine down there in Key West.
Yeah, and those guys are out. Might be the only few people in the Florida Keys right now, or in the Key West area on Duval Street. Many of the shops have been closed. Business owners are boarded up to protect their properties and their businesses. So this is the case along what is now a ghost town. Just a couple of cars out there, a guy riding a scooter, and just a few people standing on the corner on Duval Street, a very popular area.
And right now, we are tracking Hurricane Irma, making history as the most powerful storm ever recorded in the Atlantic. It's a dangerous Category 4 storm. And good afternoon. I'm Lori Jennings.
And I'm Calvin Hughes, and the tropical storm force winds are expected to be hitting us by tomorrow afternoon and evening. And we've learned a man has died in Davie after falling off a ladder, putting up storm shutters. We thank you for joining us here on Local 10. You can also listen to our radio partners as well.
You can get the latest storm updates on these radio stations. We have so many partners. 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio down in the Keys.
And also use social media as well. You can watch us on the go on your Local 10 app. There you can do that on your laptop. We will be streaming our newscast all day long and all night long as well.
Follow us too. You can like our Facebook page for the latest information and Facebook live streams. Also follow us on Twitter. We're tweeting out updates from our reporters and public officials, very timely. And on Instagram, find us at Local 10 News.
And we are watching the approach of Hurricane Irma at this hour. It is now a Category 4 storm, and it is on a track now to at least hit the northern parts of Cuba.
Schools across our state are closed at least through Monday.
And all Broward County residents living east of US 1 are now under a mandatory evacuation order.
Miami-Dade County has ordered mandatory evacuations for anyone who lives in zones A, B, and parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County, they have been told that they have to leave.
If you haven't already, right now is the time to finish your preparations. This is the line of people outside the BJ's store there in Kendall. It has been very orderly, but it's a long line for propane gas. It just wraps around almost the entire building there in Kendall.
I want to take you now to our weather team. We have crews fanned out across South Florida, but we are going to begin with our dynamic duo right there. On your left, Max Mayfield, our hurricane specialist. But Betty, we're going to begin with you, our chief certified meteorologist.
Hi, everyone. Hurricane Irma getting closer to South Florida. It is now 380 miles, give or take, southeast of Miami, and it is huge. That center of circulation churning just offshore of Cuba. You can see the eye there, but look at the cloud canopy that makes up Irma. We're talking rains impacting the Bahamas and rain spreading all the way back down towards central and eastern areas of Cuba. So just a very large system, and some of those outer bands reaching the northwest Bahamas and eventually today could reach parts of South Florida. Maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour. Irma is moving west at 14 miles per hour. And notice that counterclockwise circulation, and it's that onshore flow component that's going to cause a lot of that water from the ocean to be pushed toward the shoreline. It piles up, and what it amounts to is storm surge, that inundation that we're so concerned about for so many of you, and that is why there are mandatory evacuations in play for the Keys. So the Keys had to vacate. Also talking east of US 1, all of Broward ordered to evacuate. It's a little more complicated for Miami-Dade, and our hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is standing by with more on that. Max?
Well, it is complicated for Miami-Dade. The topography changes both over land and offshore quite a bit here. And Betty and I are getting so many questions from people asking, should I evacuate in such and such a community? I want to just make this simple. Miami-Dade County has an excellent website. If you go to miami-dade.gov/emergency, there's a place on there that shows the storms, the evacuation zones, and these are mandatory evacuation zones, by the way. You can zoom in on the map. It's interactive. You can see if your place is in there, or you can just simply type in your address, and it will take you there and tell you whether you're in one of those zones or not. It works very efficiently, and it's easy to find out if you are in one of those zones. If you are, don't just get in your car and start driving. Have a destination already picked out. If you look at that map, there are a lot of areas outside of the storm surge zones. If you have a friend there that has a well-built house that is prepared, I'd strongly advise you to do that. You should always go tens of miles rather than hundreds of miles.
Right. And there are some areas, Max, that are a little more west of US 1 in Miami-Dade, in that evacuation zone area. And people may be wondering, how could I possibly need to get out? How is storm surge getting all the way back in here? And we talked about how that water piles up. And it's not just at the immediate shoreline where you have to worry about that inundation, because it could get funneled, as the models show could happen, and that's why.
And we've been showing some of the storm surge models from the Hurricane Center yesterday and today, and my wife texted me, is our house going to flood? But I want to have a consistent message, and I want to reinforce exactly what the local officials are saying. They've looked at all that data, and it gets inland going up the canals or up the rivers, and that's why even this area right here, if you can see my cursor there, that area inland west of 95, that's the Miami River. It comes up Biscayne Bay and it pushes up the river, and they're going to have flooding there. But the local officials, emergency managers, they've already looked at all that storm surge data, and based on that, these are the areas that they said should be under the mandatory evacuation zone. So if you're in there, you need to leave.
Right. Lori and Calvin?
Max, thanks so much for bringing us up to date. We'll check back shortly.
Let's take you now to Washington. The White House is closely monitoring the progress and potential impact of Hurricane Irma that it will have on the Florida Peninsula.
Plus, we have more breaking news on the first storm-related death right here in South Florida. Nicole Perez is in the newsroom to bring us the latest.
Lori, Calvin, some very unfortunate breaking news is the first death related story to come out of this hurricane. Now, it was a 57-year-old man. He was hired to put up shutters. Now, this happened in the Davie area, in the Shenandoah area of Davie. So he was hired to put up shutters. He fell off his ladder on the second floor of a home and hit his head on a pool deck. He was then taken to Broward Health Medical, and he was pronounced dead at the hospital. So a very unfortunate breaking news there. Now, meantime, the White House was holding a briefing earlier on Hurricane Irma. So let's take a listen in on Homeland Security Advisor Tom Bossert.
This storm has taken lives already. It's going to take more, unfortunately, if we're not prepared. So please take it seriously. I'd also suggest now, in terms of influencing, that people stop watching so carefully this track and start thinking a little bit more seriously about getting themselves into a safe place and out of danger. Now, I don't want them to take that as a call for shadow evacuations. Please listen to your local authorities on evacuation orders. They're not only looking out for your best interest, but they're carefully coordinating. This is a peninsula, and so people need to evacuate from south to north, and that is a staggered and carefully thought through process. But what I am suggesting is at this point, this is a large storm, and whether it wobbles left or wobbles right, you need to, at this point, start thinking through your own personal accountability. So please make sure it's kind of a oxygen mask theory. Take care of yourself first, so you can take care of others, take care of your loved ones, and if you're able, please take care of strangers and others in need.
So again, that was Homeland Security Advisor Tom Bossert, and he's really been saying what the governor and the mayor has been saying all morning, all afternoon, yesterday, today. If you are under a mandatory evacuation zone, evacuate. Don't take this storm lightly. It is a very dangerous storm. He just wants everybody to take care of each other, family, and take this very seriously. Lori, Calvin?
Okay, Nicole, thanks a lot. Can't stress enough about not watching the core of that storm and whether or not it's going to wobble left or wobble right. Just be prepared. Get ready for tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
And we've already seen some live reports from Hollywood, been bringing those to you. They're dealing with debris removal, a lot of construction sites. They've got a lot on their hands in a very fast-growing community. Todd Tongan was able to speak with the mayor in Hollywood.
Right now we are joined by the mayor of Hollywood, Josh Levy, who you've obviously been watching the situation very closely. What do you want to tell the residents of Hollywood?
So I've been over at the Emergency Operations Center. Our city staff is fully activated at the EOC, everywhere from police, fire, public works. Everybody's on standby to make sure that if we have impacts from this storm, when we do have impacts, that we're there with public safety and all the available personnel to respond to the storm.
You have a lot of challenges, though. I mean, you know, part of your city is on the ocean, part of it is inland. How about first responders that are close to the water? Have they been moved?
So yes, we definitely keep first responders out of harm's way. We have an evacuation order for areas east of US 1, of course, hoping that every resident east of US 1 is heeding the warnings to find some place to shelter outside of the evacuation zone.
Have you got a report from your people on the ground that that is the case? Are they getting out?
Many are. I think there's been an overwhelmingly positive response, responsible response by residents really throughout South Florida, and especially in Hollywood, boarding up their homes, supplying, getting caught up on supplies, and really getting ready to weather this storm out. We don't know yet exactly where the forecast track will lead.
How are you set for shelters? Have you heard from residents that say they can't find shelter? I know you want people to go to friends and family first if they can find a spot. What's it look like for shelters in Hollywood?
So the shelters have space. We have 2 or 3 surrounding shelters. They're all listed on the city website, www.hollywoodfl.org. And of course, 14 are open now through the county as I speak right now.
Anything I didn't ask you about that you think is really important that people need to know?
I do want to mention one thing. If and when this storm hits and we do need to bunker down, generator safety. We want to make sure people keep their generators outside. Don't think that you can run them in your garage. We have to make sure we are safe from carbon dioxide and fire risk.
That's a good point, Mayor. In fact, even if you put that generator near a closed window, those fumes can make it inside the home.
Sure.
We've seen that before. Thank you. Mayor Josh Levy from Hollywood giving us a status update on his city.
Okay, Todd, thanks a lot. Odorless, tasteless, but poisonous carbon monoxide fumes. Do not try to run a generator inside your home. So smart to remind people of that.
And there are residents just outside of Key West who are planning to weather Hurricane Irma, believe it or not.
Let's go to Local 10's Derek Shore, who spoke with one woman who plans to do exactly that.
Well, right now we are just outside of Key West on Big Coppet Key. This is obviously one of the areas that is of most concern because it is very close to the water and not very high up. We have Connie here who actually lives on the Key. Tell us, we've been noticing all of these cars on US 1 all along the way, close to bridges. Why are they doing that? Is that to keep their cars safe?
Yes, that's what they think.
But it's not really safe for all of this because this is the lowest key. This one here, the water, the last time I was in this George and Wilma, the water went up.
So the water
So the
totally
water
engulfed
totally
and took the road out.
Right.
Okay. And so these people are trying to obviously save their vehicles by trying to get them up, but you don't think it's going to help?
I don't think so.
Okay. And show us your house. You live in an apartment over here, right? And you're up on stilts. If we can walk over here. I mean, what have you been doing over the past day or so?
Packing, make sure that everything is boarded. And that's what we did all day and the night.
And you can see, I mean, water's already pooled here just from the rain from last night, and I can see the boards up on your house and the apartment next to it. You said you're most worried. You have a dog as well.
Yes.
And
I
what
have
are you
one.
concerned about?
For the safety of my dog. That's really I'm concerned about because he is a good dog.
Yeah.
I don't want anything happen to my dog. Definitely.
Yeah, like your child.
Yes.
And you're going to stay here, though, even though this evacuation is in order.
Yes. I'm going to stay to my friend's house. They have a higher up. And I'm going to park the car right in a big Circle K. And that's where I'm going to stay tonight.
Well,
Because
Connie, I wish you
it's-
the best of luck. Yeah, I mean, you're pretty low down here.
Very.
Yeah.
Even though there is seawall on the back, I think it's pretty much holding the water out. But, you know, the water is this way, so it's going to cover the whole thing. According to my letters, he said this is the safest.
Yeah.
The water doesn't go too far because the seawall is really higher up.
So you guys are low, but with a seawall. Well, Connie, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best of luck. That is what it looks like right now in Big Coppitt Key. Still plenty of people staying, but a lot are actually heeding the evacuation order and getting out after they've boarded up their homes. It's very quiet on this key, and of course, hopefully, it stays that way. We'll send it back to you.
Derek Shore, live for us. Thank you. Governor Rick Scott speaking now in Fort Myers. Let's listen in.
We want all evacuations to be safe. I am glad so many people are driving to safe places. We've increased the number of troopers on Florida roadways to help move traffic and keep people going down the road. Many individuals are asking about contraflow. We still need southbound lanes to get needed gas and supplies down to shelters and families that need it in the southern parts of our state. Contraflow inhibits our ability to get emergency vehicles to people that need them. Right now, to ease congestion, we've activated the use of shoulders on I-75 from Wildwood to the Georgia line. Please drive safely and listen to law enforcement. They're working to keep you and your family safe. Real-time traffic information and evacuation routes are available. FL511.com. You do not need to evacuate out of the state or hundreds of miles away to stay safe. You can find shelter in your county unless you're in Monroe County. If you don't need to get on the road, don't. Again, if you're convinced you don't have a way to evacuate due to traffic, fuel, whatever it is, call the Florida Emergency Information Hotline at 1-800-342-3557. It's a dedicated hotline. We will do everything we can to help you get out, but you cannot wait until the storm hits. Fuel. We know there are problems with fuel at our gas stations. State law enforcement are providing escorts to gas trucks to get them through traffic so they can get to the stations faster. These law enforcement escorts have continued through the night, which will they're going to keep going as long as they can. For gas stations and evacuation zones, we need you to stay open as long as you can so people can get as much fuel and get out. We will arrange police escorts for your employees so they can get out safely. We need gas stations in evacuation zones to stay open as long as possible so we can get people out. We know fuel is important, and we are doing everything we can to get more fuel here. I've worked with the White House, I've worked with the EPA, I've worked with FEMA, I've worked with everybody, Department of Transportation, everybody to get more fuel into the state and then get that fuel out to our stations. 3 tanker ships delivered fuel to Port Tampa Bay yesterday for resupply efforts, each delivering 1.2 million gallons of fuel. And as of 6 p.m. last night, 8.4 million gallons of fuel was shipped into Port Everglades, and more than 5 million gallons of fuel was shipped into Port Tampa Bay. State law enforcement continues to escort fuel supply trucks from Port Tampa Bay, Port Everglades, and Jacksport directly to gas stations in your community. We are aggressively working to move excess fuel staged in the Florida Panhandle to communities, especially in the north central part of the state. However, if you're in an evacuation zone in South Florida, you need to leave now. Port Everglades will be closing tonight for safety, and gas will no longer be resupplied into much of southern Florida after the storm hits. Until after the storm hits. If you're concerned that you can't get out because of whatever reason, traffic, fuel, whatever it is, 1-800-342-3557. We will do everything we can to get you out, but you cannot wait. Shelters. Last night I directed all schools to be closed. K-12, state colleges, universities, all to be closed, and all state offices were closed effective today through Monday. This is to ensure we have all the space we need for sheltering and staging. Floridians have to have access to every place they can for a shelter. Shelters are available, and you should follow the directions of local officials to go to the shelter that fits your needs. Volunteers. Over 17,000 people have volunteered to help in this. I think, first off, thanks everybody for volunteering. We need more. I know we're going to need more. I want to thank everyone who's opened their hearts to help, and we can't thank you enough. If you want to volunteer, go to volunteerflorida.org to sign up for volunteer opportunities. National Guard. All 7,000 members of the National Guard that are available have been activated as of today. Every member available has been activated in advance of this storm. They are working hard to get people. They're working hard to make sure we all get to safety. Utilities. They're actively pre-positioning resources throughout the state and in neighboring states. We know how important power is, and we're going to do everything we can to get the power back on after this storm hits. It's a little harder to get pre-positioned when you have the whole state being impacted by this storm. I want to thank the governors of other states that provided every resource we've asked for. A lot of governors have reached out to me, and I've called others to ask for resources. Everything I've asked for, they've done. I know the entire country is behind us, and we have the best first responders in the country spread throughout the state and neighboring states ready to help. But let's think about it. We're running out of time. This storm's going to hit. It's almost here. If you're in an evacuation zone, don't wait. Get out now. This is a catastrophic storm that our state has never seen before. Remember, we can rebuild your house, you can get your possessions again, you can't rebuild your life, and you can't rebuild your family. Protecting life is our absolute top priority. No resource or expense will be spared to protect life. Florida is tough, Florida is resilient, Florida is unbreakable. Let's all stay together and help each other. We are an amazing melting pot of loving people, and I'm proud to be the governor of this state. Este huracán es muy peligroso. Su vida es lo más importante. Cada familia debe de tener un plan.
Governor Rick Scott speaking in Spanish. His news conference he's giving now in Fort Myers. He's been giving these all around the state to warn everyone about the danger of this catastrophic storm heading our way, Hurricane Irma. He says we are running out of time. This is a catastrophic storm, and we have never seen this kind of storm before. We can rebuild your home, but we cannot rebuild your life.
Fuel is really his top priority. He wants folks to know he has police escorts for these fuel tankers to get them where they need to be. And 8.4 million gallons of fuel came in late last night to Port Everglades, another 5 million to the port there in Tampa Bay. So that is on its way. It's already been delivered for this morning. And let's hope most gas stations still have some fuel.
Well, speaking of that, let's check in on our Janice Fernandez live now at a gas station in Florida City. We saw them putting up the yellow tape, and it's still up. No gas, still at that racetrack, huh?
I am Calvin and Lori, and this is really the situation. Not only is there no more gas at this racetrack, we're right on US 1, right before the Upper Keys in Florida City. But again, not only is there no gas at this gas station, but we actually spoke to the attendants inside, and they're telling us that they're getting ready to close up soon. So at this point, it's more about the fact that they want to make sure that their store, that their station is prepared for Hurricane Irma. And of course, I want you to go ahead and take a look. We showed this to you earlier, Calvin, but again, yes, you can see that we have the tape up letting people know that there is no more gas, but you can see that the pumps have been wrapped up. And that's really a safety precaution. They're doing that because of those high winds that are expected. They don't want these pumps to fly out. And also the same situation with the trash cans. And we saw some of the workers here a bit earlier emptying those trash cans and also picking up trash from the floor. They're really just trying to get everything prepared. So at this point, it's a safety issue of why they're not going to be giving out gas anymore. many more. And the problem with that is we still have a lot of people evacuating from the Keys, and they're trying to find gas. Take a listen. You were saying you live in Key Largo. Talk about why you decided to leave.
I do. I've been in Key Largo for about 5 years, moved here from Georgia, and I'm kind of the last man out in our apartment complex. And so I couldn't get a flight out to Atlanta, so what I'm going to do is just go up and hunker down in Fort Lauderdale.
So what are sort of your thoughts? Obviously, this hurricane, we're talking about how strong it's going to be, but it kind of keeps going east, it keeps going west. What are your thoughts as the storm approaches?
I just think it's everybody just really needs to be careful. I was going to try to go to the West Coast, and then it looked like it started to go over there a little bit and then back to Miami. So I think the whole cone is going to go up through the whole state. So I don't really think anywhere is that safe. I'm just going to go try to find a spot. And I've already got reservations in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah,
Just spend a couple nights there. At least I'll be 5 stories off the ground.
Yeah, and that was sort of my next question. Is there sort of anxiety because it looks like no place is safe, really? It looks like every place is going to get impacted by Irma.
Yeah, it's really scary. You just don't know what to expect. It's kind of a helpless feeling.
So the gas situation, obviously, run out of gas at this gas station. How are you doing in terms of gas?
I'm good. I've got a quarter tank. I mean, I've got 3/4 of the tank, so I'm good. And so I should be good to get up to Fort Lauderdale and get back probably Monday or Tuesday.
All right, so it looks like he's in a good situation. He at least has enough to make it to Fort Lauderdale, but after that, it could get a bit scarce. But right now you're looking at video of some people filling up sandbags. Now, Florida City actually ran out of sand, and they also ran out of bags. So this convenience store that's right next to the racetrack, they actually sort of set up their own sandbag distribution center, and people came by filling up sand any place they could using grocery bags, blankets. And we actually spoke to a 9-year-old boy, if you can believe it, Lori and Calvin. His birthday is on Monday, and he's pretty scared with the storm ahead.
I'm scared. Right, we're gonna go stay at my cousin's house. Hopefully everything goes okay.
Where are your cousins? Where do they live?
And by the Redlands.
So where do you live? Do you live in Florida City or are you in the Keys?
Florida City.
Oh, wow. So what have your parents been saying about the hurricane and everything?
That they said that it's big. It might hit hard because last when Andrew came, it took off their roof and they only have 4 walls left.
Wow. So those stories kind of make you a little bit scared, huh?
Yeah.
How old are you?
9.
You're 9. Wow. So is this your first hurricane?
Yeah. My birthday's coming up next week on Monday.
Expecting to spend your birthday during a hurricane? Celebrate your birthday during a hurricane?
No.
So were you guys getting sandbags as well?
Yeah.
How much did you get?
3.
So what is the plan now? Are you guys going back home or are you going straight to your cousins? What are you guys doing?
We're going to go back home and pick up our clothes.
So is it just you and your dad or you've got other people?
I got other people.
All right. Well, good luck to you, Jeremiah. Can you believe it? He's going to be celebrating his birthday on Monday. You can't help but feel for that 9-year-old boy. And so often we're talking to so many people, so many adults, that we sort of forget the children involved in this. There are so many children, so many families that are going to be hunkering down and riding the storm together. Lori, Calvin, I can tell you that I was a young child when Hurricane Andrew hit, and it's one of my earliest childhood memories. So I feel for that young child as well. But again, here at this racetrack gas station on US 1, right before the Upper Keys, unfortunately, they are all out of gas.
Yeah, and the governor is urging many of those gas stations to stay open as long as possible. If I missed this in your report, I do apologize. But did you mention at all that the manager there is going to try to keep that gas station open?
So here's the situation. Earlier this morning at around 5 a.m. when we arrived here, they had about 8,000 gallons of gas. They were feeling pretty confident that that would last them throughout the whole day. But actually, as we continuously went live on television, letting people know that this gas station was open, we saw such a huge line of people coming to fill up their tanks. A lot of those people telling us that they were so thankful that they found out that this gas station was open. So they ended up running out of gas. And at this point, the manager inside, all the attendants, they're worried for their own safety. They want to make sure that this station can survive Hurricane Irma, so that's why they're wrapping everything up, and they're going to head home and get their homes prepared.
Yeah, so smart to do. Our Janice Fernandez in Florida City. Janice, thanks a lot.
And as we want to run down the shelters for you in Miami-Dade County, just 2 quick thoughts. No more bulk pickup in Plantation. They want you to retrieve and secure any bulk trash that hasn't been picked up. And there is sand available, sandbags in Miami Lakes now. They've served all their residents, so even if you don't live in Miami Lakes, you can go to Northwest 154th Street and 89th Avenue. Maximum 10 bags per vehicle until 7 p.m. or they run out. So that's in Miami Lakes if you still need sand.
Now, we are also expecting to hear from Miami-Dade County Mayor Carlos Jimenez coming up at about 3 o'clock. They normally have their Emergency Operations Center news conferences, and we are going to hear from him along with a number of other officials about the very latest coming out of Miami-Dade County. But we have something here on the shelters.
As of 1:30, they have about 10,625 people in the shelters. They're expecting about 65,000, and this is the list here. That was Miami. This one, Miami Central High School, is open for you. Just one of 21 that are up and running right now, but 43 will be open by this evening.
Yeah, we also thought that they had expanded that capacity to about 100,000 people now with those 43 shelters open, that they're expecting so many people, not even, what, 1/6 of what they're, the number of people who have been evacuated, 650,000, the largest in the county's history. But take a look at your screen here. This is at least one shelter in Miami that you can go to, the Country Club Middle School at 18,305. That is a shelter that is in Miami, along with W.R. Thomas Middle School. That's another shelter in Miami.
Let's run down the list for you because, again, there are 21 up and running right now. Yeah. So you've got W.R. Thomas Middle, 26th Street in Miami. Let's bring you a few more.
Yes, in North Miami Middle School, 700 Northeast, 137th Street.
And also Highland Oaks Middle, right there on 203rd Street in North Miami. That's pet friendly, so an extra bonus there.
And Hialeah Gardens Senior High School, this is 11,700 Hialeah Gardens Boulevard in Hialeah Gardens.
And Barbara Goldman Senior High in Miami Lakes, right there on 89th Avenue. That is up and running now.
And we also have Hialeah Middle School here. This is on East 7th Avenue in Hialeah, a place where you can go if you are seeking shelter at this late hour.
And Ronald Reagan Doral Senior High, that opened just a couple of hours ago at 8600 Northwest 107th Avenue. It's a big shelter you can head to in the Doral area.
And one more middle school we want to show you here in Miami Gardens. This is at 18,484 Northwest 48th Place.
And also American Senior High on 67th Avenue in Hialeah, 183rd Street and 67th Avenue in Hialeah.
And Hammocks Middle School and Hammocks Boulevard at 9889 in Miami.
South Dade Senior High is also open at 284th Street and Southwest 167th Avenue in Homestead. That should be a big shelter.
And Coral Park Senior High School at 8865 Southwest 16th Street.
Now, moving to some Broward shelters, we do want to let you know that these are at full capacity. We told you yesterday about Pompano Beach High School. That is no longer available. Head over to Lions Creek Middle and also Coral Glades High School. That is at full capacity, so don't even consider heading over there.
That's right. So here are some other schools that we want to show you too as well. Another one at full capacity, Lori just talked about here, Millennium Middle School. But also, these two are at full capacity. This is in Miami, though, if I'm not mistaken. Felix Varela Senior High School, South Miami Senior High School, and Terra Environmental.
The Humane Society of Broward County says if you pre-registered your pet at Millennium, you should still seek shelter there. You are on the list, but if you didn't pre-register, there is still a pet-friendly shelter available at Everglades High School in Miramar starting today. That started at 1 o'clock.
And this is in Miami as well. You saw that Fuchs Pavilion, that was at full capacity as well. We also saw Robert Morgan Educational Center. Our Janice Stanwood was out there. This is a statement here from FP&L. They said, "We have built the most sophisticated and strongest power grid in the nation. Our goal is to continue providing our customers power now and during the storm." And to be clear, FP&L has no plans to shut down power to its customers. In fact, we have adequate power to continue serving all customers. And after the storm hits, our crews will begin working to restore power.
As soon as conditions are safe, that's when they will. Once restoration begins in earnest, our goal is to get as many customers up and running as soon as possible. We will not stop until all power is restored.
And I think what's interesting here, too, is that a lot of people are not thinking about when the storm hits, but after the storm hits, the recovery. And the mayor talked about that as well earlier today. And
the CEO of FP&L, I mean, he expects, 9 million people could lose their power during and after. And they're not just talking about downed lines this time, but they're talking about damage to the actual infrastructure of our power grid. So it's not going to be an easy fix, but they are more prepared for this storm than any in history.
That's right. It is reassuring to hear. We are now at the top of the hour, and right now we are tracking Hurricane Irma making history as the most powerful storm ever recorded in the Atlantic Ocean. It is a dangerous Category 4 storm, already blamed for at least 20 deaths in the Caribbean. Good afternoon. I'm Calvin Hughes.
Glad you're with us. I'm Lori Jennings, and we can expect those sustained tropical storm force winds by tomorrow afternoon and evening. So we are here for you. And unfortunately, we've already learned of our first storm-related death after a man fell off a ladder putting up storm shutters in Davie. So please be careful. Thank you for joining us on Local 10 and for listening to us on our radio partners.
And you can also get the very latest storm updates on the radio right here. Take a look at your screen. 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys.
We are watching the forecast track for Hurricane Irma, now a Category 4 storm and expected to remain that way as it heads our way. Now it is striking the northern parts of Cuba. They are really in the line of fire.
And schools across the state will be closed at least through Monday.
All Broward residents living east of US 1 are under mandatory evacuation orders.
And Miami-Dade County has ordered mandatory evacuations for people living in zones A, B, but only parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County has been told to leave. Most have left by now.
And if you haven't right now gotten this done, now is the time to finish up your preparations. Take a look at the line here of people outside of a BJ's store in Kendall. A long line of people looking for propane gas. The line of people wraps around the entire building.
We have our Local 10 news crew spread out all over South Florida. And as we toss it over to our weather team, Betty and Max want to let everybody know that there's a new pet-friendly shelter at Highland Oaks Middle in North Miami, 203rd Street. So we love to hear that. So many people are nervous with their pets, and they just want to know what's coming. So we'll send it over to you, Max and Betty.
Hi, everyone. Well, nothing has changed. We are still planning on a major Hurricane Irma striking South Florida this weekend. Here are the stats. Maximum sustained winds 155 miles per hour. Pressure 925 millibars. It's moving west at 14 miles per hour. And that center of circulation about 380 miles southeast of Miami. And on the infrared satellite imagery, you can see the eye of the storm, that center churning between the Bahamas and Cuba, as Irma lashes the Bahama Islands and also bringing the rain and the winds into parts of Cuba as well. Now let's show you that projected path. It's Sunday morning when we do expect Irma to move over South Florida and then work its way up the peninsula. Sunday into Monday, it's just going to be a long time frame for Florida as we deal with the rain, the wind, and also the storm surge threat. Here's the satellite and radar imagery. You can see some rain showers showing up over the Bahamas. And Irma is so large, the clouds associated with it, those outer fringes starting to creep closer and closer to South Florida. We may actually catch a few showers on the extreme outer periphery associated with Irma as we're going through time here. So outside, you're noticing things are changing as the winds are starting to pick up. The breeze is stronger today than it was yesterday. We have winds blowing in from the northeast, sustained around 15 to near 20 miles per hour in some of your neighborhoods, gusting over 20 at times. Not tropical storm force, but that will change as we head later tonight into tomorrow. Specifically, the wind gusts. We're looking at the GFS model, and it is showing Saturday, say around 4 a.m., some of you could be experiencing those wind gusts right at tropical storm force. There's Homestead, Key Largo, 41 miles per hour. And then we work into the afternoon. More areas start to feel those tropical storm force winds ramping up, sustained ramping up tropical storm force winds as the afternoon plays out. So here's the timeline on what to expect on Saturday. We just talked about the sustained tropical storm force winds by the afternoon. Hurricane force winds early Sunday, and those are the winds 74 miles per hour or greater. Pockets of heavy rain, increasing thunderstorm chances, and then on Sunday, that South Florida landfall is going to be likely, and that means more destructive winds, major storm surge, and flooding rains, all still big threats for here, and all of that leads to the possibility for the power outages. Let's check in with our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield. We've been looking at some new model data coming in regarding Irma.
Right, and if we look at the current cone, you know, the center line goes right over the Keys and the South Florida Peninsula. The Hurricane Center does not want you to think that's going to be a perfect forecast, and we've talked about this many times here. Just a slight change in the direction of motion will make a big difference on where landfall actually occurs. And we've seen it kind of go a little bit east, a little bit west, and back and forth here a couple of times here, but the Hurricane Center has held the track pretty steady. Well, here are the new models. This is what the Hurricane Center will be looking at to make the 5 o'clock advisory, and it really looks pretty, they're in pretty fair agreement here, maybe turning northward a little bit later than before, but those are still in good agreement here, and that, at least on those models, the reliable models here, they all take it over the Florida Keys first, even if it, that's not much different than the current forecast. So they may ease a little bit to the left, but the main point is, even if it goes down the middle of those lines there, we're still going to have impacts here.
Right, and your level of preparation should still be the same. So don't look at that and think, oh, it's shifting to the west, maybe. Well, prepare the same.
Right, and again, the reason we like to show some of these reliable models, we're trying to give you a feel for the confidence that the hurricane forecasters have. When they're spread out all over the place, low confidence. When they're lined up pretty close like they are now, they have higher confidence.
That's right. Lori and Calvin?
Okay, Betty and Max, thank you.
And we want to check in with our senior political reporter, Michael Putney. He's been in position at the Miami-Dade EOC for a long time now. Michael, what is the latest?
Lori and Calvin, there is some real news to report from the Miami-Dade EOC this afternoon, and this is an increasingly busy place. The closer Irma gets, the busier they get here. Here is the headline. As of 1:30 this afternoon, 10,625 people were in Miami-Dade County shelters, and that is twice the number that were in the shelters only at 11 a.m. So the shelters in Miami-Dade are filling up fast. There are, at this moment, 21 shelters open. Eventually, by this evening, there will be 43 shelters open, and there could be capacity for about 65,000 people. Now, 5 shelters are at capacity. They are full. Let's put them up on the screen. They are Felix Varela Sr., Terra Environmental, North Miami Senior, the pet-friendly shelter at the Fuchs Pavilion, and South Miami Senior. Don't go to any of those shelters. They will not take you in. The others can. Miami-Dade Transit will continue to provide free bus transit to the shelters up until 10 o'clock this evening. To find out where the buses stop, you can go to www.miamidade.gov or just call 311. And I believe you can go to local10.com, also find out that information. One other bit of information to report, Lori and Calvin. We are told that 3,000 to 4,000 Florida National Guard troops are going to be assigned to Miami-Dade County. Initially, they're going to be going to the shelters. They will providing some kind of security there at the shelters. Once the storm passes, they will be out in the streets. That is the latest from the Miami-Dade EOC. Lori, Calvin, back to you.
And Michael, and there seems to be some mixed messages about what's happening at the Robert Morgan Educational Center. Any clarity there at all about whether or not it was a rumor that got out that allowed people to go stand in line, or it was not really open and people were standing out? What's the latest on that?
I'll be here. That is a good question, and honestly, it is a little murky, Calvin. Here is the little we know. It appears that a county commissioner may have felt that he didn't have or she didn't have a shelter in his or her district, and may have kind of put out the word, hey, it would be good to have one at the Robert Morgan Senior High School. And so the word got out and people started to show up. Well, once they began to show up, they had to open it. So that, I think, is probably what happened.
And Michael, this is not murky at all. We do know straight from Miami-Dade County and emailing us that there is now a pet-friendly shelter opened at the Highland Oaks Middle on 203rd Street. There seems to be a huge demand for these pet-friendly shelters.
Well, hey, who doesn't want to take their dog or cat with them? What are you going to do? Leave them at home? So yes, we are told that there is a huge demand for a shelter where you can bring your dog or your cat. I don't know, your parakeet? Who knows?
Okay, our Michael Putney at the EOC. We're going to be checking back in with you once that news conference begins. Michael, thanks a lot.
We have a chance now to join Dr. Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center. It's always great to check in with the place that knows, and they are buzzing more than our newsroom. Dr. Mike Brennan, thanks so much for your time. Now,
sure, glad to be with you.
Fill us in a little bit. Even when we start to see things shift a little west, it's really not going to change anything.
No, we're still going to see significant hazards from Irma here in southeast Florida and the Keys. I mean, we could still be looking at a direct landfall somewhere in the Keys late Saturday night or early Sunday morning. Right now, our forecast track takes the center of Irma over the southern Florida peninsula and then up to near Lake Okeechobee as we go from Sunday morning into Monday and then up the Florida peninsula from there. But everybody in South Florida who's under this hurricane warning, which is all of us, needs to prepare for the core of a major hurricane to possibly affect them as we go into late Saturday night and early Sunday. All those preparations are going to want to be done by about noon tomorrow, I would say, is a good goal, because the tropical storm force winds are going to begin arriving in the Keys and on mainland South Florida by tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening.
And Dr. Brennan, I was going to ask you about that too as well. How long can we expect to stay in a safe room in our home once those winds begin picking up sometime tomorrow?
Well, we could be looking at a pretty long duration of tropical storm force winds. It's going to take 24 hours for the storm to go from here just off the south coast of the peninsula all the way up to near the Gainesville area, for example. So Irma's a big storm. Those tropical storm force winds are going to arrive well in advance of the center, and they're going to stay behind long after the center passes by. So we could be looking at a 36-hour period or so of tropical storm force winds, and the core period of hurricane winds could be 9 or 10 hours. It just depends on exactly how fast the storm moves past. But it's important to realize, too, that even if the center of Irma moves west of Miami-Dade and Broward counties, or at least the metro areas, the hurricane conditions are going to extend well out from the center. So we could be looking at still a prolonged period of hurricane force winds here in the East Coast metro areas of South Florida.
And we both know of a lot of families where either the husband is staying back and the wife and kids have gone north, or vice versa. For folks who are trying to keep in touch with people in Orlando or up into Gainesville, what kind of impact do you see there?
Well, we could see hurricane conditions near the core of the hurricane move all the way up the peninsula and affect both coasts as well, at least up into all the way up into North Florida, perhaps. So we're expecting to see those hurricane watches and warnings be shifted northward with time. They could see quite a bit of rainfall, so it's not going to be, they might not get the core of a major hurricane once you get, say, north of the lake, because the storm, if it does move inland, will weaken a little bit, but they're still going to see hurricane conditions over a large part of the state of Florida.
And for folks who are living along the coastline, let's talk a bit about storm surge here. Those people have said, look, I'm going to hunker down, I'm going to stay. I rode out Hurricane Andrew. How does this time differ from Hurricane Andrew?
You know, Andrew is a very different type of storm. It was very, very powerful, but it was very small. And it was also moving like this, perpendicular to the coast. So it only affected a very small part of South Florida. Irma is going to be moving from south to north roughly, so it's going to affect all of South Florida. It's a much bigger hurricane. The tropical storm force and hurricane force winds are going to cover a large area, and as Irma approaches, that southeasterly wind is going to pile water from the Atlantic up along the southeast coast into Biscayne Bay, into these very vulnerable areas in South Miami-Dade, where we could see 5 to 10 feet of inundation or flooding from storm surge above ground level. We could see storm surge in the Keys after the center passes by, and those northwest winds push storm surge from the Gulf of Mexico onto the north side of the middle and lower Keys. And if Irma does make a direct landfall in the Keys, we could see very, very high surge here in the middle and upper Keys based on our current forecast. But everybody in this dark pink is under a storm surge warning, which means you could see life-threatening inundation, or expected to see life-threatening inundation in those areas.
We've heard this storm, I think it was Ed Rappaport, your buddy there, who called it kind of a storm of a generation, like Andrew was for that generation. Do you still feel this is going to be just that?
I think so. Unfortunately, you know, storms like Andrew have the potential to change communities. We saw that in South Miami-Dade. We've seen that in Katrina in New Orleans, and Houston with Harvey in Texas. If the core of a major Category 4, borderline Category 5 hurricane moves over any particular area here in South Florida, that has the potential to cause catastrophic wind damage, and the storm surge itself will add to that damage. And so we could see some very severe impacts over a large portion of South Florida from this hurricane. So that's why we're trying to get everybody prepared and get ready for the storm today, because this is your last full day to get ready. You want to be in wherever you're going to ride the storm out by sometime tomorrow, and then hunker down for the duration.
Dr. Mike Brennan from the National Hurricane Center, thank you so much on why Irma will continue to set records even for the days to come.
And you want to get those preparations done now. Miami-Dade Mayor Carlos Jimenez is just putting out another email stressing get everything done today, because this bulk pickup is ending too, and trash pickup is ending. So you don't want to be doing these big projects in the next few hours and have more stuff out on the streets. The point is to get everything done, and then now it's really a matter of securing your garbage and securing any bulk.
And finding a safe room, and also, you know, the fact that there are a lot of people who may be waiting until the very last minute. Now is not the time to do it. And a lot of people are heading to the shelters as well, thinking that that is a first resort of refuge when it should be a last resort of refuge.
It really has to be last resort because they are getting packed already. As we see at one place down in southwest Miami-Dade, we have Janine Stanwood there. We'll check in with her in just a moment when we get that signal, because it's the Robin Morgan Educational Center that has been
Southwest
so
Miami-Dade.
packed.
Yeah.
But they are beginning to bus people anyway to another location.
Let's check in with our Janine Stanwood, who has the very latest for us. Janine, take it away.
Calvin, Lurie, you have me? I think we were having some signal issues, but we're back. We're right here at the Robert Morgan Educational Center. And there were buses that came here that picked up some of the people who could not make it into this shelter because it is now at capacity. And these folks are the one who's are sort of figuring out at this point whether they want to get on a bus. There's a lot of frustration here, which is understandable. Ma'am, I know we were talking to you earlier, and you and that officer had a hug. What's going through your mind right now? You're trying to figure out where to go.
Huh?
You're trying to figure out where to go now.
I wait for you because your responsibility is you, not me. But when you say something, I'm understand. I try to understand you, but you're not to live in there. Everybody can stay. They don't save there. They don't save there. You're supposed to try to see something there inside. Everyone can stay. Everybody inside. They save. They don't save there.
So here's the situation here. So buses came and they picked up. In fact, I think they're still getting some of the overflow folks here at Robert Morgan Educational Center. And from what we understand from Miami-Dade Police, they're actually sending them to two other shelters. One is Ferguson, one is Olympia Heights Elementary School. We don't know if those yet are to capacity, how full they are, how not. In fact, everything is unfolding so quickly that, Lori, Calvin, I don't even know if those are on sort of the official list yet for shelters that are opening. But Miami-Dade Police, they're really doing the best they can. In fact, I'm going to go up to this officer right now. Let me see.
You came in a bus here? Yeah, right now. Oh. Yeah, it's a separate bus. Those are other buses.
Evacuation, it said.
We came on an evacuation bus, but what happened? I don't really know.
So you came here on an evacuation bus from where?
From Dadeland.
Oh, from Dadeland. Okay.
No, Southland Mall. We
Oh,
came from
Southland Mall.
Yes.
So what's the situation now with you?
But right now what they're saying, and we're going to put us on another bus to Ferguson, and if Ferguson is full, then they'll put us somewhere else. But they're actually looking out for us, right now.
How are you feeling?
I'm very nervous. I don't know how I'm standing here right now, honestly. I was like screaming, getting angry, so.
But you're getting out of your house for sure.
I'm getting out of my house, yes, and I feel a lot better now because I'm actually outside, and I know that I'm seeing all these cops around here, and then I see you guys, I can talk to you guys, so it's better for me.
Well, we're all kind of in this together, right?
Yes.
So right there, that's actually that's a county bus that's here, and I think these are some of the buses that are going to pull in here, and they're going to take some of the people. Is that the situation? These buses are going to take some of these folks, and they're going to take them to other shelters?
Yeah, right now what we have is buses that are coming in. There's people, obviously we're full to capacity here. So the county has provided other buses that are taking people to other shelters. The main thing we want to make sure is that we let people know that they will have a shelter to go to. They're going to have a safe haven to go right out the storm, and they will be safe.
Because people are so nervous, because here's what they're telling us. They're saying, we're so scared, what if we get on the bus, we go to another shelter, and it is to capacity?
Correct. That's always a possibility, but the problem is that we have here, not a problem, the solution that we have is that we're going off to other shelters if they're full to capacities. We will open up other shelters and we will take them. The fact is that they will have a place to go to. They will have a shelter, and there will be a safe haven for them.
Right, because people are so worried they're going to be stuck.
Absolutely, rightfully so. But they'll be fine. That's the main information that we want to put out to our community, that we're out there to help them. We're going to take them to a safe place, and they will be okay.
Okay. Yeah, because look, we're seeing some people still even arriving right here with some of their things. So.
All right, that's Janine Stanwood. Clearly, we're having a signal problem there, but a lot of folks have some frayed nerves out there, wondering if they actually get on one of those public transit buses, will they be able to get to a shelter, and is it going to have room for them? Let's go back now to Janine with more.
I don't know.
Janine, go ahead.
Oh, hey, we're back. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about our signal. Okay, so as we were saying, there are still some people arriving right here with their things. Here, let me see if I can talk to these folks. Hey, how are you doing? Are you just arriving now?
Yeah.
Okay. So so this is what we're being told, that this shelter is now to capacity.
Well, once again, we're having some signal issues from Southwest Miami-Dade there, but she was about to talk to some people who had showed up there with a bunch of stuff to go to a shelter, but finding out that at the Robert Morgan Educational Center, no more space.
There are several shelters opening up very, very soon, though, and they're really working to get people bused. Right now, 21 shelters in Miami-Dade County are up and running as of 1:30 today. They have about more than 10,000 people in these shelters, and by the end of tonight, there will be 43 shelters in all open. So we will keep bringing you that list so you know where to head if you need it as a last resort.
And those evacuation zones, Zone A, B, and only parts of C, this is the largest operation in the county's history in Miami-Dade County. So they're evacuating some 650,000 people. So they don't have enough room at those shelters. So it's very likely if you're waiting until the very last minute and you think you want to go to a shelter, you probably won't have space there.
Yeah, they're only going to be able to have capacity for about 100,000 people, but they're evacuating more than 600,000. So that's about a sixth of the people they can keep, and you really don't want to stay there unless you have to. There are no beds in a lot of these places. So do get to family and friends. Get somewhere just a few miles from your house anyway. You don't need to go hundreds of miles, just a few miles.
Just a few miles.
Somewhere safe.
Yeah, about 8 miles from that educational center to the Ferguson school that they were talking about, but still, for so many people, a long way, and so many patients becoming frayed and nerves becoming frayed so far.
Yeah. Let's turn to our airports now because they are open until the tropical storm force winds are really sustained. Baggage claim, though, is super backed up, we're learning, at MIA.
And cancellations of several flights mean a lot of luggage is sitting at the airport.
Erica Rako brings us the latest now from MIA.
Here at Miami International Airport, bags as far as you can see here in the lower level of the airport, and you can see people searching through them, trying to find their respective pieces of luggage. There are so many different scenarios, so many different stories as to how these bags were stranded and left here, but a lot of people were told were checking their bags in to fly out yesterday, only to have their flight canceled, and then it took hours and hours for these bags to make it into the terminal, and people have left. So now all of this luggage is left unclaimed. A lot of people also waiting to get their bags back so they can head out of here another way after their flights were canceled. John here, similar situation. He flew in from California. You only had a connection here, but now you're stuck looking for your bag. Explain to us your situation.
Okay, so the plan was leaving LA, flying to Bolivia. And I asked in LA before I got on the plane, said, hey, don't let me get stuck in Miami because I don't want to do that. I won't go otherwise. And they said, nope, flight's good. Everything's great. And I got a text message on the flight from LA to Miami. It said, your flight's canceled from Miami to Bolivia. So that was, flight landed at 10 p.m. last night. And so I've rebooked on a different airline so I can get out of here at 6 a.m. if I'm able to get my bag. But my bags are back in Bagland, which is not up here. It's back there.
And John, I've heard from several other passengers as well that part of the dilemma here is that crew is not showing up.
What I was told, and of course this is secondhand, is that because of everybody with the storm and the issues with the hurricane coming in, is that they're taking care of their personal issues and their homes, and they're worried about that, so the crews aren't showing up to man the flights. So it's not a weather issue they canceled the flight for. It was simply because people are worried about their houses, which I would too.
Because it's smooth sailing from here to Bolivia, where you're supposed to go.
Theoretically, it's smooth sailing, but there's no flights, no pilot, no purser, no stewardesses, or not enough of those to get us over there.
John, we hope you find your bag and that you're able to head back home safely or to Bolivia. Thank you. Be safe.
Yes.
And so many, thank you. So many different situations here at the airport in different scenarios, as I mentioned. People trying to fly in, trying to fly out, their flights canceled, now their bags are lost, and they're unable to get their bags to rent a car and get out of here. So right now, there are bags here waiting to be claimed. If you are missing your bag or you know somebody who is, they are here, a lot of them waiting to be picked up. From Miami International Airport, Erica Rako, Local 10 News.
So many emotional stories, people's patience really being tested.
Live picture now of, well, that's Duval Street, a ghost town, and a lot of people have evacuated, heeding the warnings of Monroe County City officials and Monroe County officials there, Key West, the Florida Keys in line, the fire for Hurricane Irma. Those hurricane force winds, Lori, are headed their way, and a lot of people are trying to bunker in, try to find a safe room, or they have left town altogether.
And Local 10's Derek Shore is live just outside of Key West for us with the latest there, as still those stragglers, those last few, are maybe trying to get out. Derek.
Well, we're here along US 1 outside of Key West, and a lot of people are getting out. If we can take a look, you can see a couple of the cars just passing by, and then a number of cars parked all along the roadway. Those people apparently they're staying, but trying their best to keep their cars safe by getting them up a little bit higher. And that is what Kim Evans is doing. You actually live on Geiger Key, right?
Yes, I do.
Are you planning on staying?
No, we're going to leave. This is my second car. I just want to keep it safe.
So you're going to park the car and then get out?
Yeah.
And why this time? Why have you decided to make that decision to leave?
It's heading to west, and it's big. Big as the whole state.
Yeah. So not worth it to you?
No.
And what have you done to prepare otherwise? I mean, do you live in an apartment or a home?
A home, and we prepared with batteries, water. We boarded it up, everything that we could do, but we're still evacuating.
Yeah. And then you got to just kind of pray and hope that everything's okay when you get back.
Yeah, 43 bridges to cross back.
Yeah. And that is the big concern for you, right? I mean, a lot of people is that the bridges are going to go out and then people aren't going to be able to get off or on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Kim, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that you are evacuating and heeding the warning.
Everybody should leave.
What did you say?
Everybody should leave.
That's your message, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the message is?
Go. Anywhere.
Thank you so much. So that is it from the kind of path along from Key West out onto the mainland. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Derek, thanks a lot. And speaking of evacuations, we just got a note here from Key West.
Yeah, the last Key West evacuation bus is leaving Key West at 5 p.m. today. So you still have 1.5 hours. There will be no buses tomorrow. So this is your last chance to get out of Key West before the storm comes on Saturday.
Well, let's take you back now to Southwest Miami-Dade, and our Janine Stanwood is standing by the Robert Morgan Educational Center with what's happening out there. Janine.
Hi. So right now we're here at Robert Morgan Educational Center, and just a second ago, some more buses actually just entered here, and the officers here are telling folks if they want to go to another shelter, now is the time to go. And so you can see right now they have their things. People are hot, they're tired, they're frustrated. They wanted to go to this shelter, but this shelter ended up getting to capacity, so now they're moving on. How are you guys? Are you okay?
No, I'm terrible. It's hot out here. We want to be at Robert. What is this?
Yeah, this is Robert Morgan.
We want to be at Robert Morgan. It's so hot. I'm tired. I'm sweating.
So you're gonna go somewhere else though, right now?
Yeah, wherever they take us, that's where we gonna go.
Okay, you get on that bus. Good luck to you.
All right.
Okay, so you can see right now people have their things. They've got their suitcases. You're supposed to really just kind of take the essentials with you, but a lot of these people say they don't know how long they're going to be in a shelter, so they're kind of taking what they can. This woman actually right here talking to the officer, she tells me that she's hot, she's tired. She wants to go back home. She says she remembers Hurricane Andrew. She wrote it out in her home. She wants to write it out again. I think this officer is probably trying to convince her otherwise. So what we're being told right now by Miami-Dade Police, Calvin Laurie, is that if you're here, if you're parked, stay here, wait for the buses, and they'll take you to either Ferguson or Olympia Heights Elementary. Those are two shelters that have recently opened up. According to Miami-Dade Police, they're trying the best they can to help the people who are trying to get out for Hurricane Irma. I'll send it back to you.
All right, our Janine Stanwood in Southwest Miami-Dade with the very latest out there. Hot, tired, and frustrated people waiting to get into a shelter of some sort.
The best we can do is share the information with you as we get it. The continual list that keeps changing, but 21 shelters are already up and running in Miami-Dade County, several in Broward as well, so we will keep you updated.
A lot of folks looking to get to shelters. We are now coming up on the bottom of the hour.
Right now, we are tracking Hurricane Irma, a dangerous Category 4 storm, already blamed for at least 20 deaths and counting in the Caribbean. Glad you're with us today. I'm Lori Jennings.
And I'm Calvin Hughes. And expect tropical storm force winds by tomorrow afternoon and evening. And we have learned so far there is a tragedy. A man died in Davie trying to put up storm shelters, and he fell from a ladder. We want you to join us on the radio as well, and not just here on television, on air. And here's a list of where you can possibly go.
790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys.
And we are watching the forecast track for Hurricane Irma today. It is now a Category 4 storm, and now it is heading for the northern parts of Cuba.
Schools across the state are closed at least through Monday, and in Broward County, they are closed until further notice.
Broward County residents living east of US 1 under a mandatory evacuation order.
In Miami-Dade County, it hasn't changed. The mandatory evacuations are for folks living in zones A, B, and parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County, we have seen, many have heeded the warnings to get out, but everyone has been told to get out of the Florida Keys.
And as Irma approaches, we're still seeing people getting those last-minute supplies, which for many means gas. This was a welcome sight, this tanker pulling into the station at Pine Island Road and Broward Boulevard earlier today. It just was bringing in fresh fuel, and Governor Scott telling us that police escorts are out there guiding these tankers to gas stations, and more than 8 million gallons arrived at Port Everglades this morning, 5 million into the port in Tampa Bay. So any new information on fuel and the federal help on this, we will get it to you.
But right now we want to get to our dynamic duo, our weather team. We have reporters fanned out all across South Florida, but let's begin with our Max Mayfield and Betty Davis. Betty, we'll start with you.
Hi, everyone. I just want to give you the latest stats that we have on Hurricane Irma as it is drawing closer to South Florida. The center of circulation 380 miles southeast of Miami. Maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour. If you're just checking in, still a major hurricane moving west at 14 miles per hour. And it is so large, you can see the weather associated with it, the clouds associated with Irma, battering and lashing parts of the Bahamas and a good chunk of Cuba as well, from the central part of that area on down toward the east too, and those outer bands reaching all the way up into the northwest Bahamas. And then later this afternoon and evening, we could be getting some of those outer bands too. We'll start to see some of the clouds, those clouds on the outer periphery coming on through South Florida. But let's talk about that projected path and that landfall, which is still scheduled for some point come Sunday morning, coming in, arriving as a major hurricane, a Category 4, so no changes in that, and then it moves on up or near the peninsula. All in all, it is still a situation that we need to prepare for, and hopefully you're doing just that out there at home. So that is the latest on Irma. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield.
You know, we've been talking about this turn to the north, and it's just so critical on when that occurs. And if we look at that cone, I just can't emphasize enough, you know, everybody's asking where landfall is going to be. If the Hurricane Center has a perfect forecast based on the latest advisory, it goes over the Florida Keys and up over the peninsula. But just a very ever so slight deviation there to the left, I mean, that's what it says, 10 degrees or so. And the direction of motion, it would take it over the lower Keys. Just a slight deviation to the right would take it up over the upper Florida Keys and then over the peninsula. It really doesn't matter. It's going to be close enough to us to give us impacts, and it may go back and forth a little bit, but this is just too dangerously close to not take action.
Exactly. The wind field is huge, and then of course there's a lot that goes along with that. Those winds moving around Irma and the force of those winds pushing that water, that ocean water, toward the shoreline, and it all amounts to storm surge. As that water, that's what's going to inundate some of the coastal areas, and that's why some of you have been asked to get out. Let's show this graphic on 42, which illustrates that storm surge and that rise in the water as it starts to push on shore. So let's say that's your house. Maybe it's a house near Miami Beach, and then here comes that water starting to pile up 3 feet, 6 feet, before you know it, underwater. So that is the storm surge, and I think that's a good illustration of why you do not want to risk being caught up in something like that. It can be deadly, life-threatening.
And it's not a wall of water. It's going to come up gradually. It's going to start coming up soon, ever so slowly, and as it gets closer, it's going to come up faster. We also want to make absolutely clear that the Florida Keys have all been under a mandatory evacuation order. All of Broward County east of US 1 under a mandatory evacuation order. Miami-Dade gets a little bit trickier, but if you look at that graph, and you can see this online at miamidade.gov/emergency. You can look exactly where your house is. You can even type in your address, and it will tell you if you're in one of these evacuation zones or not. But generally speaking, it's east of US 1, until you get down to about Eureka Drive there, and then it goes even farther west than that because it's so shallow there and the land is so flat down there. So just heed the advice of those local officials, and if you're told to evacuate, go ahead and do so, and don't go any farther than you have to. If you have a friend inland, go there.
Great advice. Lori and Calvin?
Okay, our Max and Betty, thank you so much.
And we are joined now by Ross Palumbo, our White House correspondent, and you have just survived everything in Puerto Rico. Thank goodness the damage wasn't any worse there.
You know, luckily the damage wasn't that bad in Puerto Rico. We just got the bottom portion, the south portion of Irma. It moved to the north, as Max and Betty have been telling you. But the infrastructure problems there are incredible. 80% of the people without power, 20% without water. It's really going to be a long-term problem for them. But the immediate damage of buildings being damaged, not so bad. A different story of what we most likely, unfortunately, will be seeing here in South Florida.
And Ross, we have been talking about how President Trump and how our governor have been working together. What is the latest from Washington as it relates to the fuel situation?
Well, as you know, I'm usually coming to you from the White House after the briefing. I was just plugged into the briefing at the White House. Tom Bossert, the Homeland Security Advisor, today just spoke, and we're talking about the fuel crisis facing Florida. Now, by the end of the evening, most of the gas stations here running dry. They have been able to replenish the gas for now. But to make sure it's not a problem in the future, now the federal government is going to set aside temporarily the Jones Act. That act actually forbade foreign countries from bringing fuel into our ports, but now that's suspended. So now our ports in the immediate future can take in shipments of any fuel from any country. Tom Bossert speaking just a few moments ago. Let's take a listen.
What we're seeing in Florida, though, are fuel shortages. We saw those same fuel shortages in Texas because people appropriately gas up their generators, their cars, their boats, and so forth. So what we'll see here now is a need to pull in additional fuel, and that need will run up against the onset of tropical storm force winds. So what are we doing? We're bringing in as much supply of refined fuel as possible, and we've waived a particular statute that allows for foreign flag vessels to help in that effort. So it's a little technical, but it's called the Jones Act. Some of you have reported on it. What happens is the Secretary of Homeland Security can waive that act. Until that's waived, only U.S. flag vessels can move fuel from point to point domestically. What we've done now is we've freed up that prohibition, and so now foreign flag vessels. So as many ships, tanker ships as possible, are now being brought to bear on the effort to bring as much fuel as possible in to help Floridians, regardless of their flagged vessel status, and that's the best we can do.
Well, that is actually incredible news. That is really going to make a big difference for the fuel situation down here in South Florida. As you know, our governor, Rick Scott, and the president are very close. We've interviewed Rick Scott at the White House several times. He's there often. So because of that close relationship, they've been in touch constantly. Congress just passing that $15 billion aid package for Harvey primarily, but that brings money to Florida already, and the president already signing off on that emergency declaration here in Florida to free up funding for FEMA.
That was originally supposed to just be for Harvey, but once this happened and the two were just on the heels of each other, they decided to put the aid package together.
Yes, and that's exactly what happened, and it is good news for us because the money is now there ahead of the storm. So Lord only knows how much money we will need. Let's hope that we don't need much and the damage isn't as severe, but things are rolling much more quickly. And everyone keeps talking about, Andrew, we are light years ahead of where we were more than 20 years ago.
We learned a lot from that storm, too, from 25 years ago. And Ross, if you would just kind of take us back, it was really calm, I would assume, in San Juan like it is here before Irma made its fury known to many of the residents there. Talk to us about how conditions really deteriorated as the storm neared you.
Well, because we didn't get hit directly by Irma, that we were getting the outer bands, it was very calm. As you can see in the video, it was calm for most of the day that we got the worst damage. But as we got closer to 8 o'clock, hour by hour, all of a sudden it got intense. Around 8 o'clock, we got to the point where we couldn't even stand up outside. We were showing you live those storm surges. You can see a little bit behind me as they came rolling in. But because we weren't hit directly, as soon as it came, it left as quickly. 8 o'clock it was raging. By the time I spoke to you at 11 o'clock, remember, the rain gone, the wind gone, and just some minor damage left behind. So,
but it was the eye was about 50 miles north of San Juan?
Exactly, 50 miles north, and it skirted us. Unfortunately, the way the hurricane was turning, the wind damage the wind moving in the right direction for us when it comes to damage. But we're not going to see that situation here in South Florida. Something completely different.
And we also saw a lot of people heading to the shelters, like we're seeing people heading there. Did you get a chance to talk with them and say they felt safe while they were in the shelters?
We did. We went to the shelters. We brought that live the following day on noon. You weren't in yet. But people were reluctant to go to shelters in Puerto Rico because they've been through so many hurricanes. It's the same situation we always see in the Keys, where people say, we've been through this before. We're going to survive. But at the last minute, the shelters did get a rush. People did get scared enough to go in, and that's why so many people were safe. Remember, we only have 2 deaths that were incidentally related to Irma. That's tragic, but much better than it could have been, because people got to those shelters at the last minute. There were a flood of people, and those shelters were able to handle it.
Because Irma's been blamed now for 11 deaths in the Caribbean, but in Puerto Rico, as far as I know, only 2 storm-related deaths?
Yes, only 2.
Amazing.
And as you saw, most of those islands to the east of Puerto Rico were the most seriously hit.
And our infrastructure obviously is light years better than what they're dealing with in San Juan, Puerto Rico. But they also have a financial and economic issue there on the island. What, $70 billion in debt?
Well, over the summer, the island declared bankruptcy, and Congress refused to help the island out. So now they're already in financial straits. So now that this problem has happened with their crumbling infrastructure, there is literally no money to fix it. So the governor was saying it's going to be 3 or 4 months. Most people on the ground that we talked to, most experts are saying, really anticipate 6 months. I do want to mention, though, in Puerto Rico the next day, as we showed you, it was incredible how the people came together so very quickly. There were people that were coming to stores and plugging into the store generators. Everyone was letting that happen. People were out hours after the storm cutting down the trees themselves. When we were live at one point, there was a group of officers that was out there with machetes just hacking at this enormous branch. I'm talking about a branch as thick as I am, or either of you are. It was absolutely huge. And a pickup truck just happened to be rolling by. And it was a pretty beat-up pickup truck. So the officer said, we back into this tree a few times to break it up. So this guy randomly, just on the street, stopped, backed up, and hit the tree 3 or 4 times to break it up more. That's cooperation. I have to tell you, the spirit was there to move on and survive and get over this quickly.
When Mother Nature is at its worst, human nature is usually at its best. So
well said.
Let's just hope, and that's good to see that people responded that way. And we know they will here too. Right now, we're just still in that anticipatory, kind of stressful time that a lot of people are going through. And the shelters are getting packed, just like you said. And here, they really are open and running for people. We're going to run that down for a moment. But before we let you go, we've been saying to each other, I mean, this storm is taking over. All right, they're showing you the shelters while we do that. We just wanted to touch base with Ross on Capitol Hill right now. From all your sources, I mean, what is happening right now? There was so much activity, and now in early September, is there going to be any progress on anything as far as tax reform? And the list goes on.
Well, tax reform is a priority for the Trump administration, but because of Harvey and because of Irma, that's all the Florida delegation is talking about right now, and that's why we're seeing action immediately, and it's a good thing. Our relationship with White House from our Florida delegation is excellent, and that is only going to benefit us in the wake of what happens with Irma. So the good news really is that everything that can be done is being done. The president is there for us. Our Florida delegation is there for us. $15 billion is now there for us. The ports are now open to ships coming from foreign countries to bring in fuel. So that's what you should concentrate on, the positive. All you can do is prepare. We can't stop Mother Nature, but we can do everything we can, and it looks like we are.
Our D.C. Bureau Chief, Ross Palumbo, going from one actual storm, going back into a political storm on Capitol Hill.
And I'll be here for a few days covering this storm.
Well, and that too is a Category 5, by the way, which you're dealing with in
no
Washington.
doubt.
All right.
No doubt about that.
We'll be talking to you out in the field.
Okay.
All right, get the galoshes ready.
There we go.
Thanks, Ross. So let's run down those shelters for you now, because they are so critical. We have 21 up and running in Miami-Dade County, and these are some of them in Broward.
Okay, let's take a look here. Lions Creek Middle School at 4333 Soul Press Boulevard in Coconut Creek.
There is also for you several more. Monarch High School on Wild Road in Coconut Creek. That's still available.
Also in Fort Lauderdale here, Rock Island Elementary School at Northwest 19th Street.
And Atlantic Technical on the Arthur Ashe campus. That is there in Fort Lauderdale on 23rd Avenue, Atlantic Technical College.
Taking out to Lauderdale Lakes, Park Lakes Elementary School, as well as in Miramar, Everglades High School, which is now a pet-friendly shelter.
And New Renaissance Middle School. That's also available right there in Miramar at 107th Street and Miramar Boulevard.
Now, here's the other side of this. These are the shelters that have reached full capacity. Pompano Beach High School, Coral Glades High School, Plantation Elementary, and Millennium Middle School all have reached full capacity in Broward County.
And let's bring you a few more at full capacity. Watkins Elementary, West Broward High, and Fox Trail Elementary on Nob Hill there. Don't even bother heading there. Just let's aim you toward a different shelter that will have room.
Okay, let's check in out with Arsenella Sabovic. She's been surveying how you can try to get your bulk trash actually turned into one of the facilities where she is in Miami Gardens.
Well, we're in Miramar along 64th Avenue, and neighbors here say they are very worried, and for good reason. Just look at what is left outside of some of their homes. Large piles of trash, debris of large chunks of wood, nails still in them, rocks, you have even tires, even this big cement brick. These are all flying projectiles in a storm that has winds from 150 plus miles per hour. So neighbors are very concerned. They've been sending us photos throughout the day, not just this neighborhood, but several others of all of these piles of debris. They even say that bulk pickup was supposed to happen yesterday. Obviously, that never did. So we asked Broward County Mayor Barbara Sharif about this.
Trucks on the street right now. The cities have trucks on the street right now, and they're doing pickups. And that's why we asked people not to put anything on the side of the road, because those pickups are occurring up until 1 o'clock. As far as we know, that once 1 o'clock hits and they have done their 24-hour search and they've done everything that they can do to pick up, if anything else is placed out there, it will not be picked up.
Well, it is well past 1 o'clock, and we haven't seen any trucks come here to pick up any of this debris. Obviously, people very concerned and worried. We will continue to reach out to city and county officials about this. That's the latest from Miramar. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Sanella Sabovic for us. Thank you so much. And you know a lot of folks, right? I know I do too, who are heading toward Orlando.
Oh, yeah.
Not for the theme parks, but just to get north.
Right. Irma's impact is being felt in Central Florida, no doubt about it, home to some major theme parks which will be closing ahead of the hurricane. So here's a look at one of the big ones here. Disney's Magic Kingdom will close Saturday at 9 o'clock.
Epcot is also going to close Saturday at 9 p.m.
And Disney's Animal Kingdom is closing tomorrow night at 7 o'clock.
Universal Orlando, we're being told, also getting ready. Both Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure closing Saturday at 7 p.m.
And SeaWorld is going to be closing tomorrow at 7 o'clock, along with Busch Gardens in Tampa. Now, these parks are expected to stay closed through Monday as the storm is heading northward all through the state of Florida on its way to possibly Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. They all have mandatory evacuations and state of emergencies declared there as well.
So hopefully a lot of those updates are all online for you. For any friends who've headed that way and want to give the kids a big distraction, today and tomorrow are your last days to enjoy those theme parks.
And Lori, we also heard too from our Nicole Perez, who keeps track of all the traffic in the area. She says up north, major problem. We also heard from the governor, who said bottlenecks too on the turnpike heading north. And we've also heard so many stories from Jeff Weinseer, other people in our newsroom. If you have friends who are heading north, they are stuck on the road for a very long time.
I got a report from a neighbor who emailed me to say that he actually left early this morning, got to Orlando in 4 hours flat.
One of the rare people. So he ought to play the lottery too.
Exactly. And he didn't tell me what time he left. It was probably 4 in the morning. But it can be done. But at this point, if you are still here in the area, it's really best to stay put unless you have a very specific place to go. You don't want to be riding out this storm in a car or running out of fuel. So keep tight, just sit tight and secure your home and ride it out.
Let's go now to the city of Hollywood. There was a concern about roof tiles flying off and hitting other homes.
Local 10's Jeff Weinseer brings us that story.
We are at the preserve at Emerald Hills. It is basically new construction, about 71 homes on Sterling Road east of 441 in the city of Hollywood. We've gotten several calls, people complaining, and that is why right there. They are concerned that these will be missiles, projectiles when the winds pick up. We called the construction office. No one answered. We did leave a message, but we did contact the city of Hollywood. The city of Hollywood tells Local 10 News that they were out here earlier this week and told the developer they need to secure these roof tiles. Well, what the developer did was simply tie them up.
I think it's very dangerous for the community since I live over here with my family. And I specifically wrote an email to the developer, and I guess they were not going to listen because they're telling me that the company won't take them down, which I think is a big mistake.
The city is asking the developer to take those tiles down, but at this late hour, as the winds already start to pick up, and as Irma nears us, the question is there enough time to do that? We'll keep you posted. In Hollywood, Jeff Weinseer, Local 10 News.
Okay, Jeff, thanks a lot.
I want to bring you one update now out of Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. They have 179 delays, a whopping 302 cancellations. Oh, that is frustrating to report. And you saw in Erica Rako's report all the luggage that is just sitting around because so many flights have been canceled or people checked in and then got delayed.
Yeah, quite a few at MIA as well. So just call ahead of time. I think we heard the time to arrive is 4 hours ahead of time today, because as of tomorrow, I believe, based on the speed of the tropical storm force winds, I think at 40 miles an hour, both airports are going to be shutting down.
They predicted that their last flights would be between 4 and 7 p.m. today. So let's just see. We haven't heard of anything closing yet at the airports, but do call ahead and really get out there early right about now, because these will be the last couple of flights.
Check with your airlines. Well, downtown Miami is usually bustling with activity during the weekend.
But right now, our Will Manso reports it is eerily quiet.
Here in downtown Miami, we arrived what can only be described, I guess, as a ghost town to see here, especially in an area that, if you're familiar with downtown, this is Biscayne Boulevard, right in the heart of downtown, right in front of the American Airlines Arena, and look at the sheer emptiness. Outside of a few cars passing by, we see very little traffic in this area. The Freedom Tower in the distance, along with those beautiful buildings in the skyline of downtown Miami. This particular spot in this area here right at the American Airlines Arena is part of Zone B, so it is part of a mandatory evacuation. So we have seen very few residents that have decided to stay. For the most part, we have seen everyone leave. We've met maybe 40 people in this building in particular. We were told there are 40 people, I should say, in this building in particular that are staying. But as you can see, the storm surge here is expected to be pretty significant. Max Mayfield is explaining that throughout the last few hours. Betty Davis as well. So close to Biscayne Bay. The anticipation is there will be some storm surge here, possibly significant depending on the winds and the angles it comes in. That's why this became part of a evacuation zone, Zone B. At a distance, you see the Frost Science Museum, Perez Museum, Adrian Arce Center, some of the more iconic buildings and beautiful buildings in South Florida. Yet what you look at now here in the middle of a day on a Friday, almost no one. And as the night goes on, there'll really be no reason for anyone to come out here, especially into tomorrow when the winds do pick up. So we continue to follow the situation here. This will be our location here on Local 10 going into tomorrow and throughout the weekend as Irma approaches, so we can give you a vantage point. Obviously, we'll stay safe here. But again, much of this right now is just emptiness. Very eerie to see, considering that this is a spot we saw the Miami Heat celebrate their championship down Biscayne Boulevard in front of the arena. And here we are with Irma approaching. Nothing but quiet. Very few cars, and most folks here gone and prepared for Irma.
All right, Will, thanks a lot. We remember that well. You know, those back-to-back championships, going 4 times in a row, being right outside that,
Those were the days.
We're being wistful right now, huh?
We remember when. But now we will focus on Irma and the lines for gas and supplies. Our Terrell Fournier is down in Homestead, where folks are packing their patience, hopefully. Terrell.
You know, fuel is certainly a hot commodity, and at this gas station, that is exactly the case. This is a mobile station here on Southwest 304th Street and Chrome Avenue. You can see people are getting their gas. They are filling up some storage tanks as well, just so they don't have to go through this situation anymore. And take a look off to the left over here. You see just a long line of cars, at least 20 cars deep on this side. And this is just one of those lines, because on the other side of this gas station, there is another line with about the same amount of cars. So there is someone in the middle who is negotiating all of this vehicle traffic, making sure that no one skips the line. And in this neck of the woods, it really is difficult to find fuel. In fact, we drove up from Marathon, and not a single gas station we could find on that 2-hour-plus drive until we got to Florida City. And at this hour right now, that gas station in Florida City that we were fueling is now out of fuel, but this particular gas station, we're told that they received a shipment of about 9,000 gallons of fuel just this morning. At last check, they had about 3,000 gallons of fuel, so they expect to have gas through at least this evening. But we do know that a lot of people here, they've been waiting for quite a long time for that fuel, so they will get fuel. They have enough to sustain at least the cars that are here and at least to go for the next few hours or so. But that is the situation here in Homestead. Just another long wait for fuel ahead of Irma.
And Terrell, wondering, when you have spoken with some of the drivers out there, are they getting gas to kind of top up their gas tank to stay here in South Florida, or are they looking to hit the road to evacuate, maybe to go north?
Most of the people are worried about running out of gas or not having enough fuel. So the amount of gas that they're putting in their cars is not very much. That's why this gas station, at least for the people that we spoke with, they haven't been going through their delivery at a very fast pace, because the cars that are here, they can handle 8 cars at a time, but the cars that are here, they haven't been filling up their gas tanks in a sense. So it's been going at a much slower rate. But most of the people here, they plan to stay here. We haven't really encountered anyone who at this point is considering heading up north or trying to leave the area.
And Terrell, we have to debrief you a little bit. You've had quite a last 10 days. I mean, you experienced the worst of Harvey. Now you've been down in Key West, then in Marathon for a couple days. You're making your way toward us. You're in Homestead now. Well, what are you really sensing from people down there as you make your way north? What are people most concerned about?
Well, I call it the Harvey effect, because the images of Houston are still fresh in the minds of what we saw happen in Texas with that monster storm that hit that area. Suffered as well. So with those images, people are doing everything that they can just so they don't run into any problems. When we were in Houston, we saw the same thing. It was very difficult for people to get gas. A lot of these gas stations in the Houston area were not open right after the storm either. And there were people who ran out of fuel as well. So people here, they don't want to experience that very same thing, but they want to be safe. And if I could turn your attention just to the other side over here, a lot of the stores here are closed as well. We do know that Publix grocery stores, they plan to be open several more hours, but there are other options as well. And in this Homestead community, the Tropical Supermarket is also open. I took a walk through their aisles. They're out of bottled water, but they still have plenty of the Perrier, the water with the fizz on the inside of it. So, they have water to an extent, but just not the regular drinking water that we're used to. So they still have supplies. They still have plenty of eggs and bread, just in case anyone is in the Homestead area and still needing those supplies. No long lines on the inside either.
The Harvey effect. It's interesting. The governor has been urging many of the gas stations to stay open, and we asked our Janice Fernandez the same question. She's based in Florida City. Are you finding that many of those owners there are going to try to stay open for extended hours, even if they don't have gas, to try to wait on some supplies to arrive?
Yeah, it is not the case at this gas station that's just across the street from the mobile station that we've been profiling, but just catty corner over here, across the street from the mobile station. That station of gas, but the inside market is still open. So to some extent, these gas stations are open even though they don't have the fuel necessary. But many of these operators who operate these say that they plan to stay open as long as they possibly can. And we also know through the governor that he says that the fuel tankers that are still out on the road receive police escort to make sure that they get to these gas stations in need ahead of Irma.
That's right.
So true. All right, Terrell Fournier live in Homestead. Thanks so much. And Terrell was talking about the Publix store staying open there. And do remember, Publix is staying open for you until 9 p.m. tonight throughout Miami-Dade and Broward counties. And then as you head north of Broward toward Vero, from Broward up to Vero, they will be open until Saturday at noontime.
Yeah, they have to allow their employees to go to a safe place as well. So I think that's fair. Absolutely. Well, we are now approaching the top of the hour right now as we track Hurricane Irma, a dangerous Category 4 storm already blamed for at least 20 deaths in the Caribbean. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. Glad you're with us. You can expect the tropical storm force winds by tomorrow afternoon and evening, the sustained tropical storm force. And do be careful out there. We already have our first storm-related death reported of a man in Davie who was hired to put up shutters, and he fell, cracking his head on the tiles of the pool. So be careful out there.
And we do thank you for joining us here on Local 10, but we're also on the radio as well. And here's a look at where you can find us on your radio dial. 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and if you're in the Keys, on Pirate Radio.
And we're watching the forecast track for Hurricane Irma, of course, a Category 4 storm, not showing any signs of weakening. It is right now striking the northern parts of Cuba, really in the line of fire there.
And for those parents out there who are watching, schools across the state will be closed at least through Monday.
All Broward residents living east of US 1 are under mandatory evacuation orders.
And Miami-Dade County has ordered evacuations for people living in zones A, B, and only parts of C.
Everyone in Monroe County, we've just been checking with our crews. They have been told to leave, only a few stragglers left.
And as the storm moves closer to South Florida, take a look at this. People trying to get those last-minute supplies, which means for many, that's gas. In this gas station on Pine Island Road and Broward Boulevard, a tanker just arriving there, fresh fuel. And the governor saying that police escorts are helping those tankers get to where they need to go. 8 million gallons of gas into Port Everglades so far, 5 million gallons of fuel into Tampa. We will have a lot more on that coming up throughout the hour.
And right now, we want to check in with our weather authority. Hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is here, and our chief certified meteorologist Betty Davis is ready to go. Betty.
Hi, everyone. I hope things are going okay for you this afternoon as you put the final touches on your preparations. Hurricane Irma still very strong with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour, moving west at 14 miles per hour, and still a very large storm, as you're noting. Irma lashing the Bahamas, reaching all the way back down and around, bringing the rain and the blustery winds into Cuba as well. Haiti, the system is moving farther away from Haiti, but it has dumped a lot of rainfall there, and they are still caught up and perhaps a bit of rainfall, but that should be ending as it moves farther away, and that means it's going to get closer to South Florida. Right now, the center of circulation is 380 miles southeast of Miami, and we'll zoom in right around the core of Irma just to see what's going on with it, see if we're noting anything different or interesting looking, and maybe something may be trying to take place there. We'll have to see what the National Hurricane Center is saying when we get that new advisory in here, but you can see just how much of that deep convection is still around Irma, and it continues to pour over some of the islands of the Bahamas. So it's still doing a lot of dirty work on its journey and staying very strong along the way. The projected path for South Florida showing we'll anticipate that landfall at some point early Sunday. Forecast to arrive as a Category 4, staying strong as it works its way up or near the Florida Peninsula, moving through the days and into Monday as well. Here's another view of that landfall we're anticipating. Category 4 somewhere over South Florida. So notice, I want you to notice this. So the landfall, should it happen early Sunday, it looks like that's when it's planned per this projected path so far. But then we go from Sunday morning into Monday morning, and it's still in the state of Florida, Monday 8 a.m. over, say, northern Florida. So just a long time to have to deal with all the weather, all the hazards that are going to be associated with Irma, such a large system. In fact, we had a crew in the Keys, several crews, and we asked those crews to get out of there because we know this is one you do not want to play with the life-threatening hazards that come along with Hurricane Irma. Still cameras there, Max, but people don't need to be in the Keys.
And, our crews are getting out of the Keys. I want to really talk to our friends down there in the Florida Keys because for some time now the track has been taking it right over the Florida Keys. It's got to hit the Florida Keys before it gets to the peninsula. And again, right now the center of that goes down the middle Keys, but it could easily be in the lower Keys or the upper Keys. And I want to go back and show you one more time here Hurricane Donna back in 1960, in September of 1960, a similar track through the Leeward Islands, just off the north coast of Puerto Rico, north of Hispaniola, and through the southeastern Bahamas, just a little bit off the north coast of Cuba. And then it made landfall. The eye actually went over the middle Keys, just a little bit northeast of Marathon. And then on up, actually had hurricane force winds over Florida, the mid-Atlantic coast, and New England. But when it was over Florida, we had storm surge in the Keys up to 13 feet. That was a Category 3 hurricane. And then it actually strengthened a little bit to Category 4 as it made landfall near Marco Island and Naples. The 8 to 12 foot storm surge zone went about 40 miles north of where the eye crossed the Keys to the northeast, and about 20 miles to the southwest. So, that's a huge storm surge over a really large area.
Wow, that's why it's so important to not be there when Irma comes.
That's why everyone in the Keys is under a mandatory evacuation order.
All right. I think there's a press conference about to get underway. Let's send it back over to Calvin and Lori.
All right, Betty and Max, thanks so much. The Broward County Emergency Operations Center is going to update us any moment now so that we really get the
Irma
latest on
remains
shelters.
a very
Let's listen into the
powerful
Broward mayor.
and damaging Category 4 storm at this hour. This storm is very dangerous, and we expect extensive property damage, flooding, and widespread power outages will occur. At this time, Broward remains under a hurricane warning, and portions of Broward remain under a storm surge warning. Again, all of your hurricane preparations should be finalized and in place at this time. We expect the first tropical storm force winds to arrive in Broward County tomorrow afternoon, with hurricane force winds of 100 miles per hour or stronger arriving by early Sunday morning. Tornadoes are possible tonight as the first feeder bands of the storm come on shore in Broward County. The National Weather Service expects Irma to bring 10 to 5 inches of rain. The first squalls to hit our area will be gusty. Impacts will include structural damage to homes and buildings, total destruction of mobile homes, and escape routes and secondary roads will be flooded. Our flood control systems may be compromised. We are asking you to please stay off the roads if it is not necessary. Earlier today and yesterday, we have asked for residents to not place bulk pickup items on the side of the road, as cities have been sweeping the streets all night and up till today. We continue to see people placing bulk items on the road. We are asking you to please stop that. We have these items on the side of the road, and bulk pickup has stopped, and they will become projectiles during the storm. We are asking you to please do not place any more bulk items on the side of the road. Residents that are affected by flooding can add information on their personal social media through a partnership between Urban Risk Lab and MIT and Broward County. Once the reports are generated, we will be able to gather information and create a publicly available map in real time and allow those who are in flooded areas to travel safely if they need to, and to understand what the risks are around them. This type of information will assist us with assessing damage in real time during the storm event and help prioritize response efforts after the storm. All areas east of Federal Highway have been evacuated. All bridges are now in a lockdown position in order to assist emergency and recovery vehicles. 14 shelters are currently open, and the shelter population now stands at 8,770. We have 7 shelters that are at capacity, and we will be opening 4 additional shelters beginning at 6 p.m. tonight. These new shelters are Tradewinds Elementary School in Coconut Creek, Silver Palm Elementary School in Pembroke Pines, Beachside Montessori Village Elementary School in Hollywood, and Everglades Elementary School in Weston. The pet-friendly shelter at Millennium Challenger School is full. The pets are being accepted at Everglades High School in Miramar, and we are nearing capacity there. We will keep you posted as to whether we are opening another pet-friendly shelter later on this evening. Their open shelter locations are posted on broward.org/hurricane. If you believe that you qualify for special needs shelter services and are not already registered, you are running out of time. You must call 311 within the next hour if you need assistance. By order of the governor, all schools in Florida are closed on Monday, September the 11th. Power outages from high winds and flooding is anticipated, and FPL outage and restoration information is available by calling 1-800-4OUTAGE or 1-800-468-8243. This number may be used to report down power lines. The last flight is expected to depart Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport at 7:45 p.m. tonight. The airport garages are full. The value parking lot is closed. If you are traveling, please check with your airline or cruise line for up-to-date information, and do not plan to park in the garages. The airport will be closed on Saturday and Sunday. Port Everglades is closed, but fuel deliveries will continue as the weather permits. Broward County Transit will stop at 1 a.m. on Saturday morning. The Broward County Emergency Hotline is open 24 hours, 7 days a week to assist you. Call 311 in Broward or 954-831-4000. As of this hour, the hotline has assisted nearly 16,000 residents since Tuesday. Please understand that when you call, there may be a wait. You do not have to hang up. Stay in line. We will get to you. We have full operation of our hotline, and we know that there's high capacity and high volume right now. Please be patient. To stay informed, please continue to watch the media updates and visit broward.org/hurricane for the latest updates. Twitter at Ready Broward as well. Facebook at Broward EMD. Or you can join our Alert Broward system and you can get text messages as we update. I have with me again FPL, and I'm going to ask them to come up and make remarks. Ms. Juliette Rulak.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. As the storm grows closer in time, we are all getting more anxious. And I wanted to address some concerns that we've been hearing from our customers. We've gotten calls that they have heard that FPL will be turning off our power before the storm. I am here to assure you that that is not the case. There will be some planned plants that will be turned off. However, there is ample supply to support our customers through the storm. This is normal planned protocol for us, and I wanted to assure each and every one of you that there is enough power to take us through the storm until it becomes impossible to do so due to storm conditions. I also wanted to tell you that as this outage goes, you've heard the mayor indicate that we do estimate that this outage could affect as many as 4.1 million of our customers. And that is because, again, of the size and magnitude of the storm. We want to be upfront about that so that there are no surprises. And we've continued to ask you to prepare and have yourself in a position that you will be able to withstand this storm. That being said, we also anticipated this for some time and have made several planned preparations to assure that we will be able to restore the power as soon as possible. One of the things we've talked about and mentioned is the debris and the limbs and trees that are going to be damaged during the storm. This will also create impediments for our restoration vehicles to go out. So we must understand that these have to be cleared and before our workforce is able to go and manage that. So that is also something we need to anticipate. But again, we're prepared for that. And we will be helping in many of our areas to move this debris and obstacles so all of the emergency and community personnel and FPL personnel as well as contractors will be able to go out and restore the power. We will work 24/7. We're manned to do so. And as of earlier today, we have increased our workforce to 13,500 workers who are now in place and ready to restore power. And these workers are from 30 states across the country. We will continue to add resources as they are necessary and as we are able to secure more workers. But we have a good number in place to get you restored once the storm passes. Again, we have activated 20 staging sites throughout the service area. We wanted to make note that many of our plants have, in fact, withstood storms before, so we know that capacity, and we are prepared to address areas that we expect may, in fact, have greater risk. That is because of the storm's path. Remember, we do have an adequate supply for all of our customers, and we ask you, please, to remain safe. Thank you.
Again, if you call 911 during the storm, we will have difficulties getting to you. Our law enforcement personnel, our fire workers, and fire departments cannot reach you during the storm. When wind speeds reach 45 miles per hour, our vehicles will no longer be able to respond to 911 calls. So it is imperative, if you are in an evacuation area, that you leave now. At this time, we will take any questions from the press. If you have questions, we'll take them now.
Palm Beach County, I see, has a curfew going into effect tomorrow. Are there any plans for that in Broward?
No, we have not discussed having a curfew in Broward.
And which shelters are full for people in Clearwater?
We have them listed on our website, but there are 7 that are full. And we have capacity for 12,000 people in the first 12 that were here, and we are now have opened with the 6 that are opening up. We will go to 18,500 capacity.
How many are opening?
We're opening an additional 4 shelters, and we have 7 at capacity. So that will take us to a total capacity of 18,500 persons, and right now we have 8,770 people in shelter at this moment.
And how soon is the second pup shelter going to fill up?
Well, right. At this point, we can't estimate that. I'm just simply giving the information about the shelter so that they understand that if they get to capacity, we'll be coming back again with more information.
Is it possible that you would open more shelters in addition to the 4 that you just opened, or is this pretty much it?
Oh no, we have over 40 shelters that we can open, but right now we don't have a need to open 40. We opened the additional 4 because people have waited till the last minute to evacuate, and we want to make sure that when they come, we can accept them very quickly. So we're doing this just basically as a precautionary measure to make sure that we can handle the capacity of people that are coming now.
Do you know how many 311 calls you've gotten, and what are the main questions people are asking?
We fielded over 16,000 calls, and the main questions have been about sheltering and special needs.
Do you think people are paying attention considering the shelters are filling up so quickly now?
I think people are paying attention. As a matter of fact, it's very encouraging to see that the numbers have gone up by so much since this morning at 11 a.m. And we are encouraging our residents to continue to come if they feel like they need to evacuate.
And I'm sorry, I'm still a little unclear. There will definitely be a third pet shelter, or it's just a possibility?
It's a strong possibility. We are just looking logistically to see where we would place it. And again, like I said before, when we set up a shelter for animals, we do the same process. We have to have security, we have to have our people there, and we have to have the appropriate equipment to handle them and to keep the pets humanely safe during the storm. Okay, with that, I'll conclude this press conference. Thank you.
Mayor Barbara Sharif, Broward County, the Emergency Operations Center there. We heard a lot from her, but the one thing I think that people are probably concerned about is a curfew that may go into effect. And in Palm Beach County, apparently there's a countywide curfew, Lori, that begins at 3 o'clock tomorrow. But so far, not one in Miami-Dade County, not one in Monroe County, and we don't have one, according to Barbara Sharif, in Broward County.
No, the Fort Lauderdale Airport will be open until 7:45 tonight, just a few more hours. That's the last flight out tonight. And the mayor there clarifying the shelters. They're opening an additional 4 shelters, and it's really going by need right now. They have as many as 40 shelters they can open, but right now they have the capacity. They're going to have the capacity for about 18,500 people. About 8,000 are already in their shelters.
Yes, and the number was 8,770. But she also talked about how there's a third pet shelter that could possibly open. We know Everglades High School in Miramar has been turned into a pet-friendly shelter, so a third shelter could possibly open. She says it depends on the logistics of how to make that happen. She doesn't know where exactly yet. So in Broward County, a third pet shelter could possibly open.
And as she is well aware, there's already been the first storm-related death in her county in the city of Davie. It is tragic news to bring you as a man died putting up shutters.
Let's go to Local 10's Todd talking live now in Davie with the very latest. Todd.
Calvin and Lori, this actually happened yesterday, but with all the chaos and calls, we're just learning about it now. We're in a neighborhood, this is a West Davie neighborhood that is just east of 590, or rather east of I-75 and south of 595. And I have to tell you, the neighbors here are still in shock over what happened. It happened at the home behind me. Apparently, the woman had hired someone that she had known to come over and help her with putting up shutters. And as you can see, this is a very tall two-story home, and that's when that man was trying to help with shutters on the second floor. He fell off the ladder.
I never seen anything like that in my life, though, so it's really graphic.
The first confirmed hurricane-related death in Florida happened in Davie, as residents in this quiet neighborhood worked to prepare their homes for the storm.
I woke up and I heard screaming, like lots of screaming from my backyard, and I thought it was the neighbors. But it turns out the man that my mom hired to put up the shutters has fell, and I heard them say, like, his post stopped.
Their next-door neighbor happened to be a former EMS captain from Palm Beach County. He retired 1 week ago.
And I went over there, and he was still breathing. And then he stopped. We moved him over, started CPR. He started breathing again. Went out to check to see where rescue was at, and when I went back there, his pulse was gone at that point.
Neighbors say the man and his nephew were trying to make a few dollars, putting up shutters on the second floor of homes here.
He put the table on the back, and the guy put the extension ladder in the front down.
He put the ladder on top of the table.
Yeah, he put it on top of the table.
And then the table gave way.
Yes.
It's a sad cautionary story of how serious and deadly Irma is, and how everyone has to think safety first.
I think you need to follow the directions, like the warnings on the ladders. It's serious.
And the neighbors were so upset and so shocked by what they heard and they saw that they banded together and they actually helped each other put their shutters up on these homes, holding the ladder, passing the shutters up, and working as a team so that they did it safely. At this point, we do not know the identity of the man that passed away. We tried to talk to the resident here that owns the home. His son did speak with us. They're very upset about this, but unfortunately that man did pass away. And so this is the first confirmed death, Hurricane Irma related death in the state of Florida right here in Davie.
And Todd, if you could, just kind of walk us through some safety tips. It's so important, or reiterate them, as we know that more people are going to be waiting until the very last minute to put up those shelters. What is the
Shutters. Shutters, not shelters, right?
I'm sorry. I'm so used to saying shelters. But shutters, what is the most important thing that people should keep in mind?
It's been a long couple of days, Calvin.
Yeah.
There are some really easy tips that you can use. First of all, wear gloves. Especially if you have these metal corrugated shutters, they have very sharp edges. They are heavy. And so if you are going to put, even on the first floor, I used to have these shutters, and they are a real bear to get up on your house. Especially if you're going to do something on the second floor, you're going to need a 16 to an 18-foot extension ladder, and definitely don't try and put those shutters up on your own. If you're older, if you have a health issue, this is a young man's game. If you're going to try and put these shutters up on the second floor, you should definitely get help. In fact, it's really a three-man job. One person just dedicated to holding that ladder, and then the other person to hand those shutters up to you. That's probably the safest way. I know a lot of people that went through I think 4 or 5 storms that we had back in 2005, including Hurricane Wilma. That's when they finally said enough, and they pulled the trigger and got those accordion shutters or got hurricane impact glass. These shutters are great. They work fantastic once you get them up. They're very safe, but they are difficult to put into place and to install.
And thin little plastic gloves are not going to cut it.
Well, you try and get a good pair of leather rawhide gloves. You're right, Lori, because they're very sharp, they're very heavy, they can be dangerous. I mean, I remember one year after a storm, we put up shutters, and I was all scarred up from it, and that's because I didn't have a good pair of gloves. But the ladder, obviously, he made a bad call putting that ladder on top of a table. That's just, no one would want. No safety expert would tell you that is a safe way to get on to top of a ladder. It was unfortunately a fatal mistake.
All right, now Todd Toggett and Davey on the first tragedy related to Irma, putting up those shutters. Thanks a lot, Todd.
Do stay safe out there, and we're going to take you from Broward down to Miami now, where plenty of areas are just kind of empty in downtown.
Yeah, let's check it out with Kristen De La Rosa with that. Christian.
Now we're in Midtown, 36 and Biscayne. And yesterday we were reporting to you from Homestead, talking about how it was starting to look like a ghost town. Same story here in this area. So this is a very popular gas station here, the Shell. Not only is it closed and out of gas, all of the gas pumps are wrapped in plastic, and that's of course for safety. Now the shop inside is still open, but no gas, and people keep showing up trying to get gas. Also, a lot of the businesses like this Denny's across the street, they're all boarded up. We're being told that they will soon be closing. A lot of the other popular spots out here, like this Taco Bell that seems to never close, they just closed and allowed their employees to go home and get their families ready. And then there's all of these high-rises, and we're being told that residents here are being informed by management, being told that this is an evacuation zone and that they should leave if they can. But I can tell you, I live in the area, I can tell you there are a lot of people that plan to ride out the storm in this area. So again, this is Midtown. Usually the traffic here on 36 and Biscayne, bumper to bumper, but it is looking pretty empty. Back to you guys.
Chris, I don't know if you had a chance to go down to the Wynwood area. How is that area looking? One of the trendiest spots in Miami.
So we're working, making our way through the area, but I can tell you we've been talking to tourists who would be in Wynwood around this time, and a lot of them are either trying to find a way to leave, find a flight out, but they're of course learning that a lot of those flights have been canceled. I can also tell you that a lot of people in this area actually got in their vehicles and started driving north. I know a woman who lives in one of these high-rises who told me that it took her 17 hours to get to Atlanta, Georgia.
And yet, we're hearing other great stories of people who've had no traffic getting to Orlando and to Gainesville. Just heard from someone who made it to Gainesville in about 6 hours, leaving at 10 a.m. this morning. So a lot of different experiences out there, no doubt. Christian, you just referred to a lot of people are going to ride this out. Are those in condos and high-rises?
Yes, believe it or not, and it's really scary because, a lot of these buildings, they have a lot of glass. I mean, these are the type of windows that are go from the floor to the ceiling, and last minute decision that hopefully works out for them.
Okay, I think we can point out too, that's that millennial generation that's probably trying to ride it out. Kristen De La Rosa, thank you so much. Those folks getting things delivered to them. Those are people who didn't ride out, obviously, Hurricane Andrew, and were not living or were around when Hurricane Andrew hit back in 1992. So yes, they're brave to try to do that, but officials are not recommending that they are in places where there are big windows that may not be hurricane proof.
And someone who knows what it's like to really ride out a storm like this, Glenna Milberg, she is on Miami Beach for us. Glenna, you've experienced a lot of storms, and Andrew. I mean, you would never advise someone to stay in a high-rise near the water, would you?
I'm not in the advisory business, actually, so I would not. You're right. But I will say I don't think anyone in South Florida has ever ridden out what we are about to experience. So even those really traumatic Andrew experiences might be so very different from what we might expect to see in the next 48 hours. I was listening to the last report. I just want to throw out there that a lot of the newer buildings, especially along the Miami skyline, are hurricane impact windows, which also have yet to be tested in those kind of winds. But that's important to know, as do a lot of the buildings here. These are older buildings, some of them, but have been retrofitted since with hurricane impact windows. But you notice that a lot of people here are gone. I'm not going to call Miami Beach a ghost town, but like you would expect an evacuation area between the ocean and the bay to be, but it's surreally quiet and there's hardly any traffic. And so what we see here is 63rd Street is one of the east-west corridors, very few corridors that you can use to get on and off the island. And we've seen people go back and forth quite often, including some of the first responders. The Miami Beach Police Department has a bevy of items and technology that they are storing in what is a command center over at Mount Sinai Medical Center, mostly for use after the storm. And one of those things, I want you to see this vehicle. It's a military surplus vehicle. They call it an MRAP. That stands for Mine Resistant Ambush Protection. And this is a military surplus vehicle that has been donated, if you will, given to first Coral Gables, that has 2 of these, and then Miami Beach. And it's able to go through 6 feet of water, has all kinds of technology on it. Right now, the police department showed this off a little bit because they're very proud to have some technology like this for use after the storm. Listen to what the chief told us earlier.
If there is significant damage, or if there are people who are in need of extraordinary rescue, this will be an option for the city, not just us, but any of the city first responders to get to someone in need.
Evacuation is still possible from Miami Beach. That window will close likely by tomorrow morning because of the high winds. And so anybody who is still undecided has a very small window of time to decide to leave. I'm Glenna Milberg on Miami Beach.
Okay, Glenna, thanks a lot.
And right now, we are tracking Hurricane Irma. It is a dangerous Category 4 storm set to make landfall here in South Florida and already being blamed for 20 deaths in the Caribbean. Good afternoon. I'm Lori Jennings.
And I'm Calvin Hughes, and expect the tropical storm force winds by tomorrow afternoon and evening. And if you would like to stay with our coverage, you can listen to us in the car and on the radio thanks to our radio partners.
Let's run those down. You can get the latest updates on the radio with us at 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and on Pirate Radio in the Keys.
And we are watching the consistent forecast track for Hurricane Irma so far, headed towards South Florida. It is now a Category 4 storm. Seems to be having its sights on Cuba at this hour.
Schools across the state are closed at least through Monday, that according to the governor.
And all Broward County residents living east of US 1 are now under a mandatory evacuation order. And Miami-Dade County has ordered mandatory evacuations for people living in zones A, B, but only parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County down in the Keys, they have been told to leave.
We have crews fanned out across South Florida to show you what's happening out there with gas lines, supply stores, and even shelters.
But let's begin with the Weather Authority and the very latest on Irma. Hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is ready to go, and Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis starts us off. Betty.
Hi there. We know Irma is going to continue to get closer and closer to South Florida, so we'll focus for a little while on some of the subtle changes we're noticing outside throughout the day. I know a lot of you know the breeze has picked up and just how tropical the air mass feels over us at this point, even with northeast winds sustained 14 miles per hour in Miami and gusting higher than that. The temperature, by the way, is 92. Here's the Doppler radar, not necessarily showing a lot of rainfall out there, but the occasional teeny tiny shower showing up in just a few areas. I did see one very close to the Upper Keys. We'll zoom in there. So that little shower coming in as we're starting to see some of those bands associated with Irma get a little closer to us. Not really containing a lot of rainfall, but these are the subtle changes we're going to see as Irma pulls closer, noting some of that rain coming across the Bahamas, Andros Island, and then down toward Cuba. But that center of circulation right now still several hundred miles away as the system lashes the Bahamas and Cuba, moving between those two places. As it's moving toward us tonight and into tomorrow, I do want to let you know about the threat for some severe weather outside of the tropical storm force winds. There is a slight risk for severe in terms of isolated tornadoes. tornadoes. So that's one of the things we'll watch for as those Irma rain bands start to pull in here. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield. We've been looking at Irma as it's moving between Cuba and the Bahamas and focusing on that eye, trying to figure out what's going on with it.
Yeah, we sure don't have any trouble finding the eye. That's still very distinct. One thing I've noticed here the last few hours here is that the red that you see there in the satellite imagery represents really cold thunderstorm tops. And now near the center there's some the lighter colored, the yellows there, those are warmer cloud tops. So it may be undergoing another concentric eye wall cycle. It may be weakening a little bit, but that's still in the noise level. It's still a powerful hurricane. The last airplane that was in there was an Air Force plane. Actually, that's been about 3 to 4 hours ago. The eye wall, they had a closed eye wall. The diameter of the eye was about 45 miles. So we'll see the next. I don't know if the Hurricane Center dares to weaken that until the next plane gets in there. And the next plane will be there. A NOAA plane about 5 o'clock, and then an Air Force plane about 8 o'clock tonight. So they'll have plenty of aircraft reconnaissance, but we do have a little gap right now. So we'll find out here shortly at 5 o'clock.
Okay, we look forward to seeing that in about 25 minutes. Okay, thanks a lot there, Max.
And our own Ross Palumbo is joining us live now from Fort Lauderdale, right alongside of the mayor, Jack Seiler. Ross, take it away.
Hi, Lori and Calvin. So Mayor Jack Seiler meeting us right here. How you doing, Mayor?
Doing great, doing great.
So how is the evacuation and the preparations going at this point?
Things have been going very well. Most people have heeded the warnings. Most people have listened to the directions that we've given. Obviously, a few people down here today have not, but we've seen a really good response from our neighbors, and we're pretty confident that the city is well prepared and our neighbors are well prepared.
Well, I want to ask you about that because a casual observer, Harlan, if you can show while I talk to the mayor really quickly, there are still people all over the beach, and of course, over here at the Elbow Room, as we all know, always the last to close when there's a storm or a hurricane on the way. Is this a bad sign at this time?
You know what? This actually may be a good sign because the Elbow Room has done this, I think, for the last 50 or 60 years. And so they are always the last place to close on the barrier island. And so far we've escaped any real serious hits. So maybe it's a good luck charm that they're going to stay open to the end. But tomorrow we are going to be enforcing the curfew here on the beach. We are going to be making sure that people don't come across those causeways without a good reason to be here. And if people are over here to loot or to create take advantage of anybody that's been disadvantaged, we're going to be enforcing the law, and we're going to take whatever appropriate measures, including arrests, to enforce that.
Okay, because I want to point out that there are still, most of the businesses have already closed out here. We want to make it look like it's pandemonium, but there still are people on the beach, so not alarming yet is the bottom line. We still have a little time.
Oh, absolutely. And plus, I mean, my feeling on this is the storm effects have not started. The impact of the storm has not yet started.
It's true. If you want to look out in the water while we're talking.
Yeah, it's actually a beautiful day here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. And so if the majority of the people have moved off, we're not going to have a problem moving people off the barrier island. And so if a few people, most of the people I suspect that are over there aren't even residents of the barrier island. So they'll be off when it comes time to enforce the curfew. They'll be off when we say don't come across the causeway. And I'm sure they'll be the first to return when things open back up over there. But this is something like today. We kind of decided we weren't going to strictly enforce it until tomorrow when the storm is actually making its landfall.
Let's talk about that evacuation order. So it is everything east, essentially, of US 1.
Correct.
Okay, so in this city, as we were talking about earlier, of around 200,000, what is that, about a quarter of the residents?
Yeah, Ross, you're right. It's tens of thousands of residents. And like I said, not all of those areas are low-lying areas. Not all of those areas are even flood zones. So I think those people that are in the non-low-lying area or non-flood zone have probably decided, let's fix up the property and let's stay here and ride it out.
Is that okay with you? I mean, look, it's not everyone, as you say, that is east of US 1 that is low at sea level. So are you saying that your officers will not be telling those people to leave?
We're not going door to door with that purpose. However, if you are in a low-lying area, if you are in a flood zone and you are east of US 1, we will be strictly enforcing that. We want to make sure, because you are putting yourself in harm's way, but you're also putting that first responder in harm's way. If that first responder cannot get to you, you in essence are your own first responder.
Yeah.
And we've made it very clear that, look, you might be on the 20th floor of a condominium or the 15th floor of a apartment, but if that first floor is inaccessible because of a storm surge, if that first floor is inaccessible because of a power line down that cuts across. If that elevator shaft is flooded, there's no way for us to get to you. There's no way for us to provide the assistance you need. And if it's an emergency, we can't provide that first response assistance you need. So we're very clear to people, look, if you're on the barrier island in a low-lying area subject to flooding, especially with that storm surge, you need to move on.
Let's talk about the shelter situation really briefly. So not everyone yet in the shelters, right?
Correct.
Are you sure we're going to have enough or any capacity? Because, you know, in Miami-Dade, of course, we're already hitting capacity. People are having to be moved to other shelters. What's the situation?
Well, they just opened up another shelter for pet owners. So that was one, and I know J.C. Birch will love that. I know she's been such a champion of our pets.
Animal advocate, yes.
She is a champion animal advocate, and I commend her for it. My dad was a veterinarian, so I love animals myself. But we just opened up another shelter, Broward County did, for owners of pets to go with their pets. And they have shelter space right now available. So the message is it's available. If you want to get there today, we want you to be there, though, today. We're discouraging anybody saying, I'm going to go to the shelter tomorrow. Okay. We'll start seeing the effects on Saturday and then through Saturday night into Sunday. You need to be where you can safely go, we think, by tonight.
Okay, well, you know, I'm glad to hear that you're feeling positive about this, because I was just talking to Calvin and Lori that we need to stay positive. We know the threat, but we need to have a good attitude about this. So you sound like you are comfortable in Fort Lauderdale, how things are moving along, how people are reacting, how the shelter situation stands.
I'm actually very comfortable. I think, we've done the necessary preparations. Our staff did a fabulous job. It's not what, we at the City Commission do. Our management and staff did a fabulous job getting this city ready. We did a better job even notifying our neighbors, getting them motivated, getting them ready. And to see neighbors helping neighbors, to see the neighbors stepping up to take care of their neighbors' issues, their neighbors' property, I feel very confident we're going to be ready for this storm. And, we got about 24 to 36 hours to find out how ready we are, but I feel like we're ready for this storm.
Okay, let me ask you really quickly about politics. Since you're a three-term mayor here, you've been in the Florida legislature, you're a Democrat.
Yes.
So what do you think the response from the Trump administration, do you think it's enough? And I don't know if you know this, but they've just suspended the Jones Act. Yep. So now foreign tankers can come into our ports. Do you know how that's going to affect Port Everglades?
Well, I think it needed to be done, and I'm glad it was done. And the thing that frustrates me the most about these emergency issues, these disasters, is people try to politicize it. Yeah. This is not a political issue. This is not a partisan issue.
You think the Trump administration is making the right moves then and doing everything that we need for Florida?
I do. I think Governor Scott has done the right things. I think the Trump administration is doing the right things. And I've yet to find a Democrat or Republican way to fight hurricanes. I've yet to find a Democrat or Republican way to deal with these national disasters. And so we just need to come together as Americans, as Floridians, and focus on protecting the safety and security of our neighbors and our residents. We'll worry about politics some November in the future, but I very much appreciate both the federal and state response.
All right.
Thank you.
Mayor Jack Seiler, thank you so much. He's absolutely right, Lori and Calvin, about the politics. There are no politics when it comes to fighting the hurricane. So that's the situation here in Fort Lauderdale. One last look really quickly at the Elbow Room. All of these people out here, we're going to be talking to them in just a few moments. But I want to stress this is nothing out of the ordinary. As the mayor said, it might actually be a good omen because they've really never been blown away by any storm yet. So they might have a sixth sense about this. But that's the very latest live in Fort Lauderdale. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Ross, we can't wait to hear what those folks across the street have to say. Thanks a lot there, Ross. And we have one quick note here about MIA at the airport there. The rental car center has been closed and will close at 5 o'clock today. There will be no access to rental car companies at that location. So once again, MIA, the rental car center there, it will close at 5 o'clock. There will be no access to rental cars for any of those companies out there.
And live pictures now out of Key West. You do see two vehicles there, one police car, one vehicle, and this little guy on a scooter. We wanted to see this completely quiet, someone on their bike. Monroe County has been completely evacuated, and that's how they want it. One of the last evacuation buses is leaving at 5 o'clock in just literally 17 minutes from now. The last evacuation bus is leaving Key West, so please be on it. We don't want to see anybody down there trying to ride this out in Key West.
Well, we all know that trailer parks don't do well in hurricanes, and trailer parks in the Keys, well, they are even more vulnerable.
And at this point, we have Local 10's Derek Shore live in Marathon, where most mobile home residents say they're getting out, but not all. Derek.
Well, we are here in Marathon at a trailer park called Trailerama Park, and the good news is that almost everyone is out. We've knocked on a number of these trailers, and no one's come to the door. They are boarded up, and they are already out of here, and that is very good because these are the buildings that are so incredibly susceptible to those winds, to those rains, and to flooding. They are not the concrete building that you want to be in during this storm, and in fact, we just stumbled upon Alberto and his friend here. They're boarding up. This is your trailer here, right?
Yes, sir. I live here for 20 years.
20 years. Where are you going to be during this storm?
I think it go a little east.
So where are you going to hunker down? Where are you going to be?
I want to be here.
Oh, you're going to be here in the trailer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's a smart idea?
No, not too big because in Andrews, remember Andrews, Hurricane Henry in 1993, the police say go out to Miami, and we go to Miami, maybe almost die in Miami. In Marathon, anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Well, there is an evacuation order. Obviously, these trailers aren't the same as a concrete building, so I would at least recommend you go up the
Probably tomorrow around in the morning, we go to the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least you'll be in a building. But what you're doing now is you're boarding up.
I try save some stock, put it plywood to the windows. That's it.
And that's it. And you're staying on Marathon regardless if you're here or
we
somewhere
be
else.
here in Marathon. When I no move. Because my daughter go to Orlando and she take a 15-hour Marathon to Orlando, driving for 15 hours. She go yesterday in afternoon and arrival to Orlando today, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, obviously that's not the recommendation, but you're your own guy. You're going to make that decision to stay here on Marathon. They say it's very dangerous, and you're prepared, you think?
Okay, I respect anybody and say going.
Because most of this community's left, right?
Yeah, and 98%.
Right.
The people's going.
Right, but you're staying. Well, thank you so much, Alberto. I wish you the utmost best of luck, and I hope it does skirt this area. Thank you. Thank you very much. So obviously the less sturdy structures, very much a concern for first responders, for the county, for city officials, all of them wanting people out of those if they're not going to evacuate to get to a very sturdy structure, something hopefully that has multiple stories because that storm surge is expected to be high, especially in the lower, middle, pretty much all the Florida Keys. We'll send it back to you.
Our Derek Shore in Marathon. Derek, thanks a lot.
And let's check in right where Irma is now. Coastal communities in northern Cuba already experiencing Hurricane Irma.
We now have a chance to speak with Hatzel Vela, the only local reporter living and working in Cuba, and today he is along the northern central coast area. Hatzel, bring us up to speed on what's happening there.
Well, Calvin, I can tell you that here in a town called Remedios, which, as you mentioned, is in the central northern coast of Cuba, we're starting to see some of the wind bands coming through, not as strong as folks in, let's say, Las Tunas or farther east are experiencing. We are getting constant pictures now on Cuban state-run television of a lot of storm surge, a lot of winds, a lot of tree damage. The concern here is that all these coastal towns along the northern coast are at sea level, and so any storm surge is going to be critical for these small, low-lying towns. One of the stories that we keep hearing, at least here in Remedios and in Caibarin, which is another town just north of us, is that back in '85 there was a storm called Kate, and Kate was a minor hurricane, and that left a lot of devastation. So they're concerned that with this storm, that's going to bring more devastation because it's a bigger storm, it's a massive storm, it brings more winds, and that is the concern. Again, we're in Remedios. This is where we woke up this morning. We also traveled into Caibarin, which is that coastal town I'm talking about. And coincidentally, September 8th today is a big day here in Cuba. Calvin, you know about the patron saint, the Virgin of Charity. Well, today is the day where they celebrate her being, and what a coincidence in terms of religion here in Cuba that this is the day that also Cubans wait to see what happens with Irma. And this is how Cubans woke up today.
Here in Remedios, above the rooftops, the sun is no longer the main character. Down below, a last chance to make a buck. And in this holy place, a chance to make a connection. In Cuba, September 8th is typically a day to honor her. Patron saint, Virgin of Charity, or as they call her, Cachita.
Es lo más grande que se puede ver.
Marta Rodriguez Hurtado says she's the biggest thing we have. And as we sit and chat, Cubans light candles either for a miracle made or for the blessing of a child just born. They believe La Virgen de la Caridad has special powers to heal. Coincidentally, the story says the image was found at sea by Cuban fishermen in the 1600s.
Que se aleje y que no a nadie, a nadie, a nadie.
I'm praying the storm stays away, she says, and no one gets hurt. Back on the streets, the reality could be different, and people know this. At Hostel La Pastora, they're covering up their AC, a prized possession if you run a bed and breakfast. Flying debris could really damage things, he says, so we're trying to prevent any of that.
Milagro Moreno.
He and his mother also in constant contact with his brother who's in Miami.
Bueno, seguirle pidiendo a Dios que nos acompañe, que no nos separe.
Asking the Lord, she says, that he stay by our side, that we don't get separated. Now she's talking about the larger human family on both sides of the Florida Straits.
So that's just a slice of life in Remedios from this morning. We also, as I mentioned, went out to Caibarin, and there we saw something completely different. We saw people who are in the low-lying areas rushing to get anything out of their homes just because they realize they cannot stay there. When Kate came through in 1985, they say the storm surge was so high that it reached their windows. I mean, we are talking about very small frame homes. These are very poor people. These homes will not withstand a Category 4 storm, the surge that comes with it, the winds that come with it. So a lot of these folks are not going to be able to stay in their homes. We also witnessed local police folks going door by door, telling people, urging people that they couldn't stay. Here in Cuba, they forced these people to leave their homes. They are not allowed to stay. We also saw lots of trucks, old trucks, also horse-drawn carriages. They are using really anything to make sure that they're able to carry their stuff inland, to carry their stuff to a place where they know will be safe. That's the main concern here, the storm surge, at least on these coastal towns. Lori and Calvin, back to you.
Now, Hatzel, you have been all over the island of Cuba. Max and Betty are telling us that Irma right now, the eye is 225 miles east of Caibarien, if I'm pronouncing it right. Caibarien, Cuba. What kind of area is that?
Well, you're probably talking about the different keys, what they call the cayos here, right? These are vastly popular places throughout the island on the northern coast. These are where tourists go. You're talking about resorts there. Coincidentally, we did see buses filled with tourists yesterday being taken out of those keys because, again, those are coastal keys. Those are keys that are barrier islands, really. They're very small. They're very low-lying, and so that's going to be a major concern here in Cuba. All those keys across the northern side are pretty dangerous for people to be in. So what they're doing is they're completely evacuating those. Those are at sea. They're disconnected from the mainland. And like, for example, Miami Beach, the government here is urging all those people and forcing them to leave. There's nobody that's going to be on those keys. Those are the keys that are going to be mostly affected, depending, of course, on how south the storm dips. The fear here is that if the storm dips farther south, then we might get more destruction in some of the bigger cities inland.
And Hatzel, this is sort of a two-part question because we both have had a chance to travel countryside, at least from Havana all the way to Santiago de Cuba. So for people who live in the countryside area, how are they getting this communication? Because not many of those people have electricity and have a way or means of tuning in and finding out the latest weather warnings. And secondly, what about this being a wind event and those people living in basically huts in the countryside?
So if you live in the countryside, people do have access to televisions, and if they don't have televisions, they have access to old school radios, right? So that's how they keep in touch with what's going on. The Cuban government is pretty good about letting people know exactly what's going on, minute by minute, hour by hour, telling people if they're in a susceptible area where they cannot be. They tell them, you cannot be here, you have to go. And as I mentioned, they physically go there. Again, to your question, if you're in the countryside, it's something that you still know what's going on. And remember, this storm is so massive that most folks, even inland, in the countryside, farther south, down on the island, will be affected by Hurricane Irma. Calvin.
All right, Hatzel Vela in Cuba. Hatzel, thanks a lot. We'll be talking with you through the rest of the night.
And as Irma makes its way toward the northern coast there of Cuba, it will really impact the track a little bit, is how much it intersects with land. But no doubt this is just so strong that nothing is weakening it.
Well, we are hoping that if it just kind of clips Cuba, the northern part that you just talked about, that it will weaken. But our Max Mayfield is going to keep us informed as well as Betty about that.
And let's get it back to our crews right here locally. Clay Ferrero is out at a BJ's in Southwest Miami-Dade. Clay, I don't know, that looks too empty behind you. Is it not worth for folks to head there?
No, not anymore. They just closed off these gas lines right here. If you look behind me, these are the final fortunate few that are fueling up here at the BJ's. We are in Southwest Miami-Dade, Sunset and 117th. And you see this police line that has been set up over here, the police tape, the yellow police tape. That's telling everybody no more coming in here. They are done. They are officially closed. They will have the doors open up front for a little while longer, up until 5 o'clock, because they have water. But as far as gas goes, they're completely done. Let me tell you what the hottest commodity here was today. It's propane. We've been showing you this picture for quite a bit of the day right now. Let me show you what we've been looking at from Sky 10 earlier today. The line wrapped around this BJ's, people waiting and hoping to get propane. People telling us that they waited in line for hours. In fact, just a little while ago, we spoke with the final customer that was fortunate enough to get propane. He said that he had been in line for 4.5 hours, just with the hope that he could get it. And by the time we were done speaking with him, all the people that had been waiting left, trying to go and get it somewhere else. If you look over where that line was, now you just see empty carts. The one positive thing that we have seen out here, people very courteous, very calm. We've spoken to police officers, the security guards that have been out here, and people are being very kind to each other. Obviously a sense of urgency. People want to make sure that they get those last-minute supplies, but also understanding that everybody's in the same situation right now. So we'll continue to stay out here just in case people come out here for water, whatever else it may be. But time is certainly running short here at the BJ's. They do close down at 5 o'clock. And after that, people are going to have to go elsewhere for supplies. Let's send it back to you guys.
All right, Clay Ferrero in Southwest Miami-Dade. And let's check on the scene now in Broward County. Lots of people trying to find gas.
That's right. Out on the streets now trying to fill up their tanks. Let's go to Local 10's Carlos Suarez live down in Fort Lauderdale at the gas station with plenty of fuel and no one in, well, it looks like people are in line.
That is exactly the case. Our search for a gas station that was not only open but had any fuel has brought us to a Marathon gas station just off of US 1 and the 17th Street Causeway. Donnie, go ahead and show them exactly what it is that's playing out here. There is not a single person in line waiting to fill up at this Marathon gas station. We talked to the owners when we first got here, and they have got plenty of gas. They've got more than 8,000 gallons of fuel left. And they said after those 8,000 gallons are out, that's it for them. They got their last shipment of fuel around the noon hour. And as you can see here, these folks don't have a limit on how much they are filling up. Sir, you're filling up your gas canisters and your truck?
Well, if they have diesel, I'll fill my truck, but just trying to get enough to run the generator and a little extra.
Awesome. And so first gas station you visited?
Yeah, I mean, we're coming to put some sandbags in our condo, so I figured we might as well fill these up while we were here.
Perfect. And in fact, driving around, we decided to come up from the station up US 1 off of Hollandale Beach Boulevard, and you could almost be surprised at the fact that you probably, if you drove by this gas station, you wouldn't even realize it's open, and it's because the folks out here, they've already boarded up the gas, the actual store out here in anticipation of the fact that they are going to eventually run out of gas. These workers have been out here for the last hour or so, putting up a couple sheets of plywood, But again, this Marathon gas station on the corner of Southeast 17th Street and US 1 is open for business. They've got plenty of gas, and there is no limit on the amount of gas that you can purchase. And of course, the best part of all this is there isn't much of a line to speak of. Calvin and Lori?
Okay, Carlos, thanks a lot. And Lori, we heard from the governor who talked about millions of gallons of gasoline being shipped to us, and not to mention police escorts to make sure that those tankers are able to get to those gas stations.
Yes, 8.5 million gallons of fuel came into Port Everglades this morning. Another 5 million came into the port in Tampa Bay, so that is good news.
Well, we have the 5 o'clock advisory just in for you, and we would like to see it from our 2 meteorologists who are on scene for us.
All right, they're waving us down. Betty, take it away.
Hi, everyone. We'll start with a projected path and no big changes in terms of the plan for where Irma is going to track. We still are planning on the landfall somewhere over South Florida of a strong hurricane, a Category 4. It looks like that happens as we get toward the early hours of Sunday morning. So this is the projected path. Max will dissect that momentarily to see if there's even maybe the slightest shift toward the west. We'll see. In the meantime, it remains very powerful with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. That center of circulation now 345 miles southeast of Miami, Florida. Irma continues to batter Cuba and parts of the Bahamas. Slowed down just a touch more with moving now toward the west at 12 miles per hour. And note the pressure at 925 millibars. So that is the update on Irma. No big changes in terms of intensity. I do want to check in with our Max Mayfield to see what he's getting from the latest advisory.
Okay, they didn't change the intensity, but they have not had an aircraft out there for about 4.5 hours now. So they, obviously they're going to wait till they get some really in situ data before they make any significant change there. The forecast does have it weakening somewhat and gradually, but and that's indicated by all the intensity guidance. But the official the actual storm has been stronger than the intensity guidance over the last several days. So they don't know how much to make of that, but they're gradually weakening it. And they say that if the shear does increase as it gets over Florida or closer to Florida, it could weaken a little bit faster. We're still expecting it to be a major hurricane. That's the main thing there. Okay, the warnings didn't pop yet, but in our viewing area we're still under hurricane warning. All the keys in South Florida, also the storm surge warning, we're still in effect there for this area. If you look at the track, it definitely has shifted westward since yesterday. Yesterday, it was coming onto the southeast Florida coast, so very gradually it's shifted to the west. Now, I want to go back and look at that radar image from Andrew back 25 years ago, and just to re-emphasize that what really matters is if you're in that core of the hurricane or not. And that you can see the well-defined eye right over at landfall there over at Elliott Key. The donut around the eye contains the eye wall. That's where the really, really strong winds were. So my point here is that, history can be a good teacher, but not always, because this hurricane core did not hit Miami Beach, Miami International Airport, the Brickell area, Key Biscayne. It was well to the south of that, and we really don't know exactly what the core of Irma will look like when it gets up here. The next day or two, the intensity may be governed by the internal fluctuations on what happens with that eye wall. If we go through those concentric eye wall cycles again, we'll have to wait and see. But the next airplane does get in there about 5:30. That's a NOAA plane. The Air Force will be in there about 8 o'clock tonight, so we're going to have plenty of aircraft between now and landfall. The bottom line here for me here is that we still have a dangerous major hurricane headed towards the Florida Keys and the southern Florida Peninsula, although it is kind of comforting for the folks on the East Coast anyway, that it shifted ever so slightly to the left or to the west.
Okay, I think we need to head over to graphics 41 because I'm just getting an update on that actual cone and the intensity. I don't know how our machines missed this. Maybe it didn't pop in just in time, but it appears the intensity forecast is showing that this could develop, it will develop into a Category 5 hurricane before it hits the Keys.
Okay.
So that is a big change. We
That-
apologize for
right.
not having this.
That's
popping
my
in
mistake,
correctly.
and that is similar to what Donna did in 1960. It strengthened actually as it moved over the Florida Keys and onto the southwest Florida coast. So, yeah, that takes a lot of nerve to forecast that back to a Category 5 hurricane.
Right. We've been saying all along that we know it's going to be a major hurricane once it gets here, but some re-strengthening is possible. So obviously that environment it's going to move into, Max, is going to afford for it to gather some more steam. And we knew that was a possibility, that it would continue to be in a favorable environment.
Yeah, you know, we were just saying, I couldn't believe they were forecasting. I apologize for that. We've got 3 hurricanes out there, and we got the papers shuffled up there, and I was looking at the wrong one and not the graphic here. I didn't have that yet.
All right. Well, for now, we're focused on Irma, and we'll have a lot more on this coming up. We want you to just move forward with your preparations and your plans because we need to be ready for Irma. It's going to be an intense storm.
And Betty and Max, before you go, we just had a couple of questions for you. The reason why it may be intensifying from a 4 to a 5 is because the conditions are ripe for that Category 5 storm to actually intensify the way that it has for Irma to intensify in those waters?
That's what they're thinking here. In fact, let me read the discussion here. I think they're, it looks to me like maintaining Category 4 status for now, and only unpredictable eye-wall replacement cycles could result in intensity fluctuations in the next 4 hours. The interaction of the hurricane circulation with Cuba will probably not result in any relevant change in intensity.
That's what we're hoping, yeah.
And I think we've got Ed online. We'll ask Ed to explain that. Ed, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. We see the Category 5. Talk to us about that.
Well, we talked about that there would be some fluctuations, and at this point, upper end of Category 4, lower end of Category 5, it's basically the same kind of impact here. Most important part now is that hopefully those who were going to evacuate are out, those who are going to stay are prepared, as we've about run out of time.
And we've been watching every single track, and we've been saying don't focus on the skinny black line, but we can't help but notice that from this time yesterday, 5 o'clock yesterday, we had it going near the southeast coast, and it's ever so slightly edged consistently to the left or to the west here.
That's right. The difference from yesterday to today is relatively small, maybe 20 or 30 miles, but every mile is going to make a difference for us here in Florida. At this point, the center is forecast to pass perhaps 40 or 50 miles to the west of the urban areas here in southeast Florida, but the strongest winds are located 25 to 30 miles to the east. So it's just that very thin line, the space between the strongest winds and the urban areas. So any shift back to the east would mean that the Category 3, Category 4 conditions are going to occur in South Florida, southeast Florida. If we can get the center to stay off to the west, then that means that maybe we'll only have Category 1 or Category 2.
And one of the hardest things I ever did, in addition to the track intensity, was to try to forecast the size of that inner core. Have you had any revelations in that? Do you have more guidance on that now to help with forecasting how far out those strong winds will be?
Not a lot. As we've seen through the history of this particular storm, there's been an evolution where we've had one eye wall and then another one on the outside at times. But at this point, we have just a very large eye. And just outside that, again, as we said, maybe 25 or 30 miles outside of that eye to the east is where we're going to see the worst of the winds and the highest of the storm surge. And right now, that's forecast to pass very close to the urban areas, maybe a little to the west.
Okay, anything else that you think we should be talking about?
Well, even with this shift off to the east, to the west a little bit, doesn't change much in terms of the overall picture for us. In particular, the storm surge that we've been talking about as a great risk, still potential for 5 to 10 feet on the east coast and 6 to 12 feet on the west coast. And I want to make one other point here, that even though the center forecast has shifted a bit to the west and will have some important bearing ultimately on the Florida Peninsula, it's actually made things worse for the Florida Keys. And I know there are a lot of people who have come up into the peninsula and are concerned about that. And I hope everybody has left the Keys. But by moving the center forecast over to the west a bit, it puts all the Florida Keys in play for that 5 to 10 foot storm surge.
Okay, one more question about I looked at the recon flights from the hurricane hunters, the P3s and the C-130s. They were flying into the core of the hurricane. What about the Gulf Stream? I didn't see how many more flights are we going to be able to have on the Gulf Stream.
They'll resume as well. They had to take a downtime as part of their normal scheduling, but we'll have that available. And of course, because the storm's getting closer to the U.S., we have the normal upper air soundings that we take across the U.S. Twice a day, but at this point we're doing them 4 times a day to feed into the computer models that we rely so heavily on.
All right, I think our anchors Lori and Calvin may have a question for you, Ed.
And Ed, this is from our viewers too, and for those people who may be finding solace in this new advisory, what do you say to those who are still in Fort Lauderdale and in Miami and Miami-Dade, Homestead, and those areas, still continue to do what they're doing, correct?
Absolutely. We're talking about, depending on whether this track holds, the difference between either getting Category 3 or 4 or getting Category 1 or 2. And in either case, there would be significant damage, and there is, of course, threat to life when you have winds well over 100 miles per hour.
But Ed, one of our viewers was just saying they feel a bit confused right now because we've talked about how this storm is so large. Are you saying that folks maybe on the East Coast could feel a difference, a variety of anything from a Cat 1 to a Cat 4?
That's right. It depends on where the center goes. Remember that the strongest winds are just outside the eye. And as we're talking about 25 or 30 miles out, it doesn't mean that there's no winds beyond that. It gradually decreases. But the worst of the weather will be right in there 25 to 30 miles east of the center, which again is very close to the urban areas, and then decreasing outward. So Category 4, Category 3, 2, and 1 out to the east.
All right. It's still a category, and it is one category we need to watch in a storm that we need to be careful about. Ed Rappaport, National Hurricane Center, thank you. And also, Max and Betty, we'll send it back over to you.
You know, Ed knows what he's doing there. That track on the storm surge being worse for the Keys, don't think that it's just on the east side of the track there. Because they are going to get, that's where the highest storm surge will likely be on the east side there, but they're also going to get tremendous storm surge from the Bay side, from the Gulf of Mexico side, on the west side of the hurricane there. So, yeah, this is, I mean, for a lot of us on the southeast coast, you know, the more westward shift we see, the better it is, but that's certainly not the case for the Keys.
We still can't let our guard down. We should prep accordingly. So just keep on doing everything we've been doing, and we're going to get through this one together.
And Betty, from what you're seeing then, and what Ed was just saying, Cuba really won't be a player. That landmass will not be a player in weakening this storm.
Well, I don't think he meant to say there's no guarantee that it couldn't interact some. If that much of that core gets over the north coast there, that's going to have some impact. But even if it does that, it still has time. It's going so slowly that it would have time to re-strengthen anyway.
Okay, our Max Mayfield. Max, thanks a lot. And we have so many options for you to stay storm safe. Now is also a good time to download our free Local 10 Max Tracker app. You can get up-to-date alerts, track the local radar, and even get messages from Max himself. It is truly an incredible resource, especially during this critical time.
Our crews are fanned out all across the area. Let's check in with Christian De La Rosa. He's live in Liberty City now, where people are trying to get water before Irma arrives.
You know, we showed up to El Presidente supermarket because we were told that they still had water. And within minutes of us showing up, we saw the last few people. There's someone else right there. Look at that buggy. It is packed with water all the way over there, those packs of water. So, you know, those essentials are hard to find at this hour, and people are finding bottled water, but we're told they're almost out. You know, it's also talking about, you know, so many people have been going to Publix and the larger supermarkets. It's the smaller shops now where people seem to be finding the things that they need. So again, many families, you know, finding their snacks, finding anything that will help them ride out the storm if they are in fact staying in their homes, or if they're going to a shelter. You still need to take stuff with you to last for at least 3 days. We just found out that this Family Dollar just decided to shut down because they ran out of virtually everything that they had inside, but people are still coming out. So look at this parking lot. It is still packed. There's still a lot of people that are trying to find the things that they need because time is running out. And again, this is Liberty City. Just moments ago, we came live to you from Midtown, which looked like a ghost town. A very active scene, if you will. People just trying to get ready for what's to come. Back to you.
Last minute supplies, waiting until the last minute to get it. Don't have much time. Okay, our Kristen De La Rosa, thank you so much.
We do want to give you some breaking news right here. Monroe County is opening 4 shelters. Even though Monroe County has been evacuated, it sounds like they have found that people some of them have not left. They're opening 4 shelters as a last resort. They will open at 7 p.m. tomorrow. And no services will be available, but they will be open to you. Coral Shores High School in Plantation Key, Marathon High School in Marathon, Sugarloaf School in Sugarloaf Key, and Key West High School in Key West. It says if you decide to shelter in place, you may register your location with Monroe County. They'd like to know where you are and that you are there. And then to register, they want you to download this virtual badge. It's an app, virtual badge, and put that on your smartphone, and then you can register just so they know you're there.
You know what's interesting too is our Derek Shore and Terrell Fournier, they were in Marathon and in Key West, and they talked to a lot of people who said, look, I'm going to try to write this thing out. These might be people who say, you know, something maybe based on the forecast, I changed my mind. And so they now have an option, at least 4 of them, based on what we've seen right here. So we'll have a list of those coming up throughout the hour.
Ross Palumbo is out and about in Broward County. He has been in that Fort Lauderdale area where folks are getting in their last few hours of enjoyment.
This is going to be interesting to see what they have to say and to hear what they have to say. Ross, take it away.
Well, Lauren, Calvin, we've been showing you that here on Las Olas, right by the beach in Fort Lauderdale, look at how many people are still out here, despite this area being under a mandatory evacuation order. And as you well know from the long history here in Fort Lauderdale, the Elbow Room is always probably the very last business on the beach to close. But, you know, coming this close to Irma hitting, there's still a great deal of people out here, frankly, drinking and having a good time. You know, this crowd actually started cheering when they heard that Irma was veering just a little more slightly to the west coast. But it does seem that most people out here do understand, though, that they are still going to feel the effects dramatically. And not everyone is out here just partying. How you doing, ma'am?
Hi, good. How are you?
You know, we were thinking about all these people out here, but people aren't just out here having a good time irresponsibly. You're actually prepared.
I'm prepared. I've been prepared for a couple of days. Shutters are up. I got hurt in the mix of it. Just needed to get out of the house, and it's the only place open. So, been proactive. I've been responsible. Just needed to get out. It's going to be a long haul.
You know, most of the people that we've talked to out here have basically said the same thing. They're just taking the last few hours to blow off a little steam.
Ross, thanks for your reporting. We are going to check in with another one of our reporters. We have them fanned out all across South Florida, and our Andrew Perez is live now in Plantation with more on what's happening in the city of Plantation. Andrew, take it away.
Well, right now we're at this shopping center. This is the Plantation Town Square, and I want you to take a look at this. This is crazy. I mean, this is normally a very busy shopping center. It is boarded up top to bottom. A lot of these shops have shut down. There is a Publix here, so there are still plenty of people getting ready. I want you to take a walk with me. It's a little bit of a long walk, so just bear with me. You can see all of these shutters put up over here as well. I can tell you that this Publix here in Plantation, they're already out of water. So as people are getting prepared, as people are kind of getting ready for this storm, one thing we need to talk about in terms of preparation are people who have generators. And some of the tips, you know, the number one tip is to never use a portable electric generator indoors or in an attached garage. A lot of people don't realize generators use an internal combustion engine that emits deadly carbon monoxide. So you need to run it in a well-ventilated room. Here we are at the Publix. You can see, attention customers, we are currently out of water. Sorry for the inconvenience. The folks here at Publix telling us they're going to be open till at least 8 p.m. tonight, and then they are not going to be open. That's it. That's the end of it. Over here by the ATM, they've got another sign kind of alerting customers what the schedule is, what the plan is, how much longer you have. Today's really the last full day to prepare. And again, Publix is closing at 8 p.m. It says it right here. Store hours, Hurricane Irma, Friday, 6:45 this morning to 8 p.m. Saturday closed, Sunday closed, Monday to be determined. And that's where we are right now. A lot of people kind of waiting and watching to see what is going to happen, preparing for the worst, but of course, always hoping for the best.
And Andrew, we did have official word from Publix that they were generally going to stay open until 9 p.m. on Fridays in Broward and Miami-Dade counties. But as you're telling us, that one's at 8 p.m. So do you think there could be some fluctuation between 8 and 9 p.m.?
Well, I think from what they were telling me inside, is they've been so busy so far. They put 8 p.m. there because they know that a lot of people are going to come out at the last minute. They're going to try to get whatever they can. They're telling people 8 p.m. because they want them to get here as early as possible. There's still going to be lines inside at that time. So the store will likely still physically be open at 9 p.m., but they really want people to come as early as possible because you're going to be waiting in line at some point.
And Andrew, I'm curious if you've had a chance to talk with shoppers out there as to why they might have waited to this late hour to go out and get supplies.
The two people that I have spoken to, we arrived a couple of minutes ago, but the two people I have spoken to, they were telling me really they're coming out here for some of the non-perishable items. A lot of these people do have generators. That's why I wanted to go ahead and give you some of the important advice in generators, because you got to understand those things can turn deadly really quickly, not only with the carbon monoxide, but also fires. You know, we've seen so many times how homes that catch fire because of a generator. But to answer your question, a lot of people here, they're coming for the non-perishable. The last little bit of comfort food, snacks to ride out this storm. A lot of them already do have their water. Obviously, like you saw, Publix here in Plantation, no more water. So they're getting last-minute comfort food more than anything.
Yeah. And Andrew, we learned about 2:45 today in Plantation that they were stopping all bulk pickup, all that debris out there. Did you see any piles in the Plantation area when you were driving?
Well, here's the thing. We've been roving all over Broward County. We haven't seen so many large piles in front of people's homes here in Plantation so far, but we did see them over in Davie. We had filed a report a little bit earlier, a lot of debris from construction site that was tossed on the side, a lot of homes that people were getting rid of wood and stuff and piling it up on the front. That's not really the smart way to handle this thing right now because, like we've been reminding folks all day long, they can become projectiles. We're talking about a very powerful storm, a very large storm that can pick up a piece of wood, pick up a piece of piping, any piece of metal and really throw it around. So you got to keep that in mind. Don't just worry about your property either.
Yeah.
Look around your neighborhood. See what's around your home as well. And you know what? Go ahead and pick up that piece of plywood that's sitting out there in the street. Put it somewhere safe, somewhere where it's not going to fly away. Again, better safe than sorry here.
Yeah, it's in your best interest to pick it up and put it in your garage so it doesn't come flying through your windows. Andrew, thanks so much. Live in Plantation.
Yeah, be considerate. Bottom line. Jeff Weinseer in Hollywood Beach now, where there is a very large boat out there. And we've heard this so much, people getting ready to ride out the storm.
Jeff, really, is that the case?
This is more than just riding out the storm. First off, let me tell you where we are. We are just south of Hollywood Boulevard on A1A. The people that live in that building that you see behind me, a very serious situation. They are extremely concerned about this right here. Take a look, Calvin and Lori. It is a 97-foot steel Dutch ketch called the Sir Martin II. Now, the captain claims he has mechanical problems. This 97-footer is tied to the seawall in the Intracoastal. It is tied to city palm trees as well. A very dangerous situation because this boat could tear up the wall. Not only that, it could wind up on A1A. The captain says tomorrow morning he's leaving. He's going to leave the boat right here, and residents are upset.
Yeah, we were trying to reposition our anchors, and our transmission failed. And we just about managed to get to the wall and get a line on the wall, and that's it.
I'm concerned the power lines are going to go down because of his boat, first of all, and then I'm concerned it's going to snap off and start flying debris into people's homes and into my condo.
Calvin and Lori, Local 10 News has learned that the Coast Guard is very concerned about the situation that you see right here in the city of Hollywood. However, there is something called maritime law, and maritime law says that you cannot kick somebody out of a situation like this when their vessel is not able to navigate.
He says he has mechanical problems, but this could be a very serious situation with the surge, with the wind, and with A1A right there. At this point, we don't know how this is going to wind up, but we do know, as we speak, that the Coast Guard is looking into the situation. We'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Did the captain of the boat say that where he was going to ride out the storm?
He has been a kind of local in this area in North and South Lake in Hollywood. He kind of anchors in the middle of North and South Lake, and that's where he was. That was where he's been. But we're not sure his destination, but he says he was trying to get his anchors positioned right when his transmission went out, when he lost mechanical control. He was able to get to the seawall. He is now tied, but this is a federal waterway. This is the Intracoastal Waterway, and I'm not so sure that the Coast Guard is going to allow that boat to stay right there under these conditions.
And Jeff, almost every reporter we've gone to, but especially in the Fort Lauderdale area, it's been very, very windy already. We're not expecting the sustained tropical force winds till tomorrow afternoon, but have you really felt the wind pick up?
The winds have definitely picked up. We have driven from Dania Beach down to Hollywood Beach along A1A. A1A, Frank, if you want to pan over, take a look. This is A1A right now in Hollywood, south of Hollywood Boulevard. It gives you an idea. There is not a soul on the road here. Businesses all along A1A are boarded up. There is no one at Margaritaville, no one at La Tub, those places that are usually packed at this hour. After all, it is Friday afternoon. It is after 5 o'clock, and you know that song. But it is very quiet around here. People are staying home, staying off the beach area. And this area usually floods because the beach is right over there with just Friday after, with just 4 o'clock storms, 5 o'clock storms we get in the summertime. And who knows what's going to happen here, especially with this situation behind us.
Yeah, that is a frightening situation.
But Jeff, the drawbridges were supposed to close at 12 noon. How did you even get over there?
That is a good question. I couldn't tell you. The Coast Guard would probably tow him out of here because this is not a small. I'm going to Frank can pan around again. You're talking about a 97-foot boat, and again, he claims that he has mechanical problems. This boat would have to be taken, I guess, south to haul over, but you still have the 163rd Street Bridge as well. So I don't know what their plan is. I do know that they've requested some pictures from some nearby city officials, and the Coast Guard is taking a look at this situation. We have not seen them physically down here, but we did see some people taking pictures, and they said the pictures they were taken were at the request of the Coast Guard. So again, the Coast Guard will analyze the situation. Who knows, maybe they'll send somebody down here by car because the Coast Guard station is up at the park north of here in Dania Beach. Well, it used to be Johnny Lloyd State Park. So at this point, we simply don't know.
But Jeff, how did you and your crew actually drive out to the beach? I mean, the area is a mandatory evacuation. They were locking down the drawbridges. So how are you getting back and forth?
We had no problem getting back and forth. Dania Beach Bridge, we went right over. Nobody's stopping us. Hollywood Boulevard, people are coming around. There are mandatory evacuations, but there's no problem coming across the bridges at this hour.
Okay.
All right. Well, okay. Jeff Weintz here in Hollywood Beach. Okay, thanks a lot. Able to go over the drawbridges. Talked about them being locked down, today at noon,
yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
5.5 hours nearly after the fact it was supposed to be locked down. Curious to see what Mayor Barbara Sharif has to say about that.
Let's head on south to MIA. Our own Erica Rako found some really long lines there now that everything is open, but yet trying to shut down soon.
Miami International Airport back in business as of 4 o'clock this morning. You can see a long line of people waiting to check in at the ticket counters. Employees just showing back up to start checking people in for the flights today. Security lines just opened back up at 4 o'clock this morning as well. In the earlier hours, we were seeing a lot of people waiting for this time to happen. They were sleeping on the floors all over the terminal. Cots have also been set up so people can rest there. But now is the time that people are trying to check in and make it to their flights. We know that yesterday there were very, very long security lines, people showing up 2 hours, even a little bit longer before their flight, only to have still missed it because they weren't able to get through security. So if you do have a flight scheduled to go out today from Miami International Airport, make sure you're leaving yourself plenty of time. There are a lot of different scenarios here with people stranded, canceled flights for various reasons, not enough flight crew. So you do want to make sure you get here with ample amount of time and make it on that flight out of South Florida. From Miami International Airport, Erica Rako, Local 10 News.
All right, Erica, thanks so much. And again, MIA is supposed to stay open until tropical storm force winds are really sustained.
Yeah, but I think the airlines are just scaling back their operations, so it's really based on what airline you fly. I mean, they have the right to choose what time they end their flights. But again, it's always best to check with your airline ahead of time.
Yes, because out of Fort Lauderdale International, my goodness, they've had about more than 300 cancellations, too. So even if you had a flight, it's not to say you're definitely getting out. And their last flight is at 7:45 tonight.
Well, let's take you now to Monroe County. We want to just talk with you a bit about the shelter situation there, because based on the latest forecast track at 5 o'clock, the advisory, we saw that Irma is going to be upgraded to a Category 5, and it seems to be heading right over the Florida Keys. And yet Monroe County leaders were telling people earlier this week to get out as soon as possible, and especially in the evacuation zones, pretty much all of Monroe County and pretty much all of the Keys, Marathon, Key West, were told to get out. You can see Duval Street right there. Pretty much no one there except for this gentleman in this car right here. But now they have shelters open.
Now they are opening 4 last resort shelters with no services whatsoever. But I think this is really for the folks who are just determined to ride it out. They want to know that as of 7 p.m. tomorrow, if you are still down there in the Keys, you can choose to ride it out with others at Coral Shores High School, Marathon High School, Sugarloaf School, or Key West High School. And then as soon as the sustained tropical storm force winds have passed, those shelters were closed. This is not a long-term fix. It is just simply to ride out the storm.
And we should also note, too, that thousands of people have already evacuated Monroe County. So these are for the people who are just diehards, who really want to ride out the storm to protect their business or to protect their homes and might have changed their mind. They now have a place to go.
And right now at 5:30, we are tracking Hurricane Irma. It's a dangerous Category 4 storm, predicted to be a Category 5 as it reaches the Keys. It is now less than 400 miles away from landfall here in South Florida. I'm Lori Jennings.
And good afternoon. I'm Calvin Hughes, and expect the tropical storm force winds by tomorrow afternoon and evening. And if you would like to stay with our coverage now, you can listen to us in your car and on the radio, thanks to our radio partners.
We know many of you are listening already on radio on 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys.
And we are watching the consistent forecast track for Hurricane Irma right now. We know it's a Category 5 storm headed towards South Florida.
At this point, we want to get the very latest from our news crews as well. Our weather authority is gearing up. We want to let you know that schools are closed statewide, coming from the governor with that news all the way through Monday.
And all Broward County residents living east of US 1 are under mandatory evacuation orders.
In Miami-Dade County, mandatory evacuations for people living in zones A, B, and parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County, they have been told to leave. And if you haven't already, right now is the time to finish up your preparations. Take a look at the line at this BJ store in Kendall, a line for propane gas. We were told that people were waiting about 4.5 hours to get that. The line of people wrapping around the entire building.
But you will find gasoline out there. Just keep looking. More did come into the Port Everglades this morning. Hopefully you will find some gas without long lines. We have crews fanned out across South Florida, but let's get you the latest on Irma with our Chief Certified Meteorologist, Betty Davis.
Hey guys, in case you missed it, we did get that new advisory in at the top of the hour. Irma's still very strong with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour, pressure 925 millibars, moving west at 12 miles per hour and getting closer to South Florida, that center of circulation 345 miles southeast of Miami. So here's Irma, and what you're noting spinning just east of the Leeward Islands, that is another hurricane. That is Hurricane Jose. But we don't have to worry about that one. We will try to sneak a little time in a little bit later, maybe to talk about Jose. But really the focus is Irma, because Irma is the one that is going to make a landfall over South Florida. So let's talk about the projected path. Right now it's a Category 4 hurricane. And in the new information, the update from the National Hurricane Center, they are forecasting it to increase to a Category 5 before it makes that landfall. It appears somewhere over the Keys early Sunday morning. morning. So Category 5 hurricane coming into South Florida Sunday and then moving up or near the Florida Peninsula. And by the way, the hurricane watch, I believe, has been extended northward into other areas of Florida, too. So that's another takeaway from this as well. So the bottom line, it's going to impact the entire state. Notice by Monday afternoon, they are showing it finally downgraded to a tropical storm, but it takes from Sunday very early all day into Sunday night into Monday. Finally, we see the core of it over that Florida-Georgia border. So it's still going to be quite the duration of time that we and Florida as a whole has to deal with this system. And then finally, at the end of this cone, we see the remnants, what's left of Irma, into the Tennessee Valley. So quite the story it will be, not only for the weekend, but toward the middle of next week as well. Here's another view of that forecast cone in case you missed it. Category 4 right now as that center of circulation moves between the Bahamas and also Cuba, that north coast of Cuba. It is battering both of these islands, but it looks like the core staying offshore for now. It could skim pretty close to the coast of Cuba, though, as we're going into Saturday afternoon, all the while getting closer to South Florida. Forecast to get into an environment, though, that will allow it to pick up some more steam. That's why that intensity forecast has come up to a Category 5 before it makes that landfall. Either way, you should be out there preparing for a major hurricane to score a hit over South Florida. Even with that slight nudge to the west of the core, if you're following it down the middle, just know there is some wiggle room in that. So it could wiggle a little bit more back over toward the right, or maybe a little farther toward the west. So we want you to prepare the same, because this hurricane is headed towards South Florida. Okay, I think we fleshed out that cone enough, so let's take another look at the storm and the stats. The other change, it is moving a little slower now, moving west at 12 miles per hour. Earlier, the movement was around 14 miles per hour, so getting a little slower. I'm sure that's not what they want to hear around the Bahamas down toward Cuba, as they are in the thick of the rain and all the wind and also that storm surge that this hurricane is offering up. Right here at home, we have noticed the changes outside in our atmosphere. The air mass starting to feel more tropical. The breezes are building. We're not yet at the tropical storm force winds. Later tonight, we may have some tropical storm force gusts before we finally get into those tropical storm force sustained winds by tomorrow afternoon all over the place. But this is the wind energy for now, from Broward into Miami-Dade into the Keys. Wind sustained 15 to 20 plus miles per hour, and on occasion they do gust a little higher than that. We're noting Homestead with a wind gust near 30 miles per hour right now. As far as the gusts, as we're moving toward tonight and into tomorrow around 6 a.m., this forecast model, the GFS, is indicating that we could start to feel some of those tropical storm force gust winds down around South Dade and also toward the Keys. Where are we going next? Okay, back to you, Lori and Calvin. We'll have a lot more coming up.
Okay, Betty, thanks a lot.
And we have the opportunity now to take you to Washington, D.C. to speak with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Dr. Tom Price.
Dr. Price, thank you for your time today. We really appreciate you. Yes, thank you for being with us. And
Lori, Calvin, thank you so much. Good to be with you.
It is our pleasure. What is your first advice to people who have seen what happened in Houston with Harvey? What do you say to people who are here trying to wait out and ride out this storm, Hurricane Irma?
Yeah, this is a different kind of storm. This is a storm of a huge proportion. The width of the storm, as you all have been describing, is over 300 miles. That means that if the center of it goes up the Florida peninsula, that it will stretch beyond the east coast and the west coast of Florida. So everybody within the state of Florida, as the governor has been describing and as your emergency personnel have been describing, is in the path of this storm. And so people need to take all the precautions that they can and heed all of the warnings that have been offered by the local individuals. From a federal standpoint, we're leaning into this, where the president declared an emergency, and here at Health and Human Services, we've declared a public health emergency, which allows us to pre-stage assets to make certain that we can respond to whatever might happen given the storm that's coming.
And Congress has passed a $15 billion package. Does that really incorporate Hurricane Harvey victims as well as Hurricane Irma?
Yes, it does, and that'll be just enough to get us through the worst part of Irma, and then a little bit of the recovery phase, I believe. As many folks have talked about, this will require multiple supplemental appropriations bills so that we can have the resources to have the federal government respond and help the local and state communities to make certain that they're able to respond in the way that's necessary to get folks back up on their feet once this storm passes.
And Dr. Price, what is going to be FEMA's role in all of this, assuming that Irma does make landfall, and by Monday we're going to be looking at her aftermath?
Yeah, FEMA is the federal organizer for all of these things. We follow direction from them. They will be directing the assets and directing the personnel, the emergency personnel. We've got disaster medical assistance teams. We've got federal medical stations that we will likely be needing to set up at some point as the storm comes through. And once it does come through, then the local folks contact FEMA and the state folks contact FEMA to let us know where to move those assets so we can be most responsive to the individuals in need once the storm comes through.
When we hear about the numbers of FEMA and National Guard and our own power company, they all are telling us that they are more prepared for this storm than they've ever been in the past. Do you feel confident that Florida is prepared?
Well, I think Florida's done a remarkable job, and again, I want to commend the governor and the state officials. They've done all that they could to make certain that folks had the knowledge that they needed to get prepared for this storm. But we haven't seen a storm of this magnitude in decades, and there's some people that are saying this will be the largest, the most destructive, potentially the most destructive hurricane that has ever hit Florida. So it's important that people heed those warnings. I know that Floridians are strong folks, and I know that a lot of them want to ride it out, but it's important that individuals heed the warnings that are being given by the local folks and make certain that if you've been told to evacuate, that you get out and get to a sheltered area.
And Dr. Price, for those people who are remaining, what is the one piece of advice that you would give them soon after Irma leaves the South Florida area, begins to head northward into Georgia and South Carolina, North Carolina? What is the one piece of advice soon after Irma hits us?
Well, a couple things. There's still, if folks are going to hunker down, and that's not recommended, but if they are, then they've got to make certain that they're able to take care of themselves for 3 to 5 days at least. No one knows how long the power will be out. No one knows how long it will take for the emergency personnel to get in. Once the storm passes, then it's important that neighbor help neighbor. So you've got to knock on neighbors' doors, make certain that people are all right, make certain that you're getting the kind of assistance to individuals who need it. We will be coming in as rapidly as we can once the storm comes through. We've got assets that are pre-positioned not just in the Panhandle or in Georgia, but we'll be using folks from Texas and even on marine assets that we'll be bringing into the area. So we'll be getting folks in the southern half of the state as the storm continues to move through the northern half of the state. But it's important that people heed the warnings that are being given by the local folks.
We have had a lot of warning to this, but that also makes people very anxious, Dr. Price. I mean, simply speaking, medically, what can we all be looking out for with our friends and relatives, the elderly? What kind of symptoms occur if someone's getting especially anxious or really preceding a medical problem?
Yeah, this is one of the reasons that I wanted to come on today and just share this message, and that is that the federal government has been responding to all needs that have been asked for, that we are leaning in at the president's direction just as hard as we can on this. We're as prepared as we can possibly be for a storm of this magnitude. Now, that doesn't mean we can stop the storm, but it does mean that as soon as it passes through, that we will be bringing all sorts of individuals and assets to bear to make certain that we're able to care for folks. For those individuals who are seniors, you've got over 4 million seniors in Florida. For those folks who are dependent on medication, make certain that you've filled your prescriptions. So you still have an opportunity and time to do that. Make sure you've filled your prescriptions, that you're able to, again, withstand that 3 to 5 days where there may be a real challenge in getting power and resources and capability to wherever folks are in the state if the storm comes right up the middle.
Dr. Price, I know you have a keen interest on what Irma does, especially as it possibly heads toward Georgia, the state you represented in the U.S. Senate. So thank you for your time. We really appreciate you, and we hope to talk to you soon.
Thanks so much. We're thinking about you. God bless.
All right. Take care. And bring it back home here. We have our crews fanned out all across the area. Our Michael Seiden is live in Florida City, where the mayor is standing by ready to talk with us. Michael.
That's right, Lori and Calvin. You know, Florida City, a city destroyed by Hurricane Andrew. In fact, right across the street over there, that's the State Farmers Market. You know, when you go out to your grocery store, chances are your produce came from there. That was destroyed in Hurricane Andrew. They have since then rebuilt it. In fact, this city has nearly tripled in size since Hurricane Andrew. Nearly 16,000 residents now call Florida City home, but they are now under a threat again. And I want to bring in the mayor, Otis Wallace. And Mayor Wallace, first off, thank you for having some time out here to talk to us. I know you've had a busy day. As we mentioned, 16,000 people living in your city right now. You guys are now under a threat, just like all of South Florida. Just tell us a little bit about your community, what you guys have been doing over the last 24 hours.
Well, basically, we've been preparing for a major storm. People comparing this storm to Andrew, saying it's much stronger. I doubt that. It may be a lot bigger and doing a lot of destruction in a wider area. But Andrew was a nuclear bomb for Florida City. This bomb could be 10 times bigger, but it doesn't mean a thing. Andrew destroyed us.
So talk about, obviously, your residents have been through Andrew, and I'm told a lot of them came back and decided to rebuild. What are you hearing from your residents right now? Are most of them evacuating, or are they going to stay put and hunker down?
I found that most people didn't evacuate, strangely enough, even after having gone through Andrew. And when I talked to them as to why they didn't evacuate, the thing that I heard most of all was, where do we go? All of Florida is covered by that cone. And usually when they evacuated, they went to Broward, Palm Beach, and all those places are going to be feeling the effects. So many of my residents says, where do you go? They weren't going to Tennessee, Georgia, so a lot of them stayed.
You know, today's the last day for preparations. We've heard it from local, state, federal authorities. This is it. If you're going to make preparations, today is the last day. For your residents watching this right now, maybe they want sandbags, maybe they're looking for shelter. They're confused. They don't know what to do. They're on the fence. What can you tell them right now?
Well, the sandbags, the sand has run out and the bags have run out. But the good news I have to report, I spoke to Commissioner Moss maybe an hour ago, and we have another shelter open in Deep South Dade at South Dade High School. So any of our residents out there looking for shelter, South Dade High School is the closest shelter to our area, but I heard it's filling up fast. So if you need to get in the shelter, the time to make the move is now. It won't be available tomorrow.
Now, if that does fill up, are you and the rest of the commissioners here, are you guys working with other shelters throughout the county to hopefully be able to provide an additional shelter if that one does fill up?
Well, on our website and the county's website, all the shelters that are open are listed on the website, but that's the closest one to us. The next one is Varela High School in Kendall, but that's getting a little far north for our people. South Dade is the one that makes sense if you can get there.
Kind of putting you on the spot here, Mayor, but I mean, do you want your people to evacuate? I mean,
I don't want them to evacuate, but I mean, I think if conditions worsen, and I'm looking at every advisory, at some point the smart thing to do might be to evacuate. From everything I've looked at so far, I wouldn't say we're at evacuate or else right now. But keep looking, people. It could happen.
I can't even imagine what it's been like rebuilding this community and to know that this powerful storm is barreling towards your city. Have you been able to process the idea of potentially having to rebuild again?
Well, I try not to think about it, but then I look at the fact that after Andrew, it looked hopeless, and we built like the $6 million man. We've made it bigger and better than ever. And I'm prepared to do that again, not looking forward to doing it. But the people of Florida City are very resilient. They're strong. They're hurricane hardened. And if it's necessary, we'll get up off the ground and do it again. But as mayor, believe me, I'm not looking forward to that.
And obviously you're going to be hunkering down here with your city officials ready for any type of response. Can you kind of just give us an idea of what you guys have been doing as city officials to prepare for the city? And of course, most importantly, when the response happens, what you guys are going to do to make sure your residents get help?
Well, the preparations are obvious. You go around picking up all the trash piles, no flying debris. You're making sure you encourage your residents to get hurricane supplies and kits, board up the houses. Hurricane Prep 101, but our people are in the PhD stage of hurricane preparation. They've had to do it so many times. It's not like they're kindergarten students when it comes to hurricanes.
I like that, PhD. Obviously, you guys have had the experience. What have you guys learned most since Andrew?
Well, we've learned to prepare, and that's the most important thing. But one of the things that gives me heart as well is the fact that the code is so much stronger now than it was. The building code that we're under right now bears no resemblance to Andrew's code. I think Andrew's code was like 110 miles per hour winds. I think it's 175 now. That's some serious difference. And the old City Hall, I was at my station during the Andrew, and I saw it blow away. Remind me of the Wizard of Oz with things flying through the air. I'm not looking forward to doing that with this City Hall. We built it much stronger, and I have no qualms about being there this time.
And we were driving down from Broward County, and on the way down here, we noticed very few gas stations have any gas left. We see some hotels here. What is the situation right now down here as far as gas and hotels?
Same as everywhere else. One of the problems with Florida City's location, we're at the mouth of the Florida Keys. So when there's a massive evacuation order given for the Keys, guess what? They all have to come through Florida City. So they gas up here and stuff like that. So all of our supplies gassing up is even further burdened by our welcome tourist traffic. But gasoline has been hit real hard in Florida City because it's not only our residents looking for fuel, but people evacuating out of the Keys as well.
Right, and that's a great point for people who aren't familiar with Florida City. US 1's right there, so all this mandatory evacuation, the Keys for tourists and for residents, they've been hitting all your gas stations.
It all comes through Florida City. On good days, we love that to happen. They come in and they go to our restaurants, they spend money here, but when it comes to hurricanes, they come by and get all the gas.
Great. Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate your time. Quickly, I know you've got a busy night ahead of you. Just anything else you want to say to your residents who are watching this right now on Local 10?
I tell them to watch all the advisories. Don't look at the last advisory and get hope that maybe it's not direct at Florida City, or it is. It changes so much through the night. I remember Andrew was not supposed to hit Florida City at all. It's supposed to be South Broward, Palm Beach, and then we take a direct hit on Palm Drive in Florida City. So don't watch those maps exclusively. When the word is given, heed the government's advice. We're here to protect you, but you got to protect you too.
Great advice, Mayor. Thank you so much. We are going to be down here riding out the storm with you guys, and we thank you for your time, and we want to make sure to just get the message out to people here in Florida City. Your government is behind you. We are going to be down here before, during, and after the storm, and Lori and Calvin, no question about it, Florida City knows what it's like to go through a catastrophic hurricane, and we will be out here throughout the storm.
And not looking to repeat history. Okay, Michael Seiden live for us in Florida City. Michael, thanks a lot.
Let's take you live now to I-75 in the Tampa area, where traffic seems to be moving pretty steadily. It's good to see. We have gotten no reports from anyone of terrible traffic right now today. Amazingly, yesterday was a different story, but so far today, most of our friends have been letting us know they're moving pretty smoothly.
Yeah, this is good to hear, but be careful out there on the roadways. Let's take you now south to our Terrell Fournet. He's at a gas station now that's out of fuel. We've heard that so much here in South Florida. No luck for a lot of people who showed up there to try to gas up, huh, Terrell?
Yeah, Calvin and Lori, just like that fuel is gone. It went a lot quicker than the managers at this mobile station thought it would. They thought they would have enough supply to last until this evening, but take a look. All of the pumps now are wrapped, and the people that are showing up here looking for fuel, they will not be able to get it. This is at Southwest 304th Street and Chrome Avenue here in Homestead. When we last spoke, there were long lines of people waiting to get fuel because this was a gas station that received about 9,000 gallons of fuel just this morning. There were 20 cars on this side, just as many on the other side. But again, this gas station is now out of fuel. A big disappointment for people who waited in line for a long time to get fuel, and we actually spoke with one of the last people to actually top off their tanks here this afternoon.
Yeah, you have to have patience, find the right place, and you'll find fuel.
And it worked out for you?
Yeah, she was not going to let me have fuel, but she decided she would. That's how that went.
Okay. And did you have an empty tank, or did you have a full tank, or what?
Actually, I was down to half a tank, but I have no fuel for my generator, so I filled 2 cans.
And that is the situation here in Homestead as well, Florida City. We drove up from Marathon in the Florida Keys, and for 2 hours we did not encounter a single station that was open or had fuel until at least we got to Florida City. But the station that we filled up at for our news vehicle, it was a Shell station, and we were one of the last people to fill up our vehicle. But again, this station that had fuel is now out of fuel. It's unclear where the nearest station is that actually has fuel, but when you hear about these places that do have gas, it's best not to wait. Get there as quickly as possible, and of course as safely as possible, to fill up your tanks if you still need fuel, because the stations that do have it, it appears that they don't have it for very long. This particular station closed until Irma passes. It is not expecting any more deliveries at this station, but we also note that those fuel tankers are still out on the roads as weather permits, even under the escort of law enforcement officers delivering to fuel stations, to gas stations here across South Florida. So if you find it, basically get there quickly. If we hear of any gas stations here in this area that have fuel, we'll certainly let you know.
And Terrell, we're just hearing that big stores such as Target are pretty much all closed right now, all the way from Aventura and Kendall up through Davie, Plantation, Miramar. So big stores have closed. Are you seeing many smaller stores open in the Homestead area?
Yes, that's actually a very good question, because while we were driving through Homestead, just trying to look for any signs of life, any activity, any people, perhaps out and about preparing, a lot of the corner stores in these communities are still open. So people who are looking for the most basic of items may be able to head to those corner stores. And there's actually a grocery store that's across the street over here, the Tropical Supermarket here at Chrome Avenue and Southwest 304th Street. It is still open, so people are still walking in and out to get those supplies. They still have bread, they still have eggs, and they still have a lot of canned foods, although they are out of bottled water. The only types of water that they have are your Perrier's, your bottled water, your carbonated waters at this point. So that is still obviously a sufficient water to sustain yourself for 3 days if you're not able to get the normal bottled waters in the traditional sense. So that's what we're seeing at this grocery store and at other corner stores, smaller stores throughout this area.
All right, good to know. Terrell Fournay in Homestead for us. Thank you.
Well, we know Irma really lashed into the Turks and Caicos area, and you can see some of the damage, the aftermath from it. Take a look here. These are some of the reports we're getting in. Hurricane Irma slammed into the Turks and Caicos just the other day, on Thursday, in fact, ripping off dozens of residential rooftops, flooding streets and snapping utility poles and causing an island-wide blackout. It also damaged the rooftop of a hospital in Cockburn, that is the capital of Turks and Caicos.
And that is also a British overseas territory there. Just look at the damage, look at the water coming in. From these pictures so far, I mean, if that's the worst they got, let's hope that that is the worst they experienced. But a very flat island there, the Turks and Caicos, no mountainous areas to break up this storm at all. And it just went right through as a Category 4 to 5 storm, going right through that area. And look at this church. Looks like part of their gate was just ripped off. But those
looks
cars
like an antenna in the background there. Looks, and also forecasters had predicted Irma would hit the area with powerful winds and waves as high as 20 feet. So if that is the worst of it, they really dodged a bullet.
And yet some of these pictures we know too are are right before the storm, or just a little ways in when people could get pictures safely. So any new video and any numbers, and let's hope there is not a death toll there on that island, but anything we learn about, we'll get it right to you.
Well, Local 10's Clay Ferrero live now outside Braddock Senior High School in Kendall, where evacuees are being turned away once again from a shelter. Clay, what is the latest?
Calvin and Lori, it's really a sobering feel, a sobering scene here. We've spoken to people who have been turned away and other people who said they're just not ready to go inside quite yet. They want a few more minutes of fresh air before they go in there for what could be a long period of time. We spoke with one lady who said just that. She said she is free to go inside the shelter, but she's not quite ready yet. In fact, she asked us if we would help her move her luggage so she could just wait it out for a little while before she goes inside. Then we spoke to another family earlier just about 20 minutes ago who said that not only have they been turned away, but they really have nowhere else to go around here, and they've officially given up. They're going to get back in their car, and they're going to try to drive all the way to Texas. They're leaving right now. They have consolidated their cars. They're getting in one car, and they're trying to leave and head out as soon as they can. Mayor Jimenez was here just a little while ago. He did leave right before we got here. But they are starting to fill up here. They are turning people away. They expect it to be completely packed inside. Very calm right now. There is a strong police presence right here, clearly because they do know that they will be turning people away, and they want to make sure that the mood stays calm and that people stay calm and under control. But unfortunately, people who did not get here early enough, that really is the prevailing theme right now. People either being turned away or even people who are able to go inside, just not ready to do that quite yet. Let's send it back to you guys.
And Clay, I'm curious to find out, what is the capacity at Braddock High School?
Yeah, we're going to ask and find that out.
Okay.
We pulled up just a little while ago, but right now they said that they are at capacity, so they really won't be able to allow anybody else in who has not already been either registered or approved to come in.
Yeah, I was hoping to show just how folks are really trying to jam into those shelters.
Sure. And Clay, we've heard from other shelters earlier today where some people, you're not even allowed to go out and get things out of your car. I mean, once you're settled in, you can't leave because they really don't know who's going to come and go. So once you've got your spot, is it true that you really can't leave, come and go?
Well, that's a very good point, and I think, as our meteorologists have been saying, this is going to be a long event. It's not just going to be a one-night event. It may not even be just a two-night event. This may be an extended period of time. So, as you said, I think many people are heeding those words that once they go inside, they are going to be inside for an unforeseeable amount of time. So, yes, either whether they just want to get one more breath of fresh air before going inside for a long period of time, or they're just not quite ready to deal with the large crowds that they're going to see once they get inside here. But it is very sobering, and it is on one hand you're thankful for the people that are able to get inside, that have heeded the warnings and got here early and quickly. On the other hand, you do feel for people who are now forced to go find other options.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. And Clay, we have about 50 seconds to work with here, but I'm curious to hear more about your conversation with the family you helped with the luggage. Did they wait it out thinking that Irma was going to wobble to the left or to the right and not be some sort of a hit on South Florida?
No, in fact, that was just one lady. She was very nice, but she looked at us and she said, look, I'm just not ready yet. I'm just not ready to go inside. Again, she does have her spot, so she will be able to go inside. She does have a spot. Now, the people that we spoke to that are leaving to go to Texas, that family that we spoke to, they are from Texas. They were here visiting. In fact, they tried to go over to Marlins Park, hoping that that would be an open shelter and an option for them. So now they said, that's it. We've given up. We've gone through all of our options. We're just going to get back in one car, leave one car here on the side of the road, get back in that other car, and drive back to Killeen, Texas.
All right. Clay Ferrero talking with folks there at that shelter, and let us know if anything changes out there. Thank you, Clay.
We are now at the top of the hour. It is 6 o'clock, and we are tracking Hurricane Irma, a dangerous Category 4 storm. And the eye of the storm is less than 400 miles away from landfall right here in South Florida. Good evening, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. Glad you're with us. Do expect that sustained tropical storm force winds by tomorrow afternoon and evening, and we are here for you. If you can join our coverage on TV, great. If you have your radios going in the car, that's wonderful as well.
And here's a list of the radio partners that we have here. 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and if you're in the Keys, we are on Pirate Radio.
And take a look at the heavy equipment response there on Miami Beach. Police have these massive trucks that can go through floodwaters. They are ready to deploy these after Irma.
And as the storm approaches us, we are still seeing people getting those last-minute supplies, which for many means gas. And at this gas station on Pine Island Road and Broward Boulevard, a tanker truck there just brought in fresh fuel. The governor saying that police escorts for those tankers to get gas to stations. More than 8 million gallons of gas to Port Everglades earlier today and 5 million gallons of fuel. into Tampa. We'll have a lot more on the federal plant coming up in just a moment.
And if you haven't already, it is the time to finish up those preparations. So many stores are closing. Take a look at the line of people outside BJ's in Kendall. They were all waiting for propane gas. That line of people just wrapping around the entire building.
And here's a look outside at South Florida on Hollywood Beach as we wait for Irma. And we talked about Jeff Wines here earlier today, Lori, and we saw how the winds had picked up there. And here is a clear view from those palm trees that the wind and the outer bands of Irma are beginning to arrive in South Florida.
Those little ones are able to manage their bikes anyway, but the palm trees are blowing. Let's get right to our weather authority. Hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is here, and we also have Betty Davis standing by because Irma is a Category 4 hurricane, forecast to become a Category 5 as it gets to the Keys.
And we know that it has set its sights on Cuba, and we're hoping that the storm weakens as it skims the coastline of Cuba. We'll wait to hear about that more later tonight, but the schools across the state will be closed at least through Monday.
All Broward residents living east of US 1 are under mandatory evacuation orders, and Miami-Dade County has ordered mandatory evacuations for people living in zones A, B, and parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County, well, they've been told that they have to leave. Let's go down to our weather team standing by. Betty Davis and our Max Mayfield both have that 5 o'clock advisory. Betty, we'll start with you.
Hey guys, hi everyone. Hurricane warnings are stretching from the Bahamas into South Florida, and now we're finding those hurricane watches working up the coast of Florida on either side of the peninsula. Notice from Tampa Bay heading northward and then over toward the Space Coast up toward Daytona Beach. Hurricane watches in effect. So the reach of Irma for Florida, it is going to be wide. It is going to be far-reaching from the weekend into Monday, so the early part of next week. And I do want to show you this. There are now new hurricane warnings in play for parts of the Leeward Islands. Nothing to do with Irma, but we'll get into that a little later. For now, we do want to focus on Irma and the latest stats as of 5 o'clock this afternoon. Maximum sustained winds 155 miles per hour, gusting to 190, pressure 925 millibars, moving a little slower now toward the west at 12 miles per hour, and it is impacting the Bahamas and Cuba, offering up quite a lashing as that center of circulation remains offshore, just off that north coast of Cuba. We want to focus more on the projected path now. Our hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is standing by with a closer look at the intensity and where Irma is going to head over the next 24 to 36 hours and beyond.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. You can see where it is now off the north coast of Cuba. The core is not actually getting disrupted by Cuba. It's far enough off the coast here that where the really strong winds are, I think it's just a little bit off that north coast of Cuba. As we go forward in time here, the forecast actually has it just skimming right along the coast there by tomorrow afternoon, and then by very early on Sunday, strengthening to a Category 5 as it heads into the Florida Keys. At least that's the core of the hurricane. And then from there, getting into the Gulf of Mexico, making a second landfall in the United States. They're on the southwest Florida coast. But remember, that core is going to extend, well out to the east. The hurricane force winds are 70 miles out to the east, so that's still going to impact a large area. The track has shifted a little bit to the west, but I've seen these. I've done this a long time, and occasionally they come back. So we're still not out of the woods here on the east coast here. And this is really a bad scenario for the Florida Keys, very bad. This is even stronger than Donna back in 1960. And then from there it moves over the peninsula. Finally, by Monday, it's well up into southern Georgia and down to a tropical storm by that time. Betty mentioned the other hurricane out here. So this is Jose, just off the north coast of Cuba. And then on the right there, that is Hurricane Jose.
Right.
And that is a 150-mile-per-hour hurricane right there. That's almost as strong as Irma, if you can believe it. And then they have Katia in the Gulf of Mexico that we're not going to talk about. But there's the forecast on Jose. The bad news is there it gets uncomfortably close to the northern Leeward Islands, some of those islands that were just impacted by Irma.
Oh, such a busy time in the tropics, so much brewing out there, and thankfully it appears we don't have to worry about Jose here in South Florida. I know a lot of you have been watching us talk about Irma and noticing something else on the map too. So that is Jose, but our main focus is Irma, and I think we need to just sort of clear up the signals right now based on the latest projected path and the intensity, showing a Cat 5 approaching. That may be causing, hopefully not causing, too much more alarm for some of you out there, because all along we've been saying it's going to be a major hurricane, and that's what you should be prepared for.
And this one thing here, as it goes over, as it pulls away from Cuba, going over the Gulf Stream, that's not only very warm water, but very deep warm water. And unless it encounters some shear, we don't see any reason why it should weaken significantly.
Right.
And in fact, they're forecasted to strengthen.
Yeah. And can you talk a little bit about following that forecast straight down the middle, and how there's still some room on the left and still some room on the right?
Yeah, the models in really, I mean, as good agreement as you normally see them, and we've seen it ever so slightly shift just a little bit here the last 24 hours, but that's almost in the noise level, advisory to advisory, and we just hope it doesn't shift back to the east.
Right, exactly. So that's the latest on Irma, as a lot of you hopefully are nearing completion of your preps and know what you're going to do as we're anticipating that landfall early Sunday.
And I know everybody still wants to know, am I going to be in that donut, that core where the really strong winds are? And the truth is, we can't guarantee that where that's going to be right now. There's just not much skill in forecasting the structure of the hurricane, even out a day or two. You just don't know how the wind field is going to expand or contract or eyewall, replacement cycles. We just don't forecast that very well. But there's going to be an airplane in there almost every 3 hours between now and landfall in the United States.
Max, you mentioned that maybe a 5:30 NOAA plane and an 8 p.m. Air Force plane. I mean, when will we start to get some new information?
They're already, well, they should be already flying in it now, the first one, and so they actually measure the temperature, pressure, and wind every 30 seconds, and they transmit the data in 10-minute blocks. So we're seeing this every 10 minutes update, and we haven't spent the time focusing on that because there's just so much other important information to share here. But yeah, the plane's out there, and we're getting a wealth of information. So that really helps the hurricane to really see beneath those clouds and know what's going on with the structure of the hurricane. I mean, that's an observation, not a forecast. And then the jet, it will eventually start flying again to help sample the steering currents.
And they are brave to do that. Our Betty Davis and Max Mayfield, thanks a lot. And we do want to talk about something here about the drawbridge comment we made with our Jeff Weintz here. Apparently, the reason why they lock down the bridges is because it is dangerous and difficult and can cause damage to raise them in high winds. The Coast Guard notifies the mariners when the lockdown occurs so they can plan to move their boats and yachts upstream. So it's not so much for drivers who are looking to go over the drawbridges, it's the boats that are looking to go under.
Right, and the boaters understand all that. They know what they have to do, but still, they certainly don't want you, once they've evacuated these areas, the coastal area there in Broward County and zones A, B, and parts of C in Miami-Dade, they really don't want you driving back, except us crazy news crews. There you go. Let's check in with Glenna Milberg. She is on Miami Beach, down way south at South Point Park. That surf is unreal, Glenna.
Look at those white caps.
Lori, Calvin, it is a very windy afternoon, and you know, wind is sort of a sensory experience at the beach. You get stung by sand. You can actually hear it in the microphone. You can see it in the surfers. Some news to report from this barrier island that is supposed to be under mandatory evacuation, but clearly you see there are so many people who are not heeding that call. The last call for evacuation has been given on Miami Beach. That is not to say it is a hard and fast deadline now, because clearly it's not. But what that means is first responders are starting to batten down. There are still ATV, police on ATV, and a couple of ocean rescue people we see riding around the beach. But what that means is the last of the Miami-Dade shuttle buses that can take anyone from the beach to one of the shelters on the mainland, they are really counting down to the last few trips, because when the wind sustains at 35, that's when first responders stop responding. But the buses to the shelters are going to be stopping, they say now, a little bit before then, maybe hours before then. So I don't think we can say it too often. If there are any last minute changes of heart from anyone who wants to get off Miami Beach in the face of Hurricane Irma, should do so right now. Take the essentials get on a shuttle, call a friend, but do that now. So there is now a very palpable deadline on Miami Beach. People watching the track, clearly this is going to be somewhat of a destructive storm here. First responders have a command center. The police chief says they are all command center savvy at Mount Sinai Hospital, Mount Sinai Medical Center, where they have not only personnel, some 60 personnel and command staff, but they have a lot of physical resources. They have, earlier we showed you what was a mine-resistant Army surplus vehicle that was donated as surplus, and that is the kind of vehicle that they feel they can use if waters rise to 6 feet. They can actually take that out in water, push debris away, and use it also in emergency rescues if need be. There are some pontoon boats that they have. They have a contingent of about 60 personnel ready to weather the storm there, while about 180 or maybe a couple of, maybe less than 180, right around there, personnel will be going home, weathering the storm in their homes on the mainland, and then preparing to come back when they can, when conditions are safe. As you look at what is really a spectacularly beautiful scene, you know, it strikes you that some of the most beautiful areas in our counties are also the most vulnerable to the elements, and certainly Miami Beach is one of those. Among the people you see here out on the beach are people we spoke with who are prepared to stay. Many of them live in high-rises. That's the primary residence down on the south end of town. They are preparing to stay in their high-rise. They are preparing to weather the storm with provisions. They have no intentions of leaving, and they seem really resigned to the fact that there may be a storm surge that prevents them from leaving their homes for the foreseeable few days, and they tell us that they would rather do that than leave and be prevented from maybe coming back. What you're looking at right there down the rock jetty at South Point Park is the sea spray from the intense wind. There is no tropical storm here at the moment. This is just a really windy, high surf day, and you can only imagine in tropical storm winds and then hurricane winds and winds pushing waters what this rock jetty is destined to look like in a matter of hours. One more thing I can show you from our little vantage point on the rocks. If we turn the other way, come this way, and look across beyond, if we can, look across beyond the cut here. This is where the cruise ships come out, government cut. That is Fisher Island. Fisher Island is a very expensive zip code, and it looks like a lot of people have evacuated from there. Can you see that? Not sure what you can see through the sun, but I wanted to talk a little bit about Fisher Island because it's a place where people own second homes. It's not always 100% populated, but these are a lot of the people on Fisher Island have evacuated, and it's a very different kind of evacuation than many other people in the county face. A lot of people in our county have the means to call in private jets and jet them off to other places. They don't have to be stuck on the turnpike. So just another little visual slice of life in Miami Beach and all of the different kinds of life that exists on Miami Beach. So that's the story right now. Lori Calvin counting down to the absolute last time for people to evacuate, as is mandatory, but of course nobody makes you leave your home. They just strongly, urgently suggest it.
And Glenna, you've been all up and down Miami Beach today. Are you finding that in general the roads are quieter and a lot of people have left, or is it still very busy?
It is so quiet for this town. The first thing you notice is that wherever you go, you can find a parking space really easily. It is not an empty city by any stretch of the imagination. Parts of it that are boarded up, parts of the business district and entertainment districts, of course, are all boarded up, and so those are pretty empty. But there are cars on the street, there are people on the street, people on the beach. It is not an empty city whatsoever, but it is far quieter than this is, especially on South Point and Ocean Drive. When the world thinks of Miami Beach, this is the image that comes to mind. It is not the party central that it is on any other given night at all. It is a very quiet city, laying in wait in many respects.
All
Our Glenna Milberg feeling the outer bands of Hurricane Irma. Glenna, we'll be checking back in with you. Thanks a lot on South Point Park.
And if you are hoping to fly out of Irma and away from Irma, time is really running out to get on a flight.
Let's go to Will Manto now at MIA with more on what's happening out there. Will, what's the situation?
Calvin and Lori, the situation, much like what Glenna was just saying there, is very quiet. The one thing you'll notice here is that let me pause for a second and listen. What you don't hear is any planes here at Miami International Airport. And normally if I'm standing here, even if it's for just a minute or two, you're going to hear planes leaving, planes arriving. But right now at Miami International Airport, that's not the case because they're pretty much closing up shop very soon. We are told by officials here at MIA that the last flight scheduled here is at 9:30. I checked the board. There are very few flights, 2 or 3. Most of them say canceled. I'll give you a look behind me real quick, too, before you show you some video inside. You can see how quiet it is around here. What you mostly see is workers putting up tarps and things like that, trying to kind of clear the situation out. You see the stands here where normally would be bag check, where you have the tarp set up. Inside, it's the same thing. Let's show you a video, if we haven't already, from inside Miami International Airport so you can see what was going on. Just really quiet. We saw a couple of people checking in, working at the gates and kind of talking to ticket agents and things like that, but nothing as far as activity with bags, with anyone lining up to get through security. Miami International is going to get shut down very soon, and once these flights are done, there are no scheduled flights or activity this weekend until Irma passes. Officials here say that they're going to continue to monitor the situation, but as of now, nothing planned for the weekend. So as we sit here and we come back out live, you see how quiet it is. Also, at 5 o'clock, they stopped services for the rental car, the shuttles for the rental car to take people over that needed to get rental cars. That was shut down, the rental car center. So anyone that had got in here later won't have the opportunity to go over to the rental car center. So that's the situation right here at MIA.
We're going to break in right now because Governor Scott is speaking with the latest update now at 6:15. Let's listen. We'll get you the sound from the governor in just a moment. One of his many updates for people. We last heard from him just about 3 hours ago.
Speaking from Fort Myers, he talked about the gas situation, about how that is really a top priority for the state. He requested that all gas stations try to extend their hours and stay open as long as they can. But now we are getting down to some critical hours before Hurricane Irma makes landfall for the state of Florida.
Governor Scott has been in constant contact with the White House. He feels very confident that Florida is extremely prepared, and the number of air rescue crews, of Florida National Guard, of FEMA crews that are on standby really is unprecedented at this point.
And the governor has really tried to go across the state, going from Jacksonville to Tallahassee to Naples to different places to make sure that people knew or know about the dangers of this catastrophic storm heading our way.
We have a chance to join Ed Rappaport. As soon as we learn more from the governor, any latest updates you need to know, we'll get them right to you. But Ed Rappaport, the assistant director of the National Hurricane Center, does join us right now. And Ed, what is that video behind you?
Yeah, we talk a lot about storm surge, and in this particular case, we want people to see what we're talking about. By the way, I have mix minus, so I can't hear you very well. This is an example of the storm surge from past storms. This was actually during Hurricane Katrina, and want people to see just what storm surge looks like and what it can do when it comes ashore.
And I think it's really important for people to really take a look at the latest forecast track and not get too excited, because the Florida Keys really could be in for a lot of catastrophic danger. Can you please explain that and talk with us about that?
That's right. At this point, you see at the dots here, that's the forecast for where we think the center is going to go. And it still can shift. Obviously, it's shifted since yesterday, and a shift of only 15 or 20 miles is going to make a big difference for us here in Southeast Florida. But regardless, the Florida Keys are going to have it very bad. They're going to have storm surge. In fact, on the lower Keys, first from the north, then from the south, and on the upper Keys, they'll get it mostly from the southeast. But 5 to 10 feet of surge is going to be expected in the Keys, and there are going to be waves on top of that. So potential for damage, and it's certainly life-threatening.
And at this point, they've opened 4 shelters all of a sudden, emergency shelters down in Monroe County. There weren't any until today, but they want those folks that are determined to ride it out to at least have some place to go. Do you feel very confident, Ed, that the entire Keys then would be affected by storm surge?
It does appear that way now, because even with a shift, even if it comes back a little bit to the east or to the west, some portion of the Keys will get that 5 to 10 feet of surge.
And what are your thoughts about being in a shelter like a high school or something like that? Should people feel pretty safe there?
Well, they've been set up just for that purpose, so yes, I would say so.
That's good to know. And Ed, give us a sense right now of how folks going up the coast, into Broward County and beyond, should be feeling about this storm right now.
We've talked about comparisons, for example, with Hurricane Andrew because the winds are so strong. But I want to make sure people understand that in Hurricane Andrew, it's only Miami-Dade County that experienced the extreme winds Category 5. In this case, with the hurricane coming rather from east to west, as Andrew did, up the state, everybody in the state has the potential of having hurricane force winds. And whichever area is closest to the center is going to have the worst of it.
And Ed, I think Max sort of hinted at this as well. Irma skirting or skimming Cuba and possibly weakening. What are your thoughts about that going forward as we wait for that new advisory?
If that occurs, it will have some impact, but not enough to make a difference in terms of what we're going to have here in South Florida. Maybe to bring the winds down a little bit, but given that the hurricane force winds extend out about 50 miles on either side of the storm, and that's the width of the peninsula, the entire peninsula could get hurricane force winds, even if the maximum comes down a little bit.
And these planes you have out there, I mean, it's just incredible science what they bring back to you. When will you get the next data from them?
Well, we're getting information almost continuously, and about every 3 hours at least, we get another penetration of the storm as the aircraft crosses through it. That gives us an indication of what the intensity is and exactly where the center is located.
And we heard from Dr. Price and so many other leaders who are saying, don't look at the core of the storm, the eye of the storm, just focus on the fact that it's heading our way. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. South Florida is going to be hit by a hurricane. We don't know yet whether the most severe part will be in the southeastern part of the state or the southwestern part of the state. We do know that the Keys are going to get very badly hit, though, and we'll just have to wait and see for the rest of the peninsula.
And we knew North Carolina, South Carolina all had state of emergencies, but do you think they might be in the clear now?
Not yet, and their greatest risk might be still they could have some storm surge along the South Carolina coast and the Georgia coast, and perhaps rainfall in the inland area. But the hazards that they're going to see are nothing like what's possible here in South Florida.
Ed Rappaport, National Hurricane Center Acting Director. Thank you so much, Ed. We'll be checking back in with you when the 8 o'clock advisory comes in.
And we just saw moments ago with Glennon Milberg how windy it is on the southernmost point there of Miami Beach. Let's check in on Fort Lauderdale, in that beachy area, and also at the EOC. Our Ross Palumbo has been traveling all through the Fort Lauderdale area. What are they telling you there, Ross?
Well, Lorraine Calvin, this is the Emergency Operations Center for the city of Fort Lauderdale. We've shown you the county before, but this is the city. And back here you can tell all the agencies in the city are monitoring the fire department on this screen, for example, the shelter situation from the county, whether they're full or not on this screen. And over here, not just the media, but over on the left-hand corner of this big screen, those are the city's own cameras, so they can see exactly what is going on. You know, it's important for them all to be in the same room, consulting with each other when tragedies or crises like this happen. So the fire chief can talk to the police chief, they can talk to the city, the IT department, and coordinate a response. Spokesperson for the city, Chaz Adams, is here. Thanks for joining us, Chaz.
Thanks, Ross.
So how is the city response going so far?
So far, the response is going great. We've really been working on this for the last few days. We've been pushing messages out to let people know that they need to be prepared. This is a very serious storm. This is a life-threatening storm. And folks need to be ready, and they need to be ready now.
You know, everyone always thinks about fire and police, but one of the most important departments in the city, the building department, for example, going around looking at all those construction sites to make sure that everything there is safe, those scaffoldings, anything that could become a projectile. How is that effort going?
That's going very well. As a matter of fact, we had our code team and our building team working together earlier today. They made one last round to all the construction sites to make sure everything was battened down, to make sure the cranes that you see around the city were actually spinning, because that's what they should be doing. So folks see that. We want to make sure that they're calm and they don't think that they're doing something they shouldn't be doing.
You know, there's a big crane on US 1 and Sunrise, for example, I was looking at, and people see those and they think, how did these possibly survive a tropical storm, let alone a Category 5 hurricane? But in the past, when those cranes spin, they've actually held up pretty well during severe weather, right?
Right, they absolutely have, and that's really part of the Florida Building Code. The Florida Building Code really mandates that they be in a spinning position.
Okay, and I'm going to step out here for a second, and Harlan, if you can tell us what's happening, for example, over at this desk. We see the fire department and police, both here. This is the logistics?
Actually, this is operations, so they're coordinating everything from trash pickup and our water and sewer operations, and this is our logistics operations, so they're coordinating all of our parks and recreation functions, making sure our parks are cleared, making sure that they're safe and ready to go. And then in the middle we have the finance and administration operation in case we need to do any emergency purchases, in case we need to do any type of coordination of delivery of supplies.
Getting
They're
fuel
working
in,
on
for
that.
example.
Absolutely. That's an excellent example. The city needs to operate, as do our neighbors, so we want to coordinate that fuel is coming on a regular basis.
And over here I wanted to point this out, that's IT.
Right.
And
IT
it's so
is in the
essential
corner.
right now, right?
Absolutely. We want to make sure that our computers are up and operating, everything's functioning properly, and that we're connected to all the proper online services that we need to be connected to and networks that we need to be connected to.
So a few minutes ago we spoke with the mayor, and he said that everything is going smoothly so far. So here at the center of the activity, how is everything going? Any hiccups yet?
I would agree with the mayor. Everything's going smoothly. Folks that have been here with the city have done this before. They're very familiar with our operations. They're trained to do this, so they're moving forward and getting the job done.
Do you think that people are taking this seriously enough? We did see a few people on the beach still. That's in the evacuation, the mandatory evacuation area. What are your thoughts on that, and what are police doing, and what can they really do at this point about things like that?
Well, I think everyone really needs to heed to the message that was sent out a little bit earlier, and I think the mayor mentioned this when he spoke to you earlier on the beach today. If you're in a low-lying zone or a low-lying portion of the evacuation zone, you really need to evacuate, and you need to evacuate now. For those folks that are still out sort of enjoying the last few minutes before the storm approaches, we hope that all of their preparations are in place and that they're heading back home to shelter in place and ride out the storm.
Are there any more resources you need at this point?
Other than a few more great stories from Channel 10, no, I think that'll probably take care of it.
All right, Chaz Adams, thanks so much for joining us. So, Lori and Calvin, thank you. As you heard, everything that can be done is being done at this point. I'll send it back to you there in the studio.
Okay, Ross Palumbo at the EOC in Fort Lauderdale. Ross, thanks a lot. We'll be checking in with you.
And right now at 6:30, we are tracking Hurricane Irma, a very dangerous Category 4 storm, predicted to be a Category 5 as it makes landfall somewhere in South Florida, aiming for the Keys. I'm Lori Jennings.
And good evening. I'm Calvin Hughes, and expect the tropical storm force winds by tomorrow afternoon and evening, winds of at least 39 miles an hour. If you want to stay with our coverage now, you can do that by listening to us on your radio, in the car, and by listening to our radio partners.
Let's run those down for you. You can get the latest on the storm on 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys.
Well, people are finishing up their last-minute preps here, and take a look at this boat. The preparations are underway. This boat being tied down in Hollywood to hopefully ride out the worst of Hurricane Irma.
And here's a live look outside around South Florida as we wait for Irma. The sun just beginning to set there, and it is absolutely beautiful. Look at the palm trees on Hollywood Beach. They are beginning to really sway.
And we are watching the consistent forecast track for Hurricane Irma, now headed towards South Florida. It is now a Category 4 storm, and Cuba, parts of it in the northern section of that country, can begin to see the outer bands of Hurricane Irma.
Here at home, we know that all schools across the state will be closed at least through Monday. Broward County has already said schools are closed indefinitely.
And Broward County residents living east of US 1 are under a mandatory evacuation order.
Miami-Dade County has ordered mandatory evacuations for people living in zones A, B, and parts of C.
And everyone in Monroe County, where they have been told to get out.
We have our crews from Local 10 News spread out all over South Florida to keep you informed on the very latest. And Betty, our chief certified meteorologist, please start us off at the 6:30 half hour.
Sure. Hey, Lori. Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing okay out there as we get ready for Irma. So let's just take a deep breath and talk about what's happening now with the system, as it is still very strong with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour, gusts to 190, pressure 925 millibars. It's moving west at 12 miles per hour. And as you can see on the infrared satellite imagery, still seeing the eye, and also noting that it is battering parts of the Bahamas and also Cuba, and that eye remaining offshore, so it's not in contact with land. I'll take you to the local Doppler radar right now, because on occasion we have seen a few showers sort of rotating in ahead of Irma. In fact, we're noting a little band coming in across Key West, sort of benign weather ahead of the storm that's coming into that area, and then a few more showers offshore, Andros Island, those showers associated with some of the bands. So we're just now starting to feel, we'll call them the peripheral effects of Irma, because the center still several hundred miles away from us. But this is all a sign that Irma is on its journey towards South Florida and still expected to make that landfall over the Keys at some point early Sunday morning. Winds at this moment, we are not yet feeling tropical storm force winds, although the breezes are building, certainly building out at the beaches. We're finding winds sustained 15 to near 20 miles per hour, and at times gusting a little higher than that. Notice Fort Lauderdale, a wind gust of 28 miles per hour right now. Miami from the northeast at 23 miles per hour. So if there was anything you needed to do outside, hopefully you're sort of tying that up before the winds get a little stronger, especially heading into tomorrow and before the sun goes down as well. And if you haven't been outside to get those items, the lawn furniture, and bring it on in, do your neighbors a favor and make sure you do that. Or if you just have work stuff sitting outside, make sure you go collect that and put it in a place where it will not become a projectile, because these winds are going to be ramping up. And so we all need to take care of each other in this situation. So just think about those things and make sure you do your part. More on the wind angle of the forecast with Hurricane Irma. We're starting the clock at 6 o'clock. I'll put it into motion just to give you a feel as to when we could start to see those winds gusting to tropical storm force strength. And that would be winds sustained 39 miles per hour or greater. And as the core of Irma gets closer to South Florida, the intensity of those winds will increase. So Saturday, 6 a.m., the GFS model is showing that South Dade down toward parts of the Keys could be involved in some tropical storm force wind gusts. Winds around Key Largo to Homestead around 45 miles per hour. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, tropical storm force wind gusts just about everywhere, Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Keys, and certainly getting stronger between Homestead and Key Largo, where we see 65 miles per hour. So these winds ramping up. This is playing out all as the core of Irma gets closer to South Florida. Here's the breakdown on what you can expect on Saturday. The sustained tropical storm force winds certainly will be here by the afternoon. So not just gusts, but sustained 39 to 74 miles per hour. That is the range for tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force winds early Sunday, 74 miles per hour or greater, plus the pockets of heavy rain, increasing thunderstorm chances as well. In fact, heading toward tomorrow morning, there's that increasing chance for the rain bands to come in, and also the threat for a few brief tornadoes with those bands as Irma starts to get closer to us. Then on Sunday, that's when the South Florida landfall is likely, and right now it does appear that's going to happen somewhere over the Keys. Destructive winds, major storm surge, flooding rains, all things we need to be prepared for. And I will let you know right now, South Florida is now under a flood watch. I'll detail the rain amounts we could see with Irma coming up here shortly. It's just going to be one of those weekends where we stay in this together. We take it play by play and handle things as they occur, because at the end of the day, we know we are going to have some damage across South Florida to deal with, power outages being a big concern, because we know that's going to happen too with all the wind energy offered up by Hurricane Irma. So I'll be back here in a few minutes with our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield. We'll have a lot more on Irma, let you know if there are new twists and turns in the forecast, but this is where we are now.
Okay, Betty, thanks so much.
Let's take it on our Janine Stanwood live now in Coral Gables along a mostly deserted Miracle Mile. Janine.
Calvin, Lori, it's Friday evening. Normally this would be the time where people would be out and about outside at one of these cafes enjoying dinner or a drink, and you can see right now it is boarded up and it's deserted. In fact, take a look right there across the street. That's City Hall. They have their metal shutters up, and really all right here, most of these businesses, they've all heeded the warnings. They've all boarded up. Although over here there's some businesses which I suspect the owners of these businesses probably have not boarded up. These are likely, I'm guessing, maybe impact glass. So these guys haven't boarded up, and neither have they, although this does look like newer construction. So they're leaving it open. We actually spoke to some people a short time ago who've been out and about. The few people, I mean, just look down. You can see a couple of people walking right there, but for the most part, this is very deserted. And people who live here tell us they are preparing, but they're planning to stay and to ride it out. They tell us that they were here for Andrew, and they're preparing and they're waiting, and of course they're just hoping for the best. I also have to tell you that the city of Coral Gables, their municipal parking garages, all of those garages have been open to the public, so people who want to go and bring their cars, they can. Although an hour driving around, I will tell you that those garages are mostly full. Not only here, but in other parts of South Dade, a lot of garages that look sturdy and concrete. People have left their cars in there, and that's about it. So that's really the story from a deserted Coral Gables. Calvin, Lori, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Janine, thanks so much. Good timing. Let's get to the Broward County EOC and Mayor Barbara Sharif.
Everglades High School in Miramar and Everglades Elementary School in Weston. Tonight, the shelter program in Broward will be expanded to meet the growing threat from this storm. New shelters opened at approximately 6 p.m. tonight, including a new pet-friendly shelter. Those shelters are Coconut Creek, Tradewinds Elementary School located at 5400 Johnson Road in Coconut Creek. In Hollywood, Beachside Montessori Village at 2230 Lincoln Street. Parkside Elementary is our third pet-friendly shelter, and that is located at 10257 Northwest 29th Street in Coral Springs. Please note that this shelter will open at 8:30 p.m. tonight, but it will be number 3 on our pet-friendly shelters. Pembroke Pines Silver Palms Elementary School, located at 1209 Northwest 155th Avenue in Pembroke Pines, is open. Weston Everglades Elementary School at 2900 Bonaventure Boulevard in Weston. Not to be confused with Miramar Everglades High School, which opened today as the second pet-friendly shelter. This is not a pet-friendly shelter. These additional shelters bring us to a total of 19 shelters with a capacity of 18,500. Please turn that off. I cannot compute with myself. These additional shelters bring us to a total of 19 shelters with a capacity of 18,500. Please remember, if you are going to a pet-friendly shelter, you must bring supplies for both of you. You and your pet, as well as crate, food, bowls, leash, water, cat litter, and a pan, as well as toys and any medication and vaccination documents. These general population shelters are open with remaining capacity. Coconut Creek Monarch High School, which is 5050 Wiles Road, Coconut Creek 33073. Lauderdale Lakes Park Lakes Elementary School, located at 3925 North State Road 7 in Lauderdale Lakes. Miramar New Renaissance Middle School, located at 10701 Miramar Boulevard. Now I will give you a list of the shelters that are full and they are closed at capacity. Coconut Creek, Lions Creek Middle School. Coral Springs, Coral Glades High School. Davie, Fox Trail Elementary School. Fort Lauderdale Atlantic Technical, Arthur Ashe. Millennium Middle School / Challenger Elementary School campus, which was pet-friendly. Tamarack, a pet-friendly shelter. Miramar Everglades High School, a pet-friendly shelter, is full. Pembroke Park, Watkins Elementary School, Pembroke Pines, West Broward High School, Plantation Elementary School, Pompano Beach High School, Rock Island Elementary, and in Weston, Falcon Cove Middle School is full. Service animals are permitted in general population shelters so long as the pet meets the requirements under federal law. For those who are calling about bulk pickup and waste disposal, bulk pickup and waste disposal were cut off earlier today. If you have bulk in front of your house, we are asking you to take it back in. These items will become projectiles during the storm, and they may damage your home or, even worse, people. Waste Management discontinued the residential and commercial customer service at 1 p.m., and the landfill closed tonight at 6 p.m. Transportation. Regarding Broward County Transit, they will discontinue regular service at 1 a.m. All activities at Port Everglades have been shut down except for the petroleum terminal, where we are truck deliveries will continue until late tonight to provide fuel to additional service stations. The last flight was expected to depart Fort Lauderdale-Hollywood International Airport at 7:45 p.m., but flights are running approximately 2 hours late. Please call your airline carrier for updates. The Broward County Emergency Hotline is open 24 hours, 7 days a week to answer your questions. You can call 311 or 831-4000. The hotline has assisted over 16,000 residents since Tuesday morning. If you need updates, please visit our website at broward.org/hurricane for the latest updates, or Twitter at Ready Broward, Facebook at Broward EMD, and you can also sign up for the Alert Broward text message system. At this time, I would take questions if you have any.
Mayor, do you know, did all the new shelters open at 6? I mean, except for the new pet one? I know they were supposed to. Do you know if they did?
Approximately 6 o'clock, around there. 6 o'clock, maybe 6:15.
But they're all open now?
They are all open now.
And apparently people are wondering if they leave home. Do you know, or have you heard from the emergency management people, are they supposed to leave the doors inside their houses open or closed? You know, have you heard any?
I've not heard anything like that. When you leave your home, you need to lock up your home and secure your home if you're going to an evacuation shelter. Is that it? Okay, that concludes this press conference. Thank you.
Mayor of Broward County, Barbara Sharif, giving the very latest briefing from the EOC there, like they have been doing for the past several days. They have had the gift of time to give people the advice that they need to be ready for Hurricane Irma, which, as we heard from Ed Rappaport, the acting director from the National Hurricane Center, he says a hurricane will hit South Florida.
And we are going to join our crews now all across South Florida. Carlos Suarez is based in Fort Lauderdale right now. He's been going around some of those gas stations. Carlos, what's the situation now?
Lori and Calvin, we have been at this Marathon gas station for the better part, of 3 hours, and there is some good news to report at this location. This gas station behind me still has fuel at this hour, and as you can see, there isn't really much of a line to be had at this location. We are on the corner of Southeast 17th Street and US 1 in the city of Fort Lauderdale. The folks out here said that they got their last shipment of fuel around the noon hour. Now, a couple of hours ago, they said they had 8,000 gallons of fuel, which is a rather large number considering the rush on gas stations across South Florida. One piece of information that is important to note here is there are no limits on the amount of gas that you can purchase at this location. A lot of these gas stations were capping at $30 per person per transaction. That is not the case here. We did take a drive from our television station in Pembroke Park up Hollandale Beach Boulevard and then across US 1, and this is the only gas station that we found that was both open and had gas available for people to come out. If you are in this area of Fort Lauderdale, again, we are just off of US 1 and Southeast 17th Street, and you need to fill up. There is absolutely no reason why you shouldn't be able to make it to this gas station. There is plenty of gas to be had. I can't speak to any gas stations any north of here simply because we haven't made our way to that part of town. It is our sense from the people that we've spoken to out here that the only place that they've been able to find gas has been at this location. There was one gentleman that was here earlier today. He was filling up 3 gas canisters. He said he was still having a hard time finding diesel fuel, but that he was taking advantage of the fact that he was able to fill up their gas canisters. One other piece of information out here, we've had one of the farthest people that has driven farthest to come out here was a gentleman who said he has made his way all the way from Tamarack just to this location because he saw on social media that this Marathon gas station had gas. So again, we are on the corner of US 1 and Southeast 17th Street. If you need to fill up, by all means, come out. There is not a limit on the amount of gas that you can purchase. In fact, this gentleman out here is not only filling up his gas tank, but he's taking advantage of the fact that he's filling up a 1-gallon gas canister. 8,000 gallons left out here. Once it goes, we're told that is it at this location. Calvin and Lori?
All right, Carlos Suarez, for people looking for gas, that's some great tips. Thanks a lot.
And let's head to Terrell Fournay in Homestead to see if that gas station is still viable for you. What do you say, Terrell?
Yeah, not this one. For folks living in this area or just happen to be driving through this area, they are out of luck when it comes to fuel. This is Homestead, Southwest 304th Street and Chrome Avenue, which is the equivalent to Southwest 177th Avenue. But take a look at this gas station right here. All of the pumps are bagged because there is just no fuel here. Now, earlier today, just a little while ago, we were at this mobile station just across the street over here. And this was the only gas station in this area that actually had fuel, the mobile station over here. But you can see that all of the pumps are now wrapped. The staff here has gone home. They tell us that they were not expecting any more shipments of fuel despite having 9,000 gallons of fuel delivered just this morning. They expected that to last pretty much the entire day, but that just did not happen because there were rows of cars just all up and down this street, 20 on this side, 20 on the other side, so there was a significant wait for fuel. In fact, right before that fuel ran out, we actually spoke with a person who was one of the last people to fuel up before this gas station shut down.
Yeah, you have to have patience, find the right place, and you'll find fuel.
And it worked out for you?
Yeah, she was not going to let me have fuel, but she decided she would. That's how that went.
Okay. And did you have an empty tank, or did you have a full tank, or what?
Actually, I was down to half a tank, but I have no fuel for my generator, so I filled 2 cans.
So he has his reserve fuel, but so many people still coming up to us right now asking us where can we find fuel, and it's really hard to deliver that information because as soon as we give someone a location on where that fuel is, we are hearing that that gas station is out of fuel. So if you know of a place that perhaps has fuel and you can get there safely and quickly, it's best to do that and not wait because these gas stations are really running out of fuel. But that's not to say that the state is not delivering the fuel to these gas stations. Those deliveries are still happening. In fact, we know that those fuel tankers are getting a police escort, but as soon as they get there, the word goes out, and these gas stations they sell out pretty quickly.
All right, good to check in with you, Terrell Fournay in Homestead. Thank you.
Well, the road in and out of the Keys is narrow and, of course, full of bridges.
And that's why Irma's storm surge is such a big concern down there. Local 10's Derek Shore has more from Conch Key.
Well, we are just along US 1 on Conch Key, a tiny key down here in the Keys, just past Marathon if you're headed toward the mainland. And I wanted to show you, beyond the wind and the rain and all that other danger, I wanted to show you just how close a lot of these bridges are to the water. They're not very high, and there is a massive concern about storm surge, them washing roads out altogether, whether it be a bridge or a roadway on a key. This storm surge is going to be no joke, and that is the concern. A lot of people wondering if they'll be able to get out of the Keys after the storm passes, and a lot of people wondering whether or not Chris's cars can get in after the storm passes, and that is why this evacuation order is in place, because even if it doesn't hit really hard down, say, in Key West, there will still be an issue getting services down there. If the cell phones go out, if there is no utility service, it's going to be quite a problem for people down there, and that's why they don't want you to be cut off. They want you to get out and follow that evacuation order. I want to show you some of these low-lying homes just across here on what I believe is Duck Key. Hopefully they have prepared their homes and gotten out, because these are very low-lying keys, very low-lying communities all the way throughout the middle and lower keys, and that really is a danger because of that storm surge I talked about, because the oceans are expected to swell and that water is expected to rise 10 feet, maybe more. We just don't know, and that is the reason they are asking, the county really mandating, saying it is required to get out of the keys, all of Monroe County. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Derek, thanks a lot. And we know the wind is picking up on Miami Beach, all across South Florida, clearly picking up there in the Keys.
Monroe County now is opening 4 refugee kind of places for just to ride out the storm. They are opening 4 shelters. Even though Monroe County is evacuated, we want to give you these addresses: Coral Shores High School on Overseas Highway in Plantation Key.
And also, we want to show you a different graphic there. Marathon High School at 350 Sombrero Road in Marathon.
Sugarloaf School at 225 Crane Boulevard in Sugarloaf Key is also available now as a last resort shelter.
And one more, Key West High School here on 2100 Flagler Avenue on Key West. And these places of refuge will be opening tomorrow at 7 a.m., but will only remain open until tropical storm force winds subside. And we have also heard that some of the doors to the shelters that are opening all across South Florida are going to shut down once those winds begin to pick up. And again, that'll happen sometime tomorrow afternoon, right around, they say, around the 5 o'clock hour, possibly 5 o'clock.
At least at the ones down in the Keys, because they really wanted everybody to get out. But I think really now they realize there are some people still down there, so they want them to have a safe place to ride out Irma. Forecast to be a Category 5 when it makes landfall somewhere near the Keys and South Florida.
Well, a normally busy part of Miami, basically, well, a ghost town.
Local 10's Christian De La Rosa has more from Midtown.
Now we're in Midtown, 36 in Biscayne. And you know, yesterday we were reporting to you from Homestead, talking about how it was starting to look like a ghost town. Same story here in this area. So this is a very popular gas station here, the Shell. Not only is it closed and out of gas, all of the gas pumps are wrapped in plastic, and that's of course for safety. Now the shop inside is still open, but no gas, and people keep showing up trying to get gas. Also, a lot of the businesses like this Denny's across the street, they're all boarded up. We're being told that they will soon be closing. A lot of the other popular spots out here, like this Taco Bell that seems to never close, they just closed and allowed their employees to go home and get their families ready. And then there's all of these high-rises, and we're being told that residents here are being informed by management, being told that this is an evacuation zone and that they should leave if they can. But I can tell you, I live in the area, I can tell you there are a lot of people that plan to ride out the storm in this area. So again, this is Midtown. Usually the traffic here on 36 in Biscayne, bumper to bumper, but it is looking pretty empty. Back to you guys.
All right, Christian, thanks a lot. And we know so far that there have been a lot of deaths blamed on the big storm, but here in South Florida, we know in Broward County, there has been one Irma-related death so far.
Yeah, all the others have been in the Caribbean, but now we have a death to report out of Davie, where a victim was a 57-year-old man who fell off a ladder while putting up shutters at a home. He had been hired to help out, and this is what happened. He was hired to put up the shutters. It was not his home. You see the emergency crews there. He apparently fell from the 2nd floor and struck his head on a pool deck. It has just been a tragic story out there in Davie. An important reminder to everyone to be extra cautious as you're doing that very dangerous job of shuttering your homes.
And even the most experienced hands, clearly, that is one of the situations where it doesn't matter how much experience you have. This is a situation where people are still trying to rush to get those shutters up. But if you don't have them up by now, with the winds blowing the way they are, probably not a good idea to do that at this hour.
2 to 3 person job, and get some help, and certainly finish it up tonight.
Well, let's take it out of Miami Gardens. Sanela Sabovic has more on the trash and recycling. Long lines, people have been standing in to dispose of their trash. Let's take a look.
Well, ahead of Hurricane Irma, there's been a lot of complaints about trash left in front of people's homes. Well, those that live in unincorporated Miami-Dade County can come here to the Norwood Trash and Recycling Center along Northwest 7th Avenue and bring any bulk items that they may have, such as this, some shrubbery, coconuts, furniture, pieces of wood. All of that is accepted here at this facility that will remain open until 7 o'clock tonight. They are not accepting items, chemical items such as paints and toxic items. But again, anything you have left around your home and you need to dispose of, you can bring it here to the Norwood Trash and Recycling Center along Northwest 7th Avenue. The catch is you have to live in unincorporated Miami-Dade County, because based on what we heard here from some people, they tell us that they get trash pickup from private companies, not the county. So the county is allowing them to come here and dispose of all of their items. Again, those that live in unincorporated Miami-Dade County. And we see that the lines are forming. People here have said that they've waited anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes, but it is worth it if you want to dispose of that trash here in Miami Gardens along Northwest 7th Avenue. We'll send it back to you.
All right, we know that place was packed today, but luckily people could still dispose of that big bulky stuff we don't want flying around.
It is a big concern.
A big question, where do you park your car? That has been a huge concern for a lot of folks as Hurricane Irma approaches.
Let's check it out with Janine Stanwood, who is at the Dadeland North parking garage, where people are bringing their cars to higher ground.
Right now, a lot of people are figuring out where they're going to put their cars. This is the time that people are making very last minute preparations. This is the Dadeland North parking garage. Take a look. It's concrete, looks pretty sturdy, but the problem is it is right now full. There's security guards who are sort of standing by the entrance telling people that they can't get in. Are you seeing a lot of people that are trying to get in here?
Still trying to get in, going up the exit ramp and blocking other cars.
And so what are you telling them? Is there anything open around here?
South Miami had about 30 slots open an hour ago, but only on the top floor.
And so I guess at this point it's getting kind of late before Irma comes.
It's if you waited till now, you waited too long.
All right. Thank you so much. And well, you heard him. This is really the time that you need to be starting to get in place. If you haven't already come to any of these parking garages, it may be too late. You can see the county's coming in here just to sort of assess the situation. But that's the story here at the Dadeland North parking garage. It is closed right now. Great looking parking garage to keep your car, but unfortunately it is too late if you want to come here. Right now we're in South Miami. I'm Janine Stanwood. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Janine, thanks a lot. And with the winds, Hurricane Irma packing winds of up to 150 miles an hour, your heart goes out to those car dealerships all across South Florida. What do you do with all those cars?
Yeah, they don't have to park one car. They have to park thousands. And Todd Tongan checked in at Hollywood Kia, where they have a huge inventory.
You would think that if you own a car dealership, you're in the automotive industry, but this weekend you're in the real estate business, and that's because here at Kia Hollywood, they are looking for real estate to park their expensive cars. They got a lot of them too. As you can see, many of the cars out here in the front lot, they have already moved. With me is Jonathan Levy from Kia.
How are you?
How many cars? Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank God.
How many cars have you moved so far?
Listen, we have 450 cars packed up together on a different property. In our service department right here, we have about 45, 50 cars that are
the expensive models, right?
Absolutely.
And then what about down the side here? You have even more.
Yeah,
how many cars you got?
Unfortunately, we have 1,000 cars. We have different places that we put them all, and hoping for the best. Hopefully nothing will get damaged and we'll get back to work as fast as possible.
I see also you have some building concerns here. You have these box trucks that are strategically parked in front of the building. Is that hurricane glass and you don't want it to break?
We don't have hurricane glass, but this is the process we do every year that we have a threat like this, and we put a lot of box trucks and big trucks around the dealership just to break the wind, and hopefully if something comes flying around, it doesn't hit the dealership.
I got news for you though. This is not the usual the usual type of scenario that we've seen in the past. Right. Are you concerned that you're going to lose the glass of the showroom?
Listen, if the winds go really high, it definitely is a concern. We took all our titles and all the important paperwork and computers out of the dealership, just in case something happens. And, thank God we're a commercial truck dealership, so we have all these box trucks that we can park around.
And somebody's obviously going to be here to monitor the situation or going to be close
we
by?
have security as long as it's unsafe, and when it's unsafe, they're going to have to go. We have special things in place for looters, a lot of wireless detection, so we know if someone comes in.
All right. Hey, I know you're busy. You can get back to work. Hey, be safe, all right?
God bless you guys. Good luck.
All right, so a lot of work they're doing here at Kia in Hollywood. They've got, he said, over 1,000 cars that they have to try and protect from this storm.
Our Todd Tongan for us. Thanks a lot, Todd, in the city of Hollywood.
At 7 p.m., right on the top of the hour, we are tracking Hurricane Irma, a dangerous Category 4 storm predicted to be a Category 5 as it nears South Florida, 350 miles away now from our area. Good evening. I'm Lori Jennings.
And I'm Calvin Hughes. A sustained tropical storm force winds of at least 39 miles an hour will arrive sometime tomorrow afternoon and evening. And if you would like to stay with our coverage, you can listen to us in your car and on the radio, thanks to our radio partners.
Tune in to 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and also Pirate Radio down in the Keys.
And let's take a look now at Miami Beach, where the wind whipped up those surf and those white caps today, beginning to kick up. Plenty of people in the water. But as Irma approaches, this is probably not a good idea to get in that water.
And let's hope the surfers don't start hitting the water, but it is so tempting out there. And look at the beautiful sunset. The winds are whipping, but it is just a glorious night across South Florida. That calm before the storm. We always get that nice weather before hurricanes approach.
It is a beautiful picture, but that is about to change. We have our Local 10 news crew spread out across South Florida for you to show you what's happening with gas lines, supply stores, and shelters. But let's begin with your weather authority and the latest on Hurricane Irma. Max Mayfield and Betty Davis standing by. Betty, we'll begin with you.
Hey guys, Irma is battering parts of the Bahamas and Cuba right now. Sprawling system. On the infrared satellite imagery, you can still see the eye. Maximum sustained winds 155 miles per hour, moving west at 12 miles per hour. That center of circulation 345 miles southeast of Miami, Florida. I do want to show you the satellite and radar imagery along with it, because from time to time we note a few showers coming into South Florida, sort of a dainty little appetizer ahead of the main event, which is going to unfold come early Sunday once Irma makes that landfall, right now slated for the Keys. But here's a look at what's happening between Cuba and the Bahamas as they get some of the rains and all the blustery winds that are tied to Hurricane Irma. I'll drop in on our local Doppler radar so you can see what's going on here. And we have noted the showers coming in off the Atlantic on that outer periphery of Irma. Key West getting a nice little band coming through right now, a shot of downpours, a little lightning going on as well. So those storms will continue to glide on down and eventually move away, and it could be followed up by a bit more. It doesn't all come at once initially. So from time to time, that occasional band working in. Now, there will be more rainfall offered up from Cuba, from Irma, I should say. In fact, the rain accumulation forecast for the Florida Keys, 8 to 15 inches, some isolated amounts of 20 inches. There could also be heavy rainfall for areas of Miami-Dade and Broward, other areas of Florida. In fact, we are under a flood watch. So know that there will be some rainfall in this equation too. Although you've heard us talking a lot about the wind and the storm surge, rain is going to be here, and that could be problematic as well. Main threats as far as severe weather for tomorrow, once those rain bands start to come in, especially toward tomorrow morning, there could be a few brief tornadoes. Notice the Storm Prediction Center has us in that slight risk for some severe weather on Saturday. Now let's talk about the winds. Outside right now, the palms are swaying. Winds are sustained 15 to near 20 miles per hour. Occasionally, they gust a little higher than that. And then let's see how the winds will ramp up. Per this forecast model, the GFS, these are wind gusts we're focusing on. So for tonight, showing basically a northeast wind, gradually building. The gust will getting up to tropical storm force by tomorrow morning. This shows South Dade down toward the Keys, gusts around 45 miles per hour. That is certainly tropical storm force. And then through the afternoon, you can see how those tropical storm force wind gusts start to ramp up. So notice Homestead, Key Largo, 65 mile per hour wind gusts, while we're in that 45 mile per hour wind gust range, Broward and Miami-Dade. So the closer we are to the core, down near the Keys, that's where the winds are stronger. Saturday, 11 p.m., notice hurricane force wind gusts now showing up throughout the Keys, really, as that core gets closer, headed for that landfall per the GFS. but we're still in some pretty decent tropical storm force winds too for Broward and into Miami-Dade as well. Fast forward to Sunday, 9 a.m., tracking that core of Irma as the GFS model is starting to bring it in near the lower Keys, and you can see right around that core how strong these wind gusts are. Notice Marathon, 117 miles per hour, but it's not exactly a cakewalk either in South Dade, where the wind speeds are starting to approach, say, 100 around Homestead, Kendall, more of the strong tropical storm force here, but definitely some hurricane force winds starting to spread out, including by Sunday afternoon, the noon hour. You're trying to maybe have some lunch as you're hunkered down, but look at how these winds are howling per the GFS, even though we have the core of the storm down near the Keys. So this is just an example of how that wind energy is going to be spread out. So regardless of where that landfall happens, you're going to feel some impacts out there. Sunday noon hour, these wind gusts showing 80 for a lot of Broward and also Miami-Dade. So don't take this as the gospel, as the absolute way that it's going to play out. This is just to show you that you will be feeling Irma this weekend, even if it does make that landfall a little more so over toward the Keys and that west side of South Florida. And notice Sunday 5 p.m., almost 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, pretty much widespread throughout a lot of South Florida, down through the Keys, well over 110 miles per hour. All right, so that's the wind angle with all of this. Let's check in with Max Mayfield to see what he has for us.
Okay, we've talked about some of these things going on behind the scenes. The National Weather Service is releasing these weather balloons. They usually do that a couple of times a day, and now they're doing it every 6 hours for all the Weather Service stations east of the Rocky Mountains. The NOAA jet has been flying in the environment around the hurricane to sample those steering currents. And then we have the reconnaissance planes. There's one plane, the NOAA plane, that's flown through the eye of Irma here since about 5:30. The second time through, actually it just popped in. So let me take a real quick peek here, if I can, and just see if the pressure is doing anything different. It looks to me like it just hasn't changed very much here. I think that that is a due west motion, I might add there, though between those the last two fixes it looks like almost due west on that short period there anyway. And then the Air Force has another plane going in as well, so they're sampling in the core of the hurricane, and that's going to help give us at least the observations right now. We still have to make the forecast, and that's the tough part as it moves on up here towards Florida. We are not real sure exactly what the core of the hurricane is going to do. If it's going to expand a little bit more, go through some eye wall cycles, but I think that's kind of in the noise level now. It's all the warnings are in place, the evacuation orders are given, and people are taking this seriously, and I'm glad to see that.
Max, we noticed that it's moving now at 12 miles per hour. That little bit of slowdown, but that's not necessarily good or bad.
Well, I don't think what it means is that if it were to interact with land, the more time it will land, it would have at least a chance to weaken a little bit, at least temporarily. But the main thing, we're not sure that it's really going to go over Cuba. As it gets over us, the slower it goes, the longer the event's going to be. And that's another concern for us here. But the aircraft, they're just giving us information that you just can't really get from the satellite.
We look forward to seeing that in our Max Mayfield. See you at 8 o'clock too as well, or rather at the bottom of the hour before that, but 8 o'clock for the advisory. Thanks a lot, Max.
And one of the biggest concerns when it comes to Irma is the flying debris out there. Our Andrew Perez has a look at what's being done at construction sites right now.
And now one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is debris, specifically around construction sites like this one right here. There are a bunch of homes, a bunch of buildings around this building that's still under construction. So it's kind of a huge concern here. I've got my friend Manuel. You've been telling us a little bit. What are your concerns?
My concern about them just being missiles, coming off the roof. My house is right there, and there's roof tiles on that side and on the other side, plus all the debris that's along the ground there. So, I mean, my wife doesn't feel safe, so we're actually gonna pack up and stay at my brother's house,
What, is that why you want to pack up and leave, because of that?
Exactly, because we don't. I mean, there's so much material and debris out here, plus those roof tiles, that we don't feel safe. Even though we have impact windows, I mean, how much of that can it take with all that stuff flying around?
I know you said you talked to somebody at the site. Just kind of what did they tell you so far?
Just they called the roofing company, but I mean, they haven't been out here, so.
And also just kind of describe what it is that we see out here. Like those tiles up top, they're not even strapped down. There's no sandbags, nothing.
Nope, I don't see any. I mean, you can see for yourself.
What else is there around?
Just, debris, rebar all over the place, wire spools, rocks, tons of rocks. I mean, we're like about, 50, 60 feet from the house, so our next door neighbor actually already left because of that, so we're going to be leaving too and staying at my brother's house.
This is the 3400 block of Davie Road.
Correct.
All right, and what have you been doing to kind of prepare your home since you're going to leave ahead of the storm?
There's really nothing we can do to prepare because we live in a community, so like I said, they have impact windows, but how much of that can that withstand with the supposedly the amount of wind to Pembroke Pines?
Okay, and so far you guys have prepared kind of with water and gas? And
yeah, we got plenty of that. We were already prepared for that, so.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you.
Right, take care.
And that's kind of what county and city leaders in Miami-Dade and Broward counties, by the way, have been sending immediate releases, warning people who live near construction sites just like this one out here. They keep telling people, you know what, you either need to ride the storm out in the central part of your building or your home. You can see there's another building right here, some people inside a condo. So they're saying you either need to ride this out on the inner part of your building or your home, or you need to do what some people are doing, evacuate to other areas away from construction sites. So far, the big concern is a lot of the debris that we see at these construction sites. We're still getting information from local city and county leaders, what they're doing to clean up some of these sites if they're calling around to the construction sites. We know that was a concern for them as well. We'll have more here on Local 10 News.
All right, Andrew, thanks a lot. And if you plan to go to a shelter now, we want to show you a list of the shelters in Miami-Dade County so far.
We have about 16 of them here to run down, but do know that 43 in all are supposed to be open by tonight.
Let's go to the first one here, Miami Carroll City Senior High School at 3301 Miami Gardens Drive.
Also, Miami Central Senior High, that's at 17th Avenue and Northwest 95th Street in Miami.
And Country Club Middle School, you can see that there at Northwest 75th Place.
And W.R. Thomas Middle School on 26th Street, 13001 Southwest 26th Street in Miami.
And North Miami Middle School here, 700 Northeast 137th Street.
Highland Oaks Middle, if that's closest to you, it is a pet-friendly shelter, 2375 Northeast 203rd Street in North Miami.
And this shelter was opened today by the County Hialeah Gardens Senior at 11,700 Hialeah Gardens Boulevard.
Also, Barbara Goldman Senior High, that opened just today at 14100 Northwest 89th Avenue, right there in Miami Lakes.
And Hialeah Middle School at 6027 East 7th Avenue, of course, in Hialeah.
Ronald Reagan Doral Senior High School at 8600 Northwest 107th Avenue, that's out in Doral. That is now open for you.
And let's take you back now to Miami Gardens at Lakes Stevens Middle School at 18,484 Northwest 48th Place.
American Senior High School is open, 18,350 Northwest 67th Avenue in Hialeah.
And on Hammocks Boulevard, 9889 Hammocks Boulevard, Hammocks Middle School.
In South Dade Senior High School is now a shelter. It's right there at 284th Street and Southwest 167th Avenue in Homestead.
And Coral Park Senior High School at 8865 Southwest 16th Street.
6 more shelters are at full capacity in Miami-Dade County. We want to let you know where not to go. They are Felix Varela Senior High, South Miami High, Terra Environmental, North Miami Senior High, Robert Morgan Education Center, and Fuchs Pavilion out at the FIU Fairgrounds. That was a pet-friendly shelter. But again, those 6 that we just listed there are at full capacity.
We know we just heard from Betty and Max, but now we want to hear from Ed Rappaport from the National Hurricane Center. Ed, thank you so much for joining us once again. We know the 8 o'clock advisory is about to come down in roughly a half hour or so. Any expectations at all based on the latest data that you have?
Yeah, there won't be much of a change in the next advisory, and that's pretty much where we've been for the last several days. There are details about the track, of course, that are very important to us, but we're not going to know for another day or so where the worst of the weather is going to be. We have to still prepare for the potential of a Category 4 hurricane in our area. The best we could hope for, it appears, would be somewhat less than that, Category 1 or Category 2.
Ed, the video behind you is of storm surge, and that is always your greatest concern.
That's right. Most of the lives lost in hurricanes are due to storm surge, and we have some video from past storms of what it looks like and kind of damage that can occur. The actual video of the surge itself is only a few feet because we don't have much of what we can find at 5 to 10 feet, which is what we're forecasting. But you can see some of the damaged pictures, which are from higher surge than what you're seeing here.
And Ed, if we could take a moment here and just really turn our attention to the Florida Keys, because clearly, based on the latest forecast track, it had the storm a Category 4 before hitting the Florida Keys as a Category 5. If those folks are planning to sort of ride out the storm, what do you say to people who may be listening in on the radio or on TV right now?
What I would say is that they really do need to leave. Quite apart from the wind, which is Category 4, potentially even Category 5, as we said, it's the storm surge that takes the lives. And we have warnings up for the entire coast here, including the Keys. And the Keys are going to get hit by storm surge potentially from two directions. At first, once the storm comes up, there'll be winds circulating around it, bring the storm surge in from Florida Bay. Then as the storm progresses farther to the north, the winds come in from the southeast. So you're going to have potentially 5 to 10 feet of surge on one side and then the other side of the Keys.
And 5 to 10 feet of surge. I mean, can you give us a sense of what kind of damage that does to the infrastructure of a city?
Right. Well, we'll go back to some of the videos so you can see what it looks like again and what damage that can occur. What's important is that not only do we have the 5 to 10 foot depth of water, but we have the waves on top, and that's really what does the damage, is the battering of the waves against the structures. And that's on top of that 5 to 10 feet.
And Ed, we heard from one of our reporters who had a chance to cover the hurricane in Houston, Hurricane Harvey, and this is so different. Irma is so different from Harvey as it relates to the wind versus the water. What do you say to people who plan to be here and to be sheltered into a safe place when the wind starts to pick up sometime tomorrow?
Well, once the winds reach about the minimum threshold for tropical storm force, which will be in the early to mid-afternoon, that's the time that everybody's going to need to remain inside. And in fact, we will do that here too. We will shelter in place. We will close the doors. Everybody who's in is going to stay potentially 24, 36 hours until the winds drop down again below that level. And that's for our own protection, and I would say the same for everybody else.
And Ed, at this point, when you start going up the East Coast, up all the way up to Jupiter Inlet, you still are keeping them with a flood watch, the hurricane warning, and the storm surge warning?
That's correct. The storm surge watch and warning goes all the way up the coast now to central Florida on both sides, in fact. It's a little narrower on the east side, but still, right along the coast is at greatest risk.
Are you surprised at anything about this hurricane and just the fact that it sort of regenerated itself, had one eye wall and then now a second eye wall has now come about? Is it so unpredictable? Is it something that surprises you?
Well, we've made a lot of progress in forecasting over the years. In the last 30 years, the average track error has been cut by 2/3. The two-day error used to be 200 miles. It's now only 70 on average. But there are small-scale features that we still can't forecast, and those affect the intensity, and that's one of the most difficult parts for us still at this stage.
And that's where the planes come in and all this data that you collect by the minute.
That's right. The data helps. The real progress comes from the science and the technology, the greater capacity for the computers, better physics in the models, and that's what's driven us to have those lower forecast errors for track and has begun to make a difference for intensity as well.
And for the folks who are listening at home and on the radio right now and perhaps on our app, you made it so crystal clear the last time we talked with you. A hurricane is going to hit South Florida in some way, shape, or form, correct?
That's right. All the peninsula would appear will have hurricane force winds, at least the lower 2/3. If the center should pull even a little farther to the west of where we're forecasting now, then maybe the coast will just get clipped by hurricane force. But you have to remember the winds increase as you get closer and closer to the center. So the urban areas still have a risk, will still have a risk of Category 1 or 2 winds. If the center should come back, then we're looking at potentially Category 3 or 4 winds in southeastern Florida.
Ed, we're just getting a report from the Associated Press that 5.6 million people have been asked to evacuate across the whole state of Florida. That certainly is setting a record.
Well, we're glad to hear that people are heeding the advice from their emergency management officials. Again, this is one of the strongest hurricanes we've had in many years here, and it provides the risk, as we talked about, for storm surge of being 5 to 10 feet, and that's life-threatening, and that's why we want people to be away from the coast.
Ed Rappaport, National Hurricane Center. We'll be talking with you once again after that advisory comes down in about 45 minutes. Thanks a lot, Ed.
We knew the numbers were big when we said 1.2 million people, roughly, even in South Florida, have been asked to evacuate. But now 5.6 million across our state told to evacuate. No wonder we've seen such a rush up toward, Orlando and beyond, and up into Gainesville and then into Georgia. It's a big evacuation.
Well, let's check it out with our Michael Putney. He is at the Miami-Dade EOC with more from the police director, Juan Perez. Michael.
Kelvin and Lori, I am with Juan Perez, the Miami-Dade Police Director. Director Perez, your job and that of the Miami-Dade PD is obviously to protect, to serve, including people at the shelters. Is that what you are doing now, or are you doing administrative duties there as well?
So what we're doing is we're staffing the shelters to maintain the peace in there and to fill the gap of the National Guard that's being deployed over here. They haven't arrived yet, so we understood that there was, there was discussion that there was some of the shelters that weren't able to open because of appropriate staffing wasn't there, which included administration, humanitarian, service, and we're cops, and we adapt very well. This is an emergency, so under emergency services, emergency conditions, we will do whatever it takes to keep our people safe. So our residents that we work for, we love this community, and we're willing to do whatever it is. So we came off the streets and brought people in. I already had people in Alpha Bravo, so we had the extra personnel.
12 on, 12 off.
Yeah, and we have the luxury that Storm's not here yet, so we have the extra personnel that we were assigning to do some functions that they normally don't do. So we just reassign them to go to those shelters and provide the assistance, do the humanitarian thing, help people through the process, and, give them areas within those shelters, and we'll manage it until we get relieved.
And how many Miami-Dade shelters are your men and women working at?
We took on 22. The last 22 that opened, we took on those 22 to provide staffing for.
Right. Ultimately, the mayor says there will be 43 shelters.
Correct.
By that time, you hope the National Guardsmen will be here?
Yes, they've told us they're already deploying the personnel here, but imagine a storm of this magnitude, the National Guard is also stretched very thin, so we got to work with the numbers we get and also wait for their assignments and their missions to be given out, and it takes them a little while to gear up, because when they deploy, they're deploying they're deploying to war or a humanitarian mission off somewhere else. It's the same issue for them. They bring all their gear, and they have to be ready to sustain the entire time that they're going to be here.
Yeah, Director Perez, these shelters, some of them have up to 3,000 people. I mean, these are like sudden little cities that spring up overnight. It's got to be hard to keep law and order there, or not? The people are good?
Funny you should mention that, because we're probably going to have to keep personnel in some of those shelters that have those numbers. Other shelters may only have 100 or less, and there's 2 school board officers that are assigned to each shelter. Right. But I'm not going to leave 2 school board officers behind without enough personnel. So for those locations that have 3,000 people, we'll keep people there and assist.
All right. Well, Director Juan Perez, thank you for stopping and talking with us.
And
we know your men and women are out there doing a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay. All right. So there it is. There are going to be eventually 43 shelters, Calvin and Lori, in Miami-Dade. But the director says right now 22 are open, and they are being staffed by Miami-Dade Police Department people, as well as some people from the Red Cross and volunteers. But it has fallen to Miami-Dade Police Department officers to really run most of these shelters, apparently.
And Michael, we heard from the Broward County Mayor, Barbara Sharif, about what to bring to the shelters. Does that change at all for Miami-Dade County in terms of what people should expect to bring, the bedding and food for their dogs and that sort of thing?
It is basically the same for both Broward, Miami-Dade, for Monroe, for the entire state. You want to bring food and water, at least snacks, things you like for 3 days. Bring your bedding, bring your medicines, and also it's kind of important, they say bring a book or bring a Kindle or bring something that will amuse you, because if you're sitting in a shelter for the next 24, 36 hours, you're going to get kind of stir crazy, need something to be entertained by.
And I've also heard about bringing a personal fan as well, just in case when the generators go out and there's no more AC.
Well, that's a pretty good idea. I know at my home I do have a battery-powered fan, so a little late, I think, to go out and get one of those, but that's a very good suggestion, Calvin.
Scour the house. You got to think of everything to bring. Michael, do you expect to get another update from the mayor tonight? Will we have another briefing at the EOC?
Yeah, good question, Lori. We do expect to hear from Mayor Carlos Jimenez, and in the not too distant future, we are told, and there are frankly some questions that we need to get explained, like why did it take so long to open some of these shelters? They opened some that were not on the list. They didn't open a few that we thought would be open. So we expect to hear from Mayor Jimenez, I hope, in the next half hour or so, and we'll bring that to you live.
And Michael, but in fairness, this is in fact the largest evacuation ever ordered in the county's history. So when you think there could be some glitches in all of this as well?
Well, I think that that is true. I think that you've got to be a little forgiving. They are estimating there are going to be roughly 65,000 people who are going to be in these shelters. That has never happened before in the history of Miami. So, yeah, I think that we can say a few glitches, but there already have been a few, and we want to hear the mayor talk about those.
All right. Well, no doubt we will carry that live. Michael, give us